Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Goes down and the defense is holding on strongly here, only have to try and pull the slant down, but a ton of weight last. All on the shoulder shoes right now.
The drop is going to come through regardless though. Oh, what a shot there from Maratz, and what a second one as well. Turned around, well, no choice but to rush on in. Shoes gets one, unaware of the blow between two. What the Devils do? Trajano got a bit of the one time, makes the hop down, trying to catch his player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But if not, you probably get twice control. That's a lot of time lost. A lot of pressure on site. Neon going down. They get back so out. It's going to be last for on forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swinging. Wow! Perfect time coming in from MP.
Onto the mountain is just so menacing as he walks up the stairs. The boss G will pick off Headbanner, and he's tries to pick off Mountain.
Down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but one extra off the border. Holy crap! The flank!
That blunder. He just got the bombs, but that's not going to be the case. XT is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events, and just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, the Rotero gonna be popped, and the Legion looking for some trouble, and Donkey!
Staircase being swung from both sides, just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting tagged bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Legion gets two places as well. Now it's
needs to be in a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the free, but here's the Hopping finds the shot.
3v3, 2 defenders like B side, 3v2.
early C4 pick at the skets anyway.
No, they haven't looked for. No.
They
They're coming forward, double kills for all red. It's only going to be left up to Monty, but no! They were picked up the first, and was that a down? Was that 2 players? No, it was a team kill for RWL. This team and his DQs landed the C4 in the wrong position, but they're able to find the kill. Can they find the defuser? No, they can't, and what they're going to do? It's winning! This is over! So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet, as, oh my god!
Welcome to the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second qualifier of the Voltage series. I'm your host Avrona, and you're officially allowed to make fun of me in the chat whenever I inevitably slip up and call it the Voltage League out of habit. Yes, it is the Voltage series now, and that's not the only thing that has changed. We have more teams, bigger names, and of course bigger prizes as well. Not to mention that this is the first season on Siege X, so hopefully all of these guys have had enough time to get to grips with it and know how to use all the new systems to their best. We have a very very long day ahead of us, given how we had a record number of teams sign up to take part in Voltage Series, given how much there is to play for. So let us go straight into it. And to help me along on this very long journey, we have the amazing Travi and Aggressive, our two wonderful casters who will be with you in the lobby, guiding you through all of the action. Guys, how excited are you for today?
Absolutely stoked for today. You know what, Arona? I'm sitting here, I'm looking at this one, and I'm going, there's 80-odd teams signed up. The amount of passion, I'm feeling it. Hopefully all of the teams are feeling it. As you said, CJX, first time here for Voltage Series. It's hopefully going to be a really great day. It's going to be a long day for these teams. So, you know, it's this mentality of it being not a sprint, but rather more of a marathon. It's a long day, a lot of grinding to do, but hopefully it's going to be an exciting day of Siege.
Absolutely. On my side of the spectrum, it's not going to be a long day for the players only. It's going to be a long day for us. We are probably going to be broadcasting for almost 8 hours. Mind you, this is non-stop Siege action. We have 8 big games for you, ladies and gentlemen. 8 games that could go the distance. Could be 1 hour, could be 1 hour, 30 minutes. We never know what's going to happen in Siege. Considering all of these teams, they know how important this qualifier run will be for them to get to those playoffs, to get to those big leagues. All of these squads, they have to fight tooth and nail going up against one another. The first initial games, ladies and gentlemen, we're still selecting on what to do. Like, we already heard there's 80 plus teams happening, and all of these matches are going to be happening together. So we need to choose the best one for you guys.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges for us will just be picking what games we want to follow, given how many great options there are. And we can only just pick one that we're going to be watching here on stream, and then we'll be going to next to the next until we get through everything today in the second qualifier, and then in a few days time we'll do it all again for qualifier number 3. So I mean, for the players out there who are gonna be in for a very long time, as well as the viewers, what do you kind of suggest? What are some advice you can give them when it comes to prepping for, as you said, is a very long marathon?
I think when it comes to these longer qualifiers, for me, if I was going into this one as a player, I'm going into it, keep it default, keep it simple. Don't get overcomplicated. When you're playing these open qualifiers, you don't necessarily know the opponents you're going to be versing. You may not have even heard of them before, let alone played them before. So I always say, keep it to simple. You know, we're probably going to see a lot of maps like Clubhouse, Chalet, those kind of basic bare bones fundamentals day. That's going to be the goals for these teams, because the more complex you make it for yourself, the more you're stretching yourself mentally. And as you say, everyone, it's going to be a very, very long day for these teams. If you burn yourself out in the first couple games, you're going to fizzle out by the time we get to our grand final in a couple hours' time.
Absolutely. And in my opinion, a lot of these teams really need to start pacing themselves, as you just stated. But at the same time, just do a little bit of research on the back end. We have all the information open for these teams, right? They know exactly what they could be expecting, a couple of the map bans and the selections that are also being done by a couple of these squads. So you have an idea of what you can be looking forward to next. So if they do the research on the back end, if they take their time, because there's of course going to be small bits of breaks from in between so that the teams can really prepare themselves. But that's it. It's just like a big question mark, especially in these qualifier rounds. It could be either a whitewash where teams are just going forward for free, because with 80 plus teams, some of them will not be playing. So some teams are just going to be making it through that should not be there in the first place. But at the same time, it's all about the luck factor as well, like whether or not you pull that proper team that you're going to be able to go up against. And we have seen this in these open qualifier stages, that some squads are just not able to keep up. These are all going to be BO1s, ladies and gentlemen. So it's always a difficulty to see who will be the ones to make it.
And of course, like we mentioned, this will also be the very first season playing on Siege X. And with all of the changes coming into this brand new season, like, what are some of the things you're looking forward to seeing the most in the lobby? I mean, you as the casters will be there really picking it all apart, seeing what these guys are doing firsthand. So what are you looking forward to the most, and how do you think is going to change exactly how some of the rounds are going to go down?
For me, the biggest difference in this new season and on CJX is just this new operator ban system, right? You get more operator bans, you're changing them each half. For the teams that have adapted and have worked out how to play them, more importantly, into their strategies and use them proactively to set things up or reactively to shut things down from the opponent, whichever teams have worked out on it, they tend to be the teams consistently coming out on top of the competition, versus you get some teams that are still playing it like we're on the old ban system, and I feel like they're the teams that are slipping behind the curve a little bit. It's all about adaptation, it's all about learning with the new systems, and I don't know about you, Grace, but I think that's the biggest impact in terms of the new update.
No, I absolutely agree with you on that factor. A lot of teams kind of forget that, hey, now we have that ban that's happening right on the fourth round. So utilizing that to its fullest, being able to adapt and force your opponents into a very uncomfortable spot by picking up on those correct bans is one of the biggest points of the currently playing Siege X, because a lot of teams now are starting to realize that, hey, we don't need to choose the perfect operator bans right at the very beginning of the game. We can later force our opponents to be a little bit more uncomfortable in their overall strategy, force them to have a much more deeper strat book in comparison. And one of the other big factors is, because of that third ban coming in for both sides, you can even go in for much more of those wackier strategies that you couldn't do so before. For example, a lot of teams have now started to do the tried and true tested Ying, Osa, Galaz, and even the Blitz Rush in some cases. Like, you do it on the last round of a particular half when you're on the attack side, and you can't really stop it anymore, because how do you do it? You're not going to be able to predict it, especially at the third ban just going through. That third ban can be so targeted for this particular thing. You take out one of the C4s, or even a Mira in some cases, and then the players are just dumbfounded. What the hell do we do if that rush is going to be coming in front of us?
Now, as I already mentioned, it is a very difficult task for us here deciding which games we even want to follow. So hopefully we've chosen correctly for this very first match, which is going to be Diavoli versus Wallace and Gromit, and we did have our map bans come through, so we now know what is going to be the very first map that you guys are going to be guiding us through today, and that is going to be Consulate. So, what do you think of this choice for this best of one?
I hate
Consulate,
it here.
Consulate is such an interesting pick for these best of ones. You know, I think Consulate is a really interesting map. Not one we see a lot of, I feel, in the best of ones, especially, you know, the last couple of weeks. It's, for me, a very peculiar one with the defense. Of, you know, a lot of rat spots, a lot of power positions to be held. It requires a very coordinated attack, and especially that's where I'm going to be looking at these halves for both these teams here, both Diavoli and Wallace and Gromit. I think where their attacks are going to come in, it's all about that coordination, and it requires a lot of teamwork. And when you're playing against a team and a side that maybe don't know as well, if they can start getting things going on the defense, throwing you off your game a little bit, the defense can run rampant, and I could easily expect to see a 5-1 defensive half here.
Absolutely. Console is just too big of a coin flip on a BO1 series, because, first of all, this map is just notorious for run out spawn peaks, and you can do whatever the hell you want. And 1 second, it's like, oh, it's a 5v5, nothing's gonna happen. The observer looks away for like on the opposite side of the map for like half a second, and like 2 players just drop on the opposite end. It's either going to be the defenders or it's going to be the attackers. You cannot predict what's going to ever happen on Consulate because of how fast this map can go. Plus, it has a very diverse pool of operators that you can play as well. The Chanka is actually pretty strong on this map if you are going towards the side of the CEO office. So there's a lot of different options at the end of the day that you can play for Consulate. In my opinion, yeah, I hate this map, but I love it at the same time, only if it's on pro play and never in rank play, because players just don't know how to do it in a ranked setting. But in professional level of play, especially when you look at Diavoli and Wallace and Gromit, I do believe that this could be one of the more interesting maps. Looking at the map selection process as well, it was the members of Wallace and Gromit who technically chose to bring themselves onto this map. Either they had to choose between the worst map in the game, in my opinion, at least there, or Consulate. So I would rather go to Consulate any day of the week. But Diavoli, I've seen this team play, and Consulate, in my opinion, could just be their haven for all of it, because previously Wallace and Gromit in another league didn't really perform that well on this particular map.
Well, okay, that was plenty of context that we need going into this very first game, and, well, we can only speculate. It all gets settled in the lobby. So guys, take it away and good luck. You have a very long...
Oh, thank you very much, Avrona. It is certainly going to be a long day over here. And I was just looking actually back at the statistics for Season 5, back when it was Voltage League, of course. And both these teams actually made it through towards the division stage. in towards the playoffs stage eventually, getting further in the competition. Unfortunately, Wallace and Gromit did get eliminated in the division stage. So just for you folks home, the entire process through of this map ban, as we've already said, Lair was that penultimate decider between Lair and Consulate. And for me, they're both really, really 50-50 maps. And as you sort of said, Aggressive, are very much a coin flip here in this scenario. What really caught me off guard here more than anything is this first ban coming in from Diavoli, Clubhouse being the first one taken off. Not my expectation at all for today.
I do believe that the Clubhouse being taken off of the board is just because they don't want the members of Wallace and Gromit to be very comfortable in what they're doing. Wallace and Gromit as a team, they are very specific in the way that they play. They're a good squad if you're trying to play vanilla Siege. But as soon as you push them out of their comfort zone, the team just takes a little bit of time to adapt. And Diavoli, they like to be in that element. Like, they love to thrive in chaos. And Consulate is one of those maps that can really be chaotic. And you're not going to be able to predict every move being done by the attackers or the defenders. That's that X factor that they're banking upon by forcing all of the much more generic maps of Siege out of the window. Like, you saw that they also banned out on Chalet, which is another very chaotic map, but it's also a map that is played generally a lot more in comparison to the others. So Wallace and Gromit may not have as much experience on the map of Consulate, and maybe Diavoli, they're going to be banking upon that.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, they're going to reign supreme on that defense. Unfortunately for the side of Diavoli, they're actually going to be starting on the attack. So for me, it's a lot of importance on this first half here. As I said, if Wallace and Gromit can start to throw some curveballs into the mix, start to get themselves carried away, they could run away from defense with a 5-1 half, and that is going to make things very hard for Diavoli to recover when it comes to their defense in, of course, our second half of the match. And it's that best of one, right? It's that coin flip. Anything can happen in this situation. And as much as, right, I definitely, look at this on paper and I'd say Diavoli, they typically make it further in tournaments in comparison. They've got a deeper map pool. I do think they have what it takes here. It's a best of one. It's Consulate. Anything can happen, and especially when teams are, it's still sort of early here for a lot of these players, in Europe. We early afternoons, it's first game of the day, maybe not had a warm-up just as of yet. You're coming into this one completely cold, and if you're caught not playing the game, if you're not on it from the get-go, Wallace and Gromit could really look to punish that and could look to just sweep this one out from under Diavoli.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. Wallace and Gromit, again, it's one of those teams, like, when we go into the game, we're going to need to call them WAG because their name is way too long for their own good. But I've seen this team. They have the markings of a really good roster, especially after the game that they had yesterday, which was a big upset, mind you, up against another squad. They took that 2-0 victory. They took a 2-1 victory up against them, and the way that Wallace and Gromit play, they love to get into the heads of their opposition, and you'll see them talking a lot in the match chat. I'm pretty sure if they get a chance, they're gonna trash talk as much as they possibly can. The question is, will Diavoli kind of fall into that trap, or will they be cool, calm, and collected, being able to play the map of Consulate out in the way that they would have wanted?
Yeah, that is going to be the question raised. But of course, well, we're going to know, and now we're getting there. Of course, as always, there's going to be some operator bans coming through first and foremost. Clash, Fontaine taken off the board. Clash one, a little bit of one there, not an operator, despite her recent rework and the strength of her lately. I don't see as much of her banned as perhaps I'd expect to. Montaigne, though, I perfectly get it, especially on Consulate.
Yeah. You really want to see what's going to be put onto the table here, especially because with the Montaigne, you can play from the spiral stairs a little bit better in comparison. Azami and Blitz also getting shut down. The members of Wallace and Gromit do not want to deal with any of these shielders.
No, that's it. They really do not. Blitz gone, as you say. Azami as well taken off the board. Fairly standard set of bans here. But what is not standard at all is what I'm looking at Diavoli here bringing. Already going for the slightly wacky strategies. Already hopping on towards the Sense. You've got Devils on the Grim. I've got a feeling this round it's going to be going fast. They're obviously expecting that top floor to be played, which is going to be the case. Do you think we might see a bit of a window plant attempt here?
I mean, there's always a chance, right? If you want to go for something like an OSA, but without an OSA, no shields whatsoever, that's the only other operator that can do something like this. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt, just wait and see what they have in store for us next, because it's always going to be a big question mark, especially with the two brothers still on the board, the Mute, and of course the Smoke to really slow things down over to a Crawl. Warden also being picked up just in case any smokes do come through. So the Sense is not going to find as much value as they could have hoped for as long as this Warden is on the map.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, despite the recent changes where Walden cannot see through the sense projectiles, no smokes, actually 6 frag grenades, a lot of explosives being brought by
Yikes.
here. I'm curious to see what exactly the game plan is with that one, what they want to do. I'm not entirely sure as yet. I suppose we'll have to wait and see to find out. The only shield that's not been banned out, the Blackbeard, immediately coming into play there from Marat. So, but first and foremost, I think it's just going to be get into admin, start to push your way across, shape things up at least like a normal-sided consulate round before you start throwing the wacky strategies. Make Wallace and Gromit feel comfortable that this is going to be a standard default type round, and then later on down the line, at maybe the minute mark, start to get a bit wacky, start to get a bit crazy, and try and catch them off guard.
They've already had full control over on towards admin office. Wait, did the Blackbeard just get in there for free? C4 toss to come through to try and deal some damage, but he's not going to be able to get the catch onto anyone. Solar immediately needs to run this one away. Take it slow, take it steady. As the members of Diavoli, they have so much map control early on in the round. 2 minutes in, and they're already inside of the building. That is absolutely unheard of. Exothermic charges are going to be coming through to open up the walls from admin office to just cause even more chaos over from the sidelines. But you can tell that Wallace and Gromit, they're not taking a lot of these aggressive duels in the sense. Now cutting up the map and destroying a lot of these crossfire positions. And that's exactly what you want to see. Diavoli given the chance to really open things up here, but the smoke is not allowing any form of free space to come through.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Now Diavoli, they've been given the free control admin side, but now they've got the checkers. This horrible choke point. Ducky, you can see playing behind a mirror window. Toxic Babes in back pocket as well. It's going to make a very difficult cross here, but using the sense will facilitate it. Here they go. But Heaven and M-Tray, they find one each, and it's just a slaughter here in checkers. 3 dropped, and suddenly for Diavoli, this pack completely collapsed. Another C4 goes, doesn't hit its mark. Ariel does find one back, make it 2, but in a 1 versus 3 situation now, it's all up to Cypher. A minute to go on the clock, bit of utility in pocket, Diffuser's cold, and I don't like the odds here, not at all, as Rooney closed it out.
These were some good shots coming out from them too. Rooney, you gotta love it when you see it. This player can cause so much damage over from the sidelines if his team is right behind him. Wallace and Gromit went in for a much more bunker-heavy strategy, and that bunker strat just working out wonders for them. We were all but ready for it, right? You can tell every single one of these players, they were in position to make sure that these crossfires, even if they do get broken up, you'd still have to wait until Diavoli bursts their way through. And without those shields, they just can't do that. This was such a smart plan coming in from Wallace and Gromit to just take away both of the shield ops, and instantly that sense, even though it broke the lines of sight, it didn't matter. Because there was no way that Diavoli could have walked into that space for free. You lost your Blackbeard almost instantly. So there's absolutely nothing that they could have done to take over the space line.
Yeah, and it was that false sense of security almost, I feel, as well. Wallace and Gromit, they just handed over admin office side like it was nothing. Yeah, we don't need that, whatever, here you go, have it. And then just immediately took everything that was given right back on checkers. Beautiful play from Wallace and Gromit. Great start to them for the day, for this entire run here in qualifier number 2. Diavoli is only 1 round, right? You know, this is where you just reset, go next, give it another go. I don't think the game plan is going to change here. The Blackbeard is going to be permeating on through to this second round, but I think it's going to be a different approach to the round here. You've got to clear out these Romans. You can already see it. Solo going to be on the Scopos, lurking about the place. Those are the kind of things you need to deal with early, and that's where the Degabi comes in.
No real runouts being utilized by the members of Wallace and Gromit either, so it's technically a little bit of a surprise in my opinion, but overall that's completely fine and dandy here. Positionally, they're going to be trying to run around and maybe cause a little bit of damage over from the sidelines. I do believe that the Capcan has been spotted, but look at how deep the Blackbeard is already. Fighting down over towards the side of the Scopos here. Given a chance, the Scopos can utilize this mirror window to get a free kill. That weapon is just that powerful. In position, dealing some damage. The Blackbeard does take it. But now that the server room has been taken over, slowly but surely, the members of Diavoli, they have gathered a lot of space. And this is quite a surprise because generally it's very difficult to take over server this quickly.
Yeah, that's it. I'm surprised it's yet again a bit of early ground being given up here by Wallace and Gromit. As you can see, Solo currently starting to feel the pressure. There are players up above from Wallace and Gromit's support, but they need to come down. They need to do it now to try and support these teammates. Ducky's playing on the stairs, but thinking better of it, cautious of any potential backstabs to come through from Diavoli. And it feels like we've hit a little bit of a stalemate pause in this round right now. It's all even. No one wants to be the one to make that first move. More crucially, to be the one to make that first slip up. It's just going to be a slow push on forwards here from the side of Diavoli, and it's really all up to Wallace and Gromit to see how they choose to respond to it. Second and final logic bomb's going to go on through. Top floor's completely clear. There's no one to be chasing up here. Diavoli, they now need to start focusing on how they're going to crack this objective open.
We're going to need to see where they're going to go with this one already. It's going to be Alder being able to find the first initial kill, a big one at that. Positions are good. That's going to be an instantaneous trade-off, though, over from the sidelines. 4v3 now. Players jumping in. Better positioning coming in from Ducky. The Capcan's going to be able to find one, equalize things out. Ariel with another, though. And now they have to hold 3v2, now make it a 2v2 instead as Diavoli. They are answering back in kind. Every single kill that goes through needs to be paid back for.
Yeah, and a big issue there was just Ducky's positioning behind the back line, and while things are going to go back to more of that traditional frontline position, now 40 seconds left to go. Ducky looks to get aggressive, looks to swing out, but gets punished for it by Cypher. Devils gets the other, closes it out, and Diavoli tie us up one apiece, and I already feel this one going. I already just kind of have that sense this one's going to be going the distance. Both these teams are showing a lot in this initial game here.
Absolutely, and the mistakes are really starting to show from the side of Wallace and Gromit as well. You cannot give up server control like this quickly. If you have the vertical lines of sight already prepared and ready, and your teammates are going to be playing from those vertical positions, at least you have to create some pressure onto server. Because it's 2 minutes in. Mind you, not 2 minutes, actually. It was 1 minute 50, and server was already being given away. Like, Wallace and Gromit, that's a power position for you when you're on the basement side. The attackers cannot have that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a time-wasting thing, I think, right now for Wallace and Gromit. The thing is, they're bringing operators to deal with it. They've got the Smoke and the Goyo. In both rounds, they've had one or two of them, and they're not really being used to their full potential, I feel. A lot of too much respect is kind of being given away of Diavoli right now, and they're just allowed to take things for free almost, and it's getting things done on this checklist way too early on in the round and just giving them a lot of freedom to move. And despite some really great individual plays from Ducky there, that round was Diavoli through and through just based on the round. And, you know, there's at least one more round with this Blackbeard, and Wallace and Gromit really going to need to take this one because you need to be coming out of this consular defense in the advantage, I think.
You're going to need to see where this is going to go for them. Zamira playing for the server side again. It's a pretty similar setup from them, similar to what they did in that last round, but real question is, will they be a little bit more aggressive with it? The Goyo in a bad position, probably gonna get shield bashed down, but the backup is present. Solar, they have the perfect timing, and with a double prong approach, they are gonna shut everyone down. Diavoli, none the wiser for it. The Goyo was supposed to be the only target, but the Valkyrie just also present. The almighty positioning coming in from the side of Wallace and Gromit to do all of the damage. And now Ariel trying to deal something else. Scyther, though, comes in with a double, instantly answers back in kind. And that's exactly what you want to see. Diavoli still in this round to try and win it, but it's going to be a very difficult one at that.
I want to know what was going on in the first 20 seconds of that. When they jumped the Blackbeard and sent him in the window, 3 drones left. Only 3. 7 of them had been gotten rid of, and that's so early in the round. Diavoli had to have been sending drone after drone after drone. How they didn't know about Solar in the back corner of Visa, I will never know. That's just blind. That's just a mistake you cannot be afford to be making right now. And sure, Cypher's gotten 2 and answered it back, but my concern, especially for Diavoli, besides this man disadvantage, is the HP of the remaining players. Ariel's sitting on about half HP. Cypher's taking a little bit of damage as well. They've both got stuns, so they can try and isolate these individual engagements. I've seen them do it before. These are 2 great players on the side of Diavoli, but Wallace and Gromit, everything's going their way right now. Vulcan Canisters still to pop in basement. 3 toxic babes in the back pocket of Rooney. Everything's going their way right now. They just need to ride out this last 75 seconds of the round.
It's going to be so interesting to say the very least on whether or not Diavoli are going to be able to dig deep enough for this particular engagement. Tough positions for you to be in. Where do you want to turn around for it? You can tell that the members of Wallace and Gromit, they are extended out as far as they possibly can. Playing from the vertical lines aside, all the positions being given away. That's going to be the first initial bit of damage that the Legion is going to be doing with the Goo Mines. And Ariel down to the last bullet pretty much. One small step over for the back line. That's going to be all but over. Scyther is going to be able to find a little bit of value. Heard the sounds of the mirror, but it's just not going to be enough to go in for that kill. Better positioning overall, and the crosshair placement was just a tiny bit better. Wallace and Gromit really answering back so well, but this particular play was just so amazing coming out from them. Solar's position just went completely unknown. They instantly saw the Goyo and they were like, oh, it's just the Goyo just sitting inside of this one spot. I'm gonna be able to run in towards Visa for free. But no, you have to worry about the second. Where was your drone? You can't make basic mistakes like this, because these kind of rookie mistakes is one of the main reasons why you're gonna start losing out on the game.
Yeah, and I'm concerned for Diavoli right now, because every single strategy we've seen from them in the past 3 rounds has been reliant on one operator, and that's really been the Blackbeard at the forefront, at the spearhead of the assault. He's no longer on the board. That is going to make things incredibly difficult for Diavoli the way they've been playing. They're going to have to shape up. They're going to have to show us something different, because right now, Wallace and Gromit, they can return to their top floor site, which you recall your mind back to round number 1. It was a shutdown from the defense. A really, really great round there. And sure, Mirror's no longer on the board for the defense, but they're just going to replace it with an equally powerful operator. Valkyrie's now on the table. It's going to be a very difficult one to break, this top floor, I think.
Gonna need to see where this is gonna go now. A little bit of a switch out and a change out, it seems. A completely different strategy, I do believe, from the members of Wallace and Gromit. They are going to be playing for the vertical lines of sight. They are worried about the possible push that could be coming in onto that top floor position. So CEO Office being held onto as tightly as they possibly can from Piano as well. But Diavoli, what's the game plan here for them? Have not picked up on the Deimos. Deimos would be a really strong pickup for them in this particular instance, because you want to clear out a lot of these roamers that are on these bottom floors, especially when you have that Lion on board as well. You can do a lot, but I think they're expecting to do that push play where they just jump in towards CEO Office and maybe get a clearance from there. But unless Piano is opened up, this is going to be tough for them.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough take. And as you say, the lack of the Deimos, the lack of that vertical pressure, I feel like for this one, Wallace and Gromit, they're just going to be able to be quite comfortable this round. They've got so much time-wasting utility to play behind. They've got the intel being fed through the Valkyrie, denied the other way by the Mute. It's just a lot for them to play behind comfortably right now. There's so many power positions to clear on this top floor, and Diavoli, there's not a mass of utility to do so, really. You do have a lot of execute utility, but my concern more is how do they get to that position when it hits that late round, hits that 15-30 second mark, whatever it is, where they push in towards the objectives. They've got the tools to deal with that. It's just that middle area. How exactly do they accomplish it? That's going to be the question. Admin, already a bit of a slower push in this time from the attack. We're halfway into the round, and control outside of map, it's just been established for the attack. So still decent pace, slower than before, but now comes this really hard question. How do you cross this corridor?
Oh, C4 in hand. He tried to maybe go in for a catch here with just the audio cues, but not going to be able to find anything just yet. But damage dealt out towards the side of Scyther. The Capital not really in the best of positions either to try and go in for a little bit of a safe play with his teammates. Now it's just all about the timing. A calm before the storm pretty much here. As the teams, they're taking this one slow, but the thing is, time is of the essence, and the smoke canisters are still present. They can do whatever the hell they want. Timing is key. Needs to go in for the kill. That's a big one, and that's gonna be Mars with the first, and he's gonna be able to find the second as well. Defense now completely broken through. One player alone is just able to find 3. He just goes in unchecked. Finally, this one goddamn demon is exercised from the map, but good lord, Diavoli. They've already gotten all the space that they could have wanted and all the kills that they could have asked for.
Yeah, and that's it. They've used this execute utility to flood onto the objective, start taking the space, and unless Heaven can get 3 more kills, just like the one onto Aerial a second ago, this one is done and dusted. Diffuser's gone down for the first time this game. Diavoli looking incredible.
What a shot.
But with Devils taken out off the board here, this is the part where you don't throw, you just play reserves, you just play patiently. You've got frag grenades, just keep throwing them on the diffuser, wait it out, be patient. Heaven can see it, but knows there's a lot of pressure being applied to it. There goes the grenades. Wait, time is of the key, time is of the essence here. You know there's a second grenade coming, but it doesn't need to be thrown because Cypher's got a shot, and Diavoli much better looking on their second go of the top floor. And for me, the difference there is just that committal. Matt sends in, you're going to see it on the replay here, gets 3 instrumental kills. 1, and then 2, and then the third one in just a second here onto the Goyo trying to on the flank. It's a beautiful, beautiful showcase of the individual play that makes Diavoli so great and single-handedly threw them into the winning lead of that round.
I'm just shocked at the way that he did it too, because Mara just walked in. It's not like he had insane levels of utility, right? Yeah, of course he had the sense to block in the front entrance, right? To give him an opportunity to walk towards the breach, but how did he go unchecked for this long? That player, even behind the bomb chassis, the player wasn't safe. The level of game sense that the members of Diavoli have is insane, and this is why this game is gonna go so close. I do believe that Wallace and Gromek need to step on the gas pedal a little bit here and just stop the members of Diavoli from getting a lot of this free space, because I think it's slowly but surely coming back to bite them that Diavoli, they know how to adapt to any situation you give them. It's just a back and forth. The members of Wallace and Gromit are able to take one, Diavoli are able to take another one. You can tell that both teams have a very diverse strat book, and all of their players are so talented that even if the strat doesn't go through properly from one side, someone is going to make a hero play to make it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's you can rely on these individuals, but it's the strategies, as you say. There's such a deep pool there from Diavoli. They know what they're doing. They've played these games hundreds and hundreds of times before. They know a lot of maps inside out, and I do worry when we get to the second half in a little bit what the defense is going to look like for them, because Diavoli, attacking, I'd argue it to be the harder of the two sides on Contra, and Diavoli are making it look, it's back and forth, but they are making it look quite comfortable right now. When it flips over to the easier side, what happens then? But that's if, buts, maybes. That's the future. Right now, we've got to worry about the presence. As you can see, Rotero's coming through to deal with the utilities and beautiful drone parkour being facilitated. We want to try and clear out this reception desk player in this position. Not going to be able to do so with the drones just yet. But in the meanwhile, admin control's been forfeited, and already Diavoli are looking to push across again.
Yeah, manager office is just being given away so often. I don't believe that the Twitch drone was able to catch out that Goyo, though. That might be a tough one for them to break through now later on in the game. It's pretty much a requirement to get rid of that Goyo in that exact position, but again, the Roteros being utilized to clear out some of these mute jammers from the sidelines. But even then, they're just not going to be able to do it. So much utility being broken out by the members of Wallace and Gromit. So this is going to be a tough call for them to make. Again, a very similar strategy to what they did previously when they were making the push. Reception now being taken over by the members of Diavoli. As Wallace and Gromit, you can tell positionally, they're in a good spot. But the thing is, these gunfights that they're losing sometimes to just one singular player can cause some problems. Rooney comes in massive here from the bottom lane. He's able to shut down one. And as long as they hold, as long as they chill, Wallace and Gromit, now they're the ones at the advantage. They don't need to make the move yet, because the smoke can still cause some pressure.
Yeah, that's it. And it's the exact same game plan from Diavoli. So Wallace and Gromit, they should know what's coming. They should be able to deal with it right now. And the key player for me in all of this is the one we're watching, the Valkyrie, Heaven, down below. Key thing here is the C4 in back pocket, as well as now Rooney being dead. It may be a player off the board, but it's now someone permanently there to sit and watch the Valkyrie cams. And as the defuse gets baited out, Cypher's going to spot the black eye camera, move back on that one, and now it becomes these mind games, these baiting games, this waiting out. But you've got to be careful, because there's only 35 seconds to go. They have the idea, find the plant player, and that's a beautiful play from the Valkyrie below, and can now just look to flank, and 4 quick kills like that. Wallace and Gromit, perfect positioning to close that one out there. And I think for me, that one is just entirely on the fact that Diavoli trying the exact same push, the exact same strat. Third time we've seen the top floor, third time they've attempted that sense push across checkers, and it felt like that time Wallace and Gromit just had the perfect read into it.
You should have known that there was going to be a player on towards Visa office this time around, because generally, if you're on the attack side, you want to play for the post plant, right? And what is a really good post plant for a plant like that? You want to make your way on towards Visa. Visa control is just so crucial whenever you're trying to play for the post plant in that position, because of the vertical lines of sight that you can create. But instead, the members of Diavoli, you just said it yourself. It's the exact same strat as before. And Wallace and Gromit, immediately they go in for the adaptation. This is what I love about both of these squads. Now it's Diavoli's turn to go in for an adaptable play on the side of Garage. Now, notoriously, they didn't really do as well on this Garage side. They kind of faltered a little bit when it came down to the overall map control, because they're not really one of those teams that play in the much more generic fashion of, hey, we're just going to break through that Garage wall. No. They're going to take over the entire map, make their way into a server, and you can tell that Wallace and Gromit, now they're going to be going in for a little bit of a different strategy. They're going for a deeper hold on towards the side of server, and they're not going to be giving this one up for free. But at the same time, don't forget, the Blackbeard's also taken off of the board, so holding onto server is a lot more easier than what it used to be.
Yeah, this is the thing, and the one thing that's really entertained me, and both, you know, from a strategical point of view and just an entertainment as a spectator point of view, this game is adaptation after adaptation, and it speaks to the testament of the quality of these teams here. You know, they're constantly learning, they're constantly adapting to the way each other are playing. You know, we know the visa pressure's going to come in the server hopping if Diavoli repeat their previous attempts on this site, and already there's players from Wallace and Gromit there to contest, already players up at the forefront to look on in to try and stop that before it happens. And as you can see, Diavoli, they're having to shift things around a little bit. They're having to change the game plan because they realise from the previous round, if they do the same things again and again and again, it's going to get rid into and it's going to get them punished.
Yikes. Solar nearly got caught out by the striker in that position, but never mind, the striker's going to be able to fight the Goyo instead. Straight through the hatch, that positioning just not really working out in the way that you would have wanted. The Goyo does die, but still the utility is going to be present, up and ready. Ariel's going to be able to catch out another one. All of the players that were going in for those roams instantly get shut down in more ways than one. The cams yet to be hacked, but as soon as they are, this is not going to be looking that good for the defenders. Diavoli, once again, just shows us exactly how well they can adapt to pretty much any situation given to them. In that last round, when they were hunting down the Goyo, the members of Wallace and Gromit, they kind of tried to do the exact same thing here. And none of the members even ran towards Visa office in this particular instance. They knew that they had a proper crossfire set up, so they caught the player trying to jump in from the hatch by going in for an exothermic charge from that exact position. And immediately, the striker was able to find a kill. Solar, now low on HP, needs to run his way back in towards the side and play much more towards the side of an anchor. This is going to be a tough one for the members of Wallace and Gromit to hold.
Incredibly so, but it's going to get harder as Solar drops to the floor. They're leaving it all up to M-Tray and Rooney in the 2 versus 4. A minute left to hold on for. You've got the Toxic Babes available to you all, but in terms of utility, that's basically it. And those Toxic Babes, well, they might not be up for much longer. Rooney taking a lot of damage here from the construction-sided push. Flashbang's going to come on through, but 2 quick kills on the SMG-11 there. We're now equalised. We're 2 versus 2. Aura Devils, they're stuck in the Toxic Babes, stuck in the gas, trying to push on through.
No way.
And M-Tray has the punishment, and somehow, some way, Wallace and Gromit flip this round around. They're now in the advantageous situation, and they're able to close it out. And I think Ducky says it all, and you said they would start going in all chat. That is the kind of rounds that's going to send your mental into the stratosphere as Wallace and Gromit stealed around away from Diavoli.
This is just one of those rounds that should not have happened. You can tell that in the all chat, they're just like, they're going to taunt their enemies to death in this case. And good God, Diavoli, this might have just hurt their mental in more ways than one. Wallace and Gromit, how do they do this? How do they set up plays like this? Because there is no situation in the entire world that Rooney gets to with an SMG-11, mind you.
And in one magazine.
It's like the universe is now playing in his hands. Like, he's just controlling everything. He found 2, mind you, and then the players were stuck inside of his Toxic Babe. They couldn't run away. Both of the players were stacked on top of one another, body blocking each other. They tried to run in from the sidelines, but then the hallway control came in from the side of the smoke as well. It was beautiful to watch. The members of Wallace and Gromit played that 2v4 out to perfection. And now, the Diavoli has to deal with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Diavoli, you know, if they would have come out of that one with a 3-3 even split, I would have said Diavoli were firmly in the lead and in comfortable position. But not only are they now 2-4 down, obviously they're going on to the defense. That's not the worst spot to be in, but I think it's just the mental. You said it at the start of this whole matchup, and it's so important for these 2 teams to keep that mental in check, and you already saw a little bit of a tease of it from the previous round there. I think Wallace and Gromit realising that round really shouldn't have been theirs, but it was. They're going to ride that wave, they're going to keep on going, and if they can just carry that momentum on through here, because looking at this attacking lineup, you've got the Blitz, you've got the Blackbeard, this one's going to be fast, it's going to be aggressive, and it's just strictly going to be Wallace and Gromit riding the successes from the previous half.
We're going to need to see where this is going to go from here on out for them too, because these mistakes that they have made on that attack side could just be the thing that haunts them here. Because Wallace and Gromit, they got their hands on the Blitz and the Blackbeard, so I'm really afraid on what could be happening next. Glass is on the board as well here, Travis. So this is gonna be one of those rushes. They're possibly gonna be jumping in towards CEO room almost immediately, taking over admin office control, and then trying to brute force their positioning with the Glass, just holding down the lines for the Blitz to go in for a free plan. They can go in for a big play here, but with the Mira just holding on to the C4 and for the overall positioning. They're waiting for that first bit of sound of any of these players jumping in. And as soon as they do, that C4 is going to be yeeted into their face.
Yeah, but hold on, Marats is outside the building, takes down Rooney, that's the cross, that's the safety line, and that's Solo off the board. Beautiful read from Diavoli there, because you take away the safety of Rooney on the rappel, on the coverage, and well, there's nothing Solo could do in that situation, but 3-2-1, let's just send it and see what the hell happens, and send it, Ducky does, straight out of the lobby, as with Heaven, it's all up to M-Trader, 1 versus 5, and the flawless round for Diavoli. My oh my.
This is a flawless, mind you. None of the players even took a single point of damage in this entire roundup. Diavoli was just chef's kiss. Like, you have to give them a chef's kiss for this particular round. They played all of their C4s to perfection. They had a C4 pre-placed right below that window. So if anyone jumps in, threw a smoke, or did anything, they were going to get caught. And then they were all so prepared. Admin office is such a good power position to have, and Diavoli, they understood this. They had all the information that they could have wanted to try and go in for that setup. Mero was ready with a C4 at hand to catch that player. And because of that run out that came through, it was an instant shutdown because all the players, they were like, oh, god damn it, we need to run in and go in for space holding. But instead, it was a completely different story. Diavoli, they've already showed their hand for this one, but now Wallace and Gromit, how do they want to try to converge onto this?
Yeah, that's it. I think all of the mental benefit gained from the end of round 6, that's just gone for Wallace and Gromit now, because that round was just nothing short of champions versus coppers. That was just an absolute beatdown from the side of Diavoli, and you can't be letting that kind of thing repeat. You know, you have to put a stop to it here. Even if you don't win the next round and we go 4-4, we're equalised, Wallace and Gromit, they just have to get something going in this round, because 2 flawless rounds, and very quickly this game could start to slip away from them as, you know, we sort of approach this final sort of phase of it here, really. This one could start to slip away. Diavoli, if they can just continue doing what they were doing, because let's be real, you know, credit to them, that was a beautiful textbook attack. Defense, sorry, for Diavoli, it was perfect. They read it perfectly, they knew what was coming. Beautiful game sense, a bit of flair from the run out from Marats, and exactly what you want to see from exactly what I expect to see from a side like Diavoli. And for Wallace and Gromit, now here comes, what can they do to respond?
We're gonna need to see where this goes for them. As you can tell that the ace, in position, up and ready, has opened up the hatch here, but the real question is whether or not they're gonna be able to hold on to this one for even longer. Both of the bandit charges being shut down here. The frontal wall of Garage could just be an issue for them. Aerial, big kill over from the top rope. That's the ace now completely taken away. That's one of your primary hard breachers now gone. The Thermite is still there to open up the bottom-ended wall, but you need to try and go in for a little bit more of a different setup here. Positionally, Diavoli, once again, is just in so much more of a better spot. All their members in the position, and now they just need to hold. Garage being opened up as Diavoli. They have taken a good portion of the map, but they've also lost it at the same time, because with this garage wall now open, it's going to limit how the members of Diavoli are going to be able to move around here.
Yeah, M-Tray is the key factor here. You need to get control of this vertical, because the rest of the players of the attack, they're in a key position to plant. They've got a bunch of smokes available to them. They could just try and force this defuse down, but I think Wallace and Gromit recognise they need this vertical cleared. They can't stick a plant down if there's players right above your head with guns aiming at them. You need to get rid of this roam, and it's been neglected so far. You're now trying to clear out these first 4 players with a minute left to go of the round, not to mention one of them's being the Scopos here, so plenty of flexibility in the lineup, C4s as well on some of these players, and the pushing's just going to come on through. Rooney takes a hell of a lot of damage here, trying to find the Fenrir. Eventually he's going to take down Devils, but here comes Aerial, gets one right back the other way, forced to try to face the shield, but could just run away, because at this point you've done your job. 45 seconds left to go. Man advantage the way of Diavoli. They should be pretty comfortable from here.
Absolutely. Diavoli now given that chance to just really sit back and relax, and instead of just trying to force out a lot of these engagements, allow the members of Wallace and Gromit to really fester in the positions that they are going to be trying to hold from. And especially with this Blitz just being so low on HP, they're not going to be able to play as aggressively anymore. The risky play is already coming through as Scyther does get the opening kill over towards the first. The Smokecaster not really being in the best of spots. Rooney instantly getting shut down as well. Diavoli, they're just cleaning up house. Like, what do? Like, you just have to accept your fate at this point.
this was such a concern of mine going into this second half, because we've seen 2 rounds now in this second half. 2 rounds of Wallace and Gromit's attack versus Diavoli's defense. And how many kills have the attack gotten? 1. Between the 2 rounds. It's not been a good start for Wallace and Gromit at all. And this is where the difference needs to be made, because this is the tertiary bomb site. Expo Piano, first time we're seeing it, I do believe. It's going to be an interesting one now. This is where I think we're going to see whether this game has the potential to go to some overtime, or whether it's just going to be Diavoli playing the stronger side right to their advantage, because right now, you know, on their attack, it was level footing, it was back and forth between these 2 teams, but as soon as we've hit this side flip, we're seeing a new side to Diavoli, and it's a side that look almost untouchable.
We're going to need to see how far this is going to go too, because the way that the members of Diavoli have been playing, it's like watching Immaculate Siege, right? You can tell none of their members are even afraid. They're playing Siege as if they're like looking through the book, and they're like, oh, which strat is just gonna work for us? This one. And Wallace and Gromit, they're doing exactly what they're expecting. Every single play done by Wallace and Gromit were answered in kind. Not even a single situation the members of Diavoli had to guess, like, oh, they're going into this position, then we need to run around for it. No, they had players ready. They had C-Force placed. They had proper utility in check for every single moment that the members of Wallace and Gromit were trying to go in for that attack site. It's a 4-4, not because the members of Wallace and Gromit made mistakes. It's just Diavoli. They played it better.
Yeah, that's it. It's just this high level of play from Diavoli. I mean, they have so much experience on this team. Cypher, Devils, the lot. They've all been around for what feels like ever now, and they have this experience to back them up. And, you know, despite, you know, obviously content has been changed in the last couple of years, they still know what they're doing. They still have this game down to a book, and you could just feel a level of, I think, comfortability, I think is the best way to describe it right now from Diavoli. They're just happy, they're chilling, they got the 2 rounds that they needed off the attack, and they can just wait the rest of this game out. They know how it's going to go. I think they're really relying on Wallace and Gromit to try and throw a curveball, and right now, we've just not really seen that from them. So, as I say, tertiary bomb site, things need to start to change. Wallace and Gromit, different lineup. They've obviously got the Deimos on the board this time, as well as the Dokebi. Want to focus on this roam clear, and it's crucial on this site because you need this top floor cleared out.
That's gonna be a pretty hefty kill to have to happen to you, but look towards the bathroom side. He doesn't know! This could be bad. Catering he's just waiting for this one. The angle pretty much being given away here, but Rooney knows the positioning now. Has the frag grenade to cause a little bit of damage over from the sideline. Needs to go in for the kill almost as quickly as he possibly can, but Alder just immediately takes the initiative. Peeks out, and he's gonna be able to find a kill. A little bit of damage being done over towards the side of Ducky. The Demo still has a couple of tracks to really go in for this. Knows the position of 1, but he can't really go in for the fight here. His teammates not in the best of positions just yet. Looks for the shot, but Alder with the SMG-11 is just so difficult to try and take a fight against. Ducky now has the track. Maybe could go in for the kill, but it's not going to be as simple because he's behind all the hard walls now. And all of the members of Wallace and Gromit, again, it's just such good clearance for the members of Diavoli. How do you go up against this?
Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's also issues from the attack. Wallace and Gromit, I've seen 3 separate players from them now try to take this meet in position, but they've done it one at a time. Send the Blackbeard to his death, then send the Deimos one at a time, all on your own. That is not the way to play the game. You need to play it together, and it just feels like we're seeing a totally different game right now. Diavoli, they just have found something within them here, playing together, holding these crosses. Look, you see here, Heaven tries to challenge while Aura wins the one out. Then the drop, of course, you know the players inside, drop down, play behind the mirror window. Easy peasy, done just like that. Beautiful round yet again from Diavoli, and you know, a part of it is Wallace and Gromit, I feel, are certainly making mistakes, but I think Diavoli are just playing at such a high level right now. They've come into this one and they're swinging out the gate. They've had that warm-up path, and now they're just ready to get the job done.
You gotta love it when you see it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game that we were here to be given. Diavoli really showcasing to us why Consulate can be such a defender favorite map if you know how to play it properly, and Wallace and Gromit just making a lot of very key mistakes, I would say, for their overall attack side, because they're not really playing together as a team. You hit the nail right on the head on that one, because they just keep on setting their players by themselves. Why in the name of God was the Blackbeard alone? there has to be a player behind him. There's no situation where you send your shielder out to just maybe get a kill or two by himself. Yeah, I do get it. One person was sitting inside of catering, but does that even matter? He's not going to be able to run into catering because there's a line of sight open right in front of him from reception.
To touch on the ban phase as well, as we've just seen another set of operators be banned out. One that I really want to highlight is the one from Diavoli here. Shields have been bought extensively and as a key feature every single round from the side of Wallace and Gromit on their attacks. So typically you would expect to see a shield ban coming in from the attack, or from the defense rather. But no, Diavoli, they're going to ban the KB. Why? Because the shields are actually just mistakes right now for Wallace and Gromit.
Absolutely.
A lot of issues are coming from these shields, going in solo, going in support, and they're giving Diavoli 3 picks, and they're like, as much as they're bringing them, they're having zero effect on us right now. If anything, they're working in our favour. Why get rid of that? Why take that factor out? That's working for you. It's almost helping you, the reliance on the shield from Wallet and Gromit right now, because as we head back up to this really strong hold of this top floor site, I have to start to worry a little bit, because Diavoli, well, that's a good start there for Wallace and Gromit. Cypher just caught looking the wrong way as Rooney pops through the window, and that's a good opener.
Yeah, Scyther, I do believe, was fully blinded in that exact spot.
Yeah.
Now the Tachanka, our Lord and Savior, in a little bit of a tough position. He needs to try and give this one up for as quickly as he possibly can, too. He can't really play for this duel, but he's spending a little bit too long in that exact position. He's going to get caught out for it. Finally, good adaptation coming through from their side, but good shot. Mara doesn't really give up an inch of space now, does he? But the two brothers still alive and kicking for this one. The smoke and the mute can cause a lot of damage here with those toxic waves. We have seen Diavoli be stuck in these 3 versus X situations and then pull off miracles from it. It's all about utilizing the proper amount of utility, especially with the FNAT still present from the side of the Fenrir. It's not only going to stop these rushes from coming through from Wallace and Gromit, but also allow them to have a lot more information so they don't get caught off guard.
Yeah, and now here comes this really difficult part, right? So you now have to make this push across the checkers, and sure, you've got the man advantage right now, Wallace and Gromit. A beautiful start to the round, but that was off the back of Rooney. Now it's the question of what can the rest of the team get going, because they need to step up to the mark. Rooney, he's opened up the round for you, but you need to be the one to take the lead, start to take those kills coming on through. Vertical from Ducky down below in towards on the catering player, but are not going to be moved from that position at all. Quite comfortable in there, can still throw out Toxic Babes. Continue to stall out this one, because keep in mind, 3 Toxic Babes in pocket and 40 seconds to go here. Could just look to burn the time, could just look to be patient. Wallace and Gromit, it's stalled out. They need to start to make a move. They need to find the opener, and they've got 30 seconds to do it.
They're knee-deep in enemy territory now, though. The members of Wallace and Gromit, they have a lot of space to play for, but they have no idea where the defenders are going to be holding from. One player is going to be on the position of catering. His position is completely unknown. They have no idea that it's only the exact same position. Spiral control tried to be given, but he's not going to be able to find it. Good trade still coming in from either side. They get the kills, and god damn it, Mara! Howard is still alive and kicking. He's got a quad kill to his name, and he's now looking for the ace. And knowing him, he should be the one to get it. 4 seconds left on the clock. There's no way they're going to be able to pick up the diffuser and going for the kill. Get more of the ace, ladies and gentlemen. This is where Diavoli live, and this is their domain, and we are just living in it.
This is it. This whole second half has just been Diavoli, Diavoli, Diavoli. Every single round, and even when it starts off so good, Max, you just can't count him out. You know, by the end of this one, what, 13-6? Yeah, after this final kill here, massive individual performances, and he's not the only one stepping up. Cypher, Ariel, Aura, the Devils, they've all had their moments throughout this entire fixture, but during this second half, what feels like the final half of this match, because I don't see overtime in the current world. Wallace and Gromit, it started off so brilliantly on the defense, a solid start to the game, a promise of something close, of something competitive, but the second half, it's been anything but, to be honest. Diavoli showing such an incredible side right now, and this pick of Consulate, what can we say? It was a stroke of genius from them. We said it was a 50-50. Diavoli are making it look like 100-0 right now.
Yeah, I hate to be the one to agree to this one. I can't even be the devil on someone's shoulder at this point and say, like, nah, I think you're wrong here, Rabbit, but this is just reality at its finest. We all have to just go in and accept it, right? Because Diavoli, the way that they have been playing, it's just immaculate levels of siege. And again, like, remember the points that we were making when it came down to the initial half, right? players, even though if a strategy is not working, there's going to be one person from either side of the spectrum who just makes it work because their individual gameplay brilliance is present. And these two ops that they have almost every single time, the smoke and the mute, has been they've been the ones to be the anchor for the entire team. They played it so well, utilizing the SMG-11 to go in for big plays and then whipping out the shotgun whenever required. That one ace pretty much set in stone that Diavoli are possibly going to be the ones to take this map away, unless we see a miracle happen from the side of Wallace and Gromit to take these 2 rounds away.
And this is it now. The pressure's on because you've lost 4 rounds straight at this point. If you're Wallace and Gromit, you need to try and get something going. Just reset, ignore the results of the last couple, and the way they're going to do it is a very utility-heavy lineup here. They want to focus on this vertical game. They know when they're attacking onto this basement, they need to get control. They're not going to have the operators to do it, but it doesn't matter because they are still going to try and take the ground. Ariel going to be taking a lot of damage there. Cluster charges as well, used to get some vertical opened up towards Piano Expo's side here, so it's good use of the utility here, and it's a good start to the round as well. Devil's taking off the board there, makes this one a 4 versus 5. Now, Forward and Ariel going to be trying to escape with their lives here on the top floor. Is Ducky aware about this response? No, not at all, but luckily for him, Ariel can't quite hit the shots, has to retreat away into the 3 versus 5, and it's yet another good start for Wallace and Gromit to this attack, but the question is, can they close this one out?
The last too many vertical lines aside for this one, especially with the Monty now just waiting for them on the opposite end of this. Take it slow here, buddies. You can't really risk much. Again, Wallace and Gromit, if they try to be a little bit too overzealous in the positions that they already have, they might be staring down the barrels of another possible 3v5 loss. After what happened in that last round, you don't want to be in this spot whatsoever. Mara is still alive and kicking, the hero of the story for that last particular round. Looks for the shot, over onto the player, playing from the hatch, but instead he's just not going to be the one to find it. Gives away his position, and with the boogie just causing even more havoc from the top rope. The members of Wallace and Gromit, they've found so much space, and they're able to get the kill as well. Scyther takes the back seat, and now Diavoli, they're down to the last 2.
Yeah, and the issue is Ariel's on quite low HP as well, and you've got so many players. Well, Ariel's the only one left standing. It's a flawless for Wallace and Gromit. Finally, a showing of life here to at least bring us to the brink of regulation. 12 rounds required to close this one out here, and you've got to give it to the start. Despite not having the players, the operator and utility to really clear out this top floor, Wallace and Gromit did a good job of it there. They cleared out all the players on the top floor, and then they just collapsed upon what was little was left on the objective. Textbook attack there for them. A much better showing, and I really have to question, where has this been for the last 4 rounds? Because this could have been a very different game if we would have seen that from Wallace and Gromit, but better late than never. And that's all I've got to say for it right now. For Wallace and Gromit, a sign of life, a much-needed lifeline in this one. And suddenly, Diavoli, now faced with a challenge, what can they do?
This is just gonna be a little bit more of a question mark, to say the very least. Diavoli now looking to be in a little bit more of a better spot, that's for certain. Their overall setup seems to be going back to what worked in the past. And oh boy, if this is going to be another heroic play from Mara, especially with these 2 brothers just being on the map, it's going to be it's a huge issue, I would say, because Wallace and Gromit have yet to really figure out how they break through the lines of this smoke and this mute, because other than these 2, I don't think they've had any other problems with any of the other ops that they have picked up, especially with the Solus. Just, yeah, the Solus can give you that opportunity to take out a lot of these information heavy drones, but other than that, he's not bringing as much onto the table.
Yeah, that's it. You know, the utility here is certainly going to be a key factor. I mean, for Wallace and Gromit, I think they've realised what's worked for them there, that utility-heavy lineup. It seems that's what they're doubling down on here. You know, you've got the Bravo, you've got the Twitch, you've got the Fuse and the Grim as well. A lot at their expense here on the side of Wallace and Gromit. A lot to play with, and more importantly, it's going to be using it in the due time. Not slowing down, keeping the pacing high, keeping it so Diavoli feel the pressure, because as we saw in the previous round, when you're applying the pressure with the cluster charges, those boogie drones, I know the latter's not on the board this round, but when you're applying that pressure, it does feel like Diavoli may start to show a couple of cracks, but it's all on this early round. It's all on Allred up here on this top floor position. Going to be spotted out, forced to retreat away, fall back, lose a little bit of space, but this is the thing, it's the layers of the defense right now. Ariel's playing the backline to support as well. Cypher's hiding rat spot on the top floor, going to be spotted out. Well, Allred might not get away with anything there, but he's going to get away with his life, most importantly. 5 versus 5, a little over halfway to go.
This is not really the best of positions that you want to be in. The Fuse causing as much damage as he possibly can over towards the top floor. But look at the amount of time that they're wasting. This is not even the site, mind you. The site's on the bottom floor. And they're still stuck trying to clear out the rovers from the third floor. So this is a tough position for you to be in, ladies and gentlemen. The second floor position really being worked wonders for their side. They do have a tiny bit of space that they can play for. Rooney's position now being revealed, but probably he's just going to be running all the way back towards the side of White Stars and just working his way back in towards the site. That's going to be the jump out to try and get away from this spot as quickly as they possibly can. Positionally, they're in a better end, and it's going to be Devils who does get the opening kill over towards the first, and that's a big one for them to find because now Diavoli, they're the ones with the man advantage, does find the instantaneous trade up, but that's the Solus that you have lost, and you lost your Twitch, and you gave a Solus for it. That's completely fine. I'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, and I'll take that one for Allred as well. Does eventually get shut back down, but it's trade for trade right now. But Cypher able to find one on towards them.
You got another one!
Takes down Solar as well. And it's all up to Ducky to try and stop this one from being shut out in regulation. Takes down Cypher, but a sliver of HP. So many goo mines. Man's going to throw him all over the place. Devils is coming alive in all chat as Diavoli come back alive into this one. 20 seconds left to go. Ducky going in through yellow. No choice here but to direct push in towards the side. Diffuser's cold. Ducky's gone. And with that, it's going to be Diavoli taking Consulate. 7-5 Passion. Certainly pushed towards the brink, but when it matters most, they get the job done and they look pretty darn good doing so.
Absolutely. This is what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. The beauty of the game when it comes down to Diavoli playing on that defensive side. And Scyther, man, this guy is just relentless. When it was Scyther and Mara playing on this map, it was a treat to watch. These two players, when they're playing the Mute and the Smoke, you can tell that they are indestructible. Their utility usage is perfect. There's always a good mute jammer placed in the position where they're going to be playing from, and like they always play across one another. So let's say if anything happens tomorrow, if he's getting pushed a little bit too far, you have a random canister just being shot from across the map right into his position so he can get out for free. Stuff like this doesn't happen often, and the team synergy and of course the communication, you could tell from this entire team was just pinpoint perfect. This is what you want to see from the side of Diavoli, and as they move forward into the into the tournament a little bit more into the qualifiers, this is just going to be even more better from them, and whoever faces off against Diavoli, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, that is going to be an incredibly tough one. Anyone going up against Diavoli, you know, if they had the game on or, you know, have heard the name before, I think they're going to be fearing Diavoli. Looking impeccable after that showing on Consulate. But for now, we are going to throw things off towards a very quick break. But don't worry, this is only the start. That was the round of 128. We're going all the way through to the grand final today. So there's plenty more Siege to come. So go grab a drink and come back in a couple of minutes because we're going to be back with our next game of the afternoon in just a couple of moments.
flags!
And we are back after a quick break with our next set of matches. I mean, these matches are going on constantly, one after another, and we are basically curating what we believe are some of the most exciting ones to look at in more detail. And I think we chose pretty well the first one, right?
Yeah, that first game was electric, and we were talking about it a little bit in between the match. While it did feel like Diavoli were in control for a lot of that game, it was a 7-5. It was extremely close, and I think if it wasn't for that run of basically 4 flawless Diavoli defenses, we might have been looking at an overtime or perhaps a different result entirely from that one. A very, very close game, a very well fought one by Wallace and Gromit, but unfortunately, it falls a little bit short there, and Diavoli take the lead and now get to move on towards their next match.
Absolutely. We're talking about Diavoli here quite a bit because Diavoli is going to be the one that we are going to be working through again. They're going to be going up against another squad, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a big one. Five Pillows is a squad that we don't really have a lot of information upon, but maybe they could give the members of Diavoli a run for their money, or it might be a pretty fast one because Five Pillows as a team, they don't really have a lot of track record in comparison to Diavoli.
Yep, and it is a big game also because the winner will then take on Team Secret Academy. So that is going to be one we very much will be looking forward to. So plenty of pressure on both teams. So guys, take it away. Hope we have energy for another one.
Thank you very much there, Verona. And as you say, hopefully we have another banger on our hands here, right, Aggressive, because the first match of the day delivered. The next one of the day, Team Secret Academy versus the winner of this one. That is almost certainly going to be delivering. If that one's anything less than 12 rounds or an overtime, I think I'm going to be disappointed. But we've got this game to get through first here, and as you say, it's going to be an interesting one. I think a bit of an uphill battle here for Five Pillows, whether they're going to have what it takes, because right now they could throw an entire curveball. They could safe bet for the side of Diavoli. Don't play something out of the ordinary. Go right back to basics, right back to the fundamentals, because you don't know who you're going to be facing up against, at least from our perspective. So play something simple, play something default, play Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's just a good old vanilla siege, right? A lot of people are going to say, hey, I love the flavor of vanilla. But for the members of Diavoli, this could be a double-edged sword because Five Pillows as a team, yeah, they don't have that big of track record behind them, but they could be the masters of Clubhouse. You never really know because a lot of teams, as soon as they form a team, they will, of course, just play this particular map, right? They will always start up with Clubhouse to use it as a litmus test to see whether or not the team is going to stick. So in a lot of ways, Five Pillows have a pretty good chance going up against Diavoli, but after what we witnessed in game number 1, I'm going to be on the much more... I'm going to be siding with my devil, saying that they don't have much of a chance. But again, if I'm pleasantly surprised, then of course, like, Five Pillows, you deserve to go up against Secret Academy.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's massive upset potential here. And I think for Five Pillows as well, it's going to be this idea of they've not played a game yet today. They got a bye during the round of 128. So one advantage that they are going to have, and probably half a reason why we're not seeing Consulate again, is because all 5 members of Five Pillows, they were able to sit, they were able to watch the previous match, watch how Diavoli play, learn from their mistakes, work out some potential weaknesses there, do a bit of opportunity spotting. So shifting up the battleground is a very good call there from the side of Diavoli. Keep things fresh because they full well know as well. Team Secret Academy, looking at the next game, they're going to have all eyes on this match. They're going to be watching this one to see what's going down, to see what they can be spotting, what they can take away from it. And, well, all we can hope to be taken away from this one is that it's going to be another banger because Clubhouse, I think all the maps in the pool is so default, so fundamental, as you said, it can go to overtime at any possible mark, right?
Absolutely. We're going to need to wait and see on which side this is going to be going for as well because Clubhouse just has, like, I would honestly say every single site on Clubhouse is incredible and has its own unique strategy. And of course, until you go to Bar. Bar is like a completely different story. And I would say the only site on Clubhouse that needs to be specialized and built upon if you want to ever pick up on it. But everything else just, it works really well. That's why this is one of the more fan favorite maps in the entire game. And if it ever drops out of the map pool, I'm pretty sure the entire community is going to start to riot.
Oh, I mean, it was bad enough, I think, when wasn't it Oregon got dropped out for Lair? That was not a fun day for anyone involved. Don't get me wrong, I'm a Lair enjoyer. I'm one of the few people that love Lair, and I'm actually quite glad it's in the pool. Oregon was getting a little stale, and I think Clubhouse is very rightly taken that spot, I think. You know, it's this default, it's this standard map, and it's going to be very interesting to see where things lie out with this one, of course. You know, it's even playing field. Operator bans come through now, fairly standard, fairly default. So we're just going to have to wait and see what this one's going to show us.
They're taking away a lot of these problematic extra bits of utility across the entire map as well, because they don't want to give a lot of the advantages towards the attackers here. As the members of Diavoli now, how did they want to brute force their way into this? Instant change-ups for the overall ops here. Zofia getting picked up here with the Grim and the double hard breach is pretty standard composition for the map of Clubhouse here, ladies and gentlemen. But what's going to be interesting is the Frost getting taken up onto the board as well. I'm really interested to see where the shield is going to be placed, because in a lot of ways, this one shield could just be the thing that makes it or breaks it for the side of 5 Pillows. Knowing Diavoli, I don't think they're going to be losing out on gunfights. It's purely going to be on the utility usage that they struggle from time to time.
Yeah, that's it. It's all of this utility they need to really be focusing on here. You know, as you say, Bandit played off the board. So these walls, as you're seeing in front of you, CCTV now, Jacuzzi getting opened up nice and easily. Sledge being brought along to get rid of these castle barricades. It's just good start from Diavoli. Good pace here. But what is an even better start for them there is let's go with Q9. Q9 gets taken off the board there by Aaron. A very, very good start there for Diavoli. Frost being removed. It's not too big of a loss, but it certainly is a player down. And it's now one that 5P Lu are going to have to work around.
I mean, that was a huge pickoff right off the bat as well from the sidelines. The Azami just goes in for the fat swing, but I think both players tried to go in for the kill together, and Lord's just... Hey, he just traded for Diavoli. He's such a good team.
Yeah, really helping Diavoli out there, and that's such a shame, because if 5P Lu would have got that one scot-free as Andrew wanted to try and make, well, then it suddenly would have been even playing fields. But with the man advantage in pocket, Diavoli are just going to brute force their way and decide shut out the side of 5P Lu, using those new destructible elements there to absolute perfection. Only rotation back in now is through Logi, and they're going to be aware of it. Chiao gets taken out of this one. 2 versus 4 situation. As Digi goes down, it's all up to Lords in a 1 versus 4. The position's been read. Does get a beautiful shot back towards Cypher, but low HP, UMP 45 in hand. The fuse is going down, and the round gone with it as Diavoli storm through this one and take their first.
Yeah, that one mistake really just came back to bite them. The Azami could have been so crucial and important for them here on this position. Seems as though a little bit of a technical hiccup here, ladies and gentlemen, but that's completely fine and dandy. We're going to be fixing that one up soon, but it kind of gives us an understanding of what we witnessed on game number 1, right? Diavoli just plays these maps out so differently in a lot of ways that it's always going to be a problematic situation, to say the very least. But for now, I do believe, like, as we're going to be jumping on back into this round, the members of 5 Pillows need to just calm down those nerves. I think they're a little bit more nervous than they should be, and they're trying a little bit too hard to go up against the opponent. You need to take your time, understand what your opponents are trying to do first, and then opt to go in for very aggressive strategies. Because if you try to be aggressive right off the bat, especially up against a team that are known to be aggressive as well, because you saw their match, I'm pretty sure that they were doing some form of research before this map really started, so you know they love to play aggressive. You need to take things slow, because if you don't, you're gonna be in for it.
Yeah, that's it. You have to just calm down. I mean, I get it. Diavoli are an incredibly scary team, and especially after some of the rounds on Concert, I would be a bit terrified too. But it's just holding that composure, not giving away those freebies there, because 5P Lu, there were certainly signs that they can compete in this one there, and well, it is only 1 round, and that's the thing. It's Clubhouse. If any map's going to go back and forth in this game, it's going to be this one right here. So for 5P Lu, just that reset, give things another go. For Diavoli, well, it seems like we're seeing another lineup, obviously back up towards the same bedroom gym site. So very much it's going to be just, I think, a lot of the same. Get the walls open, get these breaches. Obviously, you've got the mute jammers to deal with this time, but pocket EMPs available. They're not going to be slowing things down ever too much. So for Diavoli, it's just going to be that calm, collected, slow push through the map. Very pacey, very aggressive. And a good shot there from Cypher as well. Takes down Chiao. And that's already, yet again, another good opener for the side of Diavoli.
That's a big one for them to find as well. They're able to open up all of these walls so beautifully as well. This Termite just pretty much doing whatever the hell he wants, waiting for these positions.
But spots for them to find drone work already being given, but they don't even care. They're just jumping in for free. One player is going to be playing from the side of Jim. I'm wondering if they do know the exact position. Feet already spotted. Nade coming through. They know the position, and it's going to be Devil to go in for the instantaneous kill. Map control galore for the members of Diavoli. And 5 Pillows, they're just looking like sheep being corralled into the slaughterhouse.
And this is the issue right now, I think, for 5 Pillows. You know, same time his rounds played out, they've both played similarly. Hold on a minute, pause that 4. 2 quick kills go back the other way. Diavoli now in a 2 versus 3 as Q9 picks up another. And what looked like a very convincing round for Diavoli. Same strat, same result. Well, not looking so likely anymore. Already runs blindly into Q9, who's now got a double. In sight with no clue. Devils get shut down, and just as we were highlighting how this one might be a repeat of round number 1, it's quite the opposite. As 5 Pilu, they get one back, tie us up 1 apiece, and I think there for Diavoli, trying the same thing twice. We saw it on Consulate punished them. We're seeing it here on Clubhouse yet again. Even when you think you're in the advantage, you've got to keep diversifying, because if you keep repeating the same things, it gets read into, and that happens. You just get punished.
Absolutely. What I loved about this particular round as well is the instantaneous rotation from the Asami over towards Logi office, because she found that gap, right? None of the members of Diavoli were creating any form of pressure over towards Logi. That means that he could have played in that power position absolutely for free. He has full control of Jacuzzi. He has full access to the players that are trying to rush in towards the bedroom side from the breach on bathroom. And his player that's sitting inside the gym, if he dies, he needs to be cleared out completely by utilizing a lot of utility and active nades as well. As soon as they get those kills, they're going to be like, oh, bedroom's completely open. But don't forget, you still have to worry about Logi. 5 Pillows, they played the map out a lot more better, and Diavoli just, they got overconfident. Like, this was a pure game where they were overconfident in their overall approach, and they were like, oh, we're going to be fine. We're going to run over them. But no, this is a reality check that they needed to get here, because Diavoli now, I do believe they're going to be playing a lot more seriously and bringing out their strategies that we know them for. But look at the 3 Jaeger ADSs just waiting there, giving Azabi like infinite control. They do have the capital to try and flush him out, but without a Monty, this is going to be a little bit tough for them to walk up on the stairs.
Yeah, and obviously as well, the recent changes, you know, Capital boats do get caught out by the ADS devices with CJX as well. So suddenly that position becomes a lot more defendable with behind those keeper barricades with those ADSs, and it can look to be a very much a power position that needs to be held here. But it is going to be reliant on a player like Lords here in Lounge, not allowing the pressure to capitulate, and that's exactly what happens. Devils gets taken down there. Another early pick, but this time it's gone the other way. Good start, dream start arguably for 5 Pilu here as they shut down the Zofia. No pressure to be applied from below, and well, Lords can continue to play this position.
Gonna be in a good spot here, that's for certain. So overall, a calm before the storm once again as they're expecting the overall fight. And did you just bait your team there?
Possibly, but you know what?
It worked out, right?
Yeah, you know what? They're in effectively 4 versus 2 aerials down on the floor. I mean, you are outside the building. Should be recoverable there. Will indeed do so. So effectively 3 versus 4 here. Marantz has taken a little bit of damage. Aerial worse off for wear as well. 1:20 left to go. You know, despite Lords being slightly baited out there, it's a good situation right now for 5 Pilu. They have a man advantage. More importantly, they still have these power positions. Rafter's not been cleared. There's not a lot of pressure from Diavoli right now. This attack's fallen a little bit flat, and it just seems to be flatlining full out as Marantz goes down 2 versus 4. It's all up to Cypher there as Q9 finds another outside of CCTV breach. A miracle is going to be needed. A miracle will not be found. And 5 Pilu, much to I think a lot of people's surprise here, they're going to be taking the lead.
This was a very surprising round coming in from the members of 5 Pillows, and never mind, I do believe that a possible upset could just happen, ladies and gentlemen. We could be writing off the members of 5 Pillows a little bit too early here. But then again, they are going to be starting off on the defensive side, and we have seen that Diavoli on the defensive end is what really causes a lot of those problems. But their attack side, yeah, it's a bit lackluster in a lot of situations, and with the Habana getting banned out as well, a lot of these hatches are going to be very difficult to open. Kaid not being on the board, so the members of Diavoli do have an easy opening, but I don't know what was the game plan here. Why did they take out the Hibana in this particular instance? Yeah, they're going to be going into church and arsenal room, but there are other ways to open up the hatches.
Yeah, there are other ways, and certainly I think the Hibana obviously would make things easiest to do, but for the side of 5P, they're not even really playing too much towards the impact trick. I think that's just a general safe plan right there, to be fair to you. And, you know, I think that's the right call to make. Obviously, it is Clubhouse. It's more about the macro. I feel sometimes, that especially the way this one's shaping up here, it's the big strategies, the big plays. Just play the safe bans. You don't need to go for anything too hyper-specific right now. From the defense, obviously, Diavoli getting rid of the mirror, it is going to make this basement a little harder to hold on to. I definitely feel that ban's going to be a lot more impactful for the remainder of this half here. And already, I'm getting excited by this fort here. Q9 on the Valkyrie. We saw the damage the Valkyrie could do on Consular. We're going to be seeing the same thing yet again here. Got the black eye cameras, kitchen. It's going to be a walking minefield.
Gonna need to see where they're gonna go for this one here. But 5 Pillows, they've kind of extended themselves out. It's a very generic hold on the map of Clubhouse too, right? It's not anything of a rocket science level of strategy. The Deimos does have the scan over onto the Legion at the bare minimum. As they're rushing their way in. Wait a second, never mind. How deep is he? The Blitz is just inside. The Deimos ran it as well. What the hell just happened, Diavoli?
Diavoli just decided... They just decided to stop playing around and decided to full send it, and the send seems to be working. Lords is dropped, Chow and Q9, all that remaining. A 2 versus 4, diffuser's going down. They have the red pings, they have the information, but a couple of windy shots give the room for the diffuser to go down, and it drops to a 1 versus 4 there. Mats with one, Ulrad with another, and Diavoli, just like that, say enough is enough and just send it into the objective and send it back into a tie. Okay.
How do you break down this round even, Travi? You had the Blitz running from blue. He just W'd his way through a barbed wire. He didn't care. He ran towards our Lord and Savior. He prayed to the gods, and he just... I can't explain this round. Welcome to the Voltage series, ladies and gentlemen, where anything can happen.
Welcome on in. This is shaping up to be a game. This is certainly shaping up to be a game. I mean, this is the thing. I'm just sitting here. I've got my notebook in hand, just scribbling down a couple of bits. And I look up, and I'm just like, hold on a minute. They're knocking on the door of the objective with 30 seconds in. Like, what? Where'd that one come from? Diavoli shifted up the game plan, but the shift up does seem to work. 5P Ludo, they can now return to this top floor bomb site, and they have made it work 50-50 on it so far. Whether they're going to be able to capitalise on the success of it, I think before it was Diavoli, it was that tempo control that I think really made them struggle on this objective. 1 minute is too fast, next minute they're getting overconfident, sending it all in through Jacuzzi. Not a good gamble the second time around. So for this time, I think they need to find a steadier rhythm just to carry them through, play it towards their game plan, and not perhaps just get jumpy because they think they've seen something.
Gonna need to see where this is gonna go here, Diavoli. They really showcase their worth for that last particular round, but that is not something that's gonna be working out every single time. You need to have a little bit more room to play for. The Deimos now getting picked up after the third phase of those bans because they didn't really want to give away the fact that, yeah, there's a good chance we might be playing the Deimos here to really clear out on a lot of these roams. Plus, the Deimos is like an adaptation because they knew that the Azami from the side of Andrew was causing a lot of problems previously. So if they're able to get a scan on her and track her out as early as possible, it's going to be tough for the opening to come through. Frost again being an absolute menace to society. The shield working wonders for them for those particular sidelines. Jump through across, and the Frost still is going to be able to find the kills. Whereas the drone, you need to clear out this position because you're just giving this Frost kills for free.
And look at the 2 operators you've lost. The Deimos, the Grim, 2 operators that you need to go hunting because that's still the phase of the round we're in right now for the side of Diavoli. They need to try and hunt down these players on the extension. And the 2 key operators you've got for dislodging those positions, they're sent to an early retirement. 3 versus 4 right now. Diavoli need to find a way back into this one. And really, it's all on to Devils here to try and find something from this position. They have the idea on both the players playing towards the eastern side of the map, but it's not so much about knowing they're there. It's more about how do you actually go about removing them from this position, because Q9's on an absolute tear so far this game. 5 and 2 looking to try and claim another as Devils is just picking for pieces and scraps here, but nothing's going to be found. Eventually shut down by the Azami, and this one's just not working out too well. Maritz gets caught out trying to take Frostmat. Cypher hops on in straight to his demise, and 5 Pilu looking as good as ever as they hold on to their lead.
Again, they're just underestimating their opponents after what happened in that last round. You can tell Diavoli, this is not how they play. They're just like running around like headless chickens in this particular round. It was like, again, going back to the thing that you sometimes say, it's just champions versus coppers, because 5 Pilos just played like champions. They had better positioning. They were holding onto the lines of sight proper. Who in their right minds goes through a breach like that? You vaulted through a breach when you knew someone was holding onto Red Sears. Why?
Yeah. I think it's it's two things for me, right? I think it's partially a lack of respect from Diavoli. I think they underestimated, as you know, I'm going to stick my hands up and say, I underestimated this 5 Pilu lineup on paper. I honestly did not anticipate this one being the banger that is shaping up to be. 5 Pilu have beyond impressed my expectations right now. Incredibly impressed with what I'm seeing from them. And right now, I think Diavoli, they're going to be shaking in their boots because I think they might have been going into the game with a similar mentality, and it's not gone to plan. They've now got a challenge in front of them, and I start to worry more about the stamina, right? It's a long day for the players, you know, especially as us, because they can't treat it slowly. They've got to be at 100% constantly. They've just had an absolute scorcher of a game against Wallace and Gromit. 5 Pilu are giving them a run for their money, and whoever plays and wins this one, you've got Team Secret Academy, formerly Les Galerians, to go up against. That is a massive opponent, and this stage is just not slow down for them.
This is just problem after problem, ladies and gentlemen. You don't really want to be in a position like this, because Diavoli, any other mistakes that they make here will be put onto the limelight tenfold here. But for now, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. Diavoli, again, playing for the much more simpler lines of sight and the setup that they have done previously. Not really taking any form of a risk just yet. Garage control yet to be established from their sidelines as well. They're trying to go in and find the opening here. Lord finally gets shut down. That's going to be a big pickup for them for the first initial opening. And this Deimos is running amok across the entire server. He still has 2 more scans that he can play for. And if they play it right, they have ample amounts of time. Mind you, 2 minutes left on the clock. Do not take a risky fight. Wait for the Deimos scans, gain the information, and then opt to go in for those duels. Because Diavoli, now they need this round. And they need this equalizer to stop a 2.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
do they have no, they have no idea. Oh no, Digi, you're looking the wrong way. Oh no! Oh no! Rebels finds it. Ariel commits suicide with a frag grenade. Aaron finds one back. 3 versus 3. Calamity on the final round and a half. But Devils is coming up massive. Cypher with another. All up to Q9. I'm not sure what we've just witnessed. Rainbow Six Siege at its very finest. 1 minute 20 seconds left to go. The Valkyrie's going to be blind, fighting for her life, but not for long. Quad kill for Devils, and maybe despite a misthrown frag grenade, a good closeout to the half there from the side of Diavoli, and we end it on 3-3 even split.
I think he has to be playing on 4-3, because if you play on 4-3, if you see a head of a player right on the edge of the pixel, you can't really see it properly, because on 4-3 it's stretched out so much that you're gonna think it's a railing instead. We saw it because this is on 16:9, but I'm pretty sure Digi did it. Oh god, this has gotta hurt so much. That 1 kill pretty much could have guaranteed them this entire round, because if, let's say, 5 Pillows got that kill, this would have been an instantaneous turnaround, because all their members would have been taking a lot more of defensive positions as soon as that kill happened. But instead, Diavoli got that opener, and all of the players just started to scramble to try and maybe find a trade or try to equalize that man advantage.
Yeah, and that's it. It's just a scramble, just a messy round, all things considered. But now, this is where I think you said it a bit earlier, sort of in the half there, Aggressive, about what happens when we get Diavoli's defense, because we saw it on Consulate. A nightmare for Wallace and Gromit to deal with. 4 quick rounds in very quick succession, and, well, it doesn't take a genius to work out 4 quick rounds from Diavoli here. 7-3, close out the game. 5 Pilu, they can't let Diavoli start building up the momentum and build rounds here, because it's been blow for blow for blow so far. And for 5 Pilu, it either needs to be dominance from them, or it needs the continuation of trading out rounds, because Diavoli, they're going into where they're comfortable right now, and now the hunters might just become the hunted.
It's going to be interesting, to say the very least. Both sides are equalized for this entire half, but Knowing Diavoli and what they can do on this defensive side, I'm kind of worried what 5 Pillows have in store for us. A pretty standardized setup, but never mind, not a standardized setup because I didn't notice this. A sense will get picked up with the Ying, so they're probably looking for a full-scale rush strat, similar to what the members of Diavoli did, but with a lot more utility to back it up.
Oh, Ariel, don't be teasing us like this. Don't be treating us to something. No, okay. I think nothing's going to happen from that one, and I'm glad so. You know, this one, I want to see what 5Pilu have to cook up here, because as you say, it's a very spicy lineup they're bringing. The Ram, the Boogie drones, you've got the Dokkaebi, the Yings, the Senses. This round, if it's one thing, I think Chaos is probably the best way to describe it from the attack, but then that's provided you can get in the positions, because Diavoli, incredibly extended right now. You've got Cypher playing bar, Devils all the way up on the top floor. A lot of presence throughout the map right now, but the roamers aren't going to be needed. Marit's from below, from the objective, takes down Lords, and that's your shield gone.
I need to see where this Boogie's going to treat them here. Will it open up a good line of sight for them overall? It's going to be a tough call for them to make. The rush is just not going to be working. They tried to go in for the setup, but their players are just falling like flies. That's a Ying now taken off of the table, so you can't really even drop down from the hatch, even if you want to. They know the positions of one of the players are going to be towards the side of the bar room. Logic Bomb in hand. He needs to make this call as quickly as he possibly can, because his teammate could just be on the receiving end of a lot of hurt and a lot of pain if they're not careful. Bookie again utilized to cause a little bit more pressure, but 5 Pillows, they're kind of done for in this particular engagement.
Yeah, that's it. It's when you have a strategy like this, you have a very limited set of tools available to you. You know, you have that one goal in mind, and if you don't achieve it, it's not a diverse lineup. It's not that jack of all trades. It's a master of one, and if you can't commit to that one, it's very difficult to close out the round. But, you know, utility's one thing, shooting's another. Q9 there takes down Ariel, who's had an unusually quiet game so far, but it doesn't matter because Cypher just continues to hammer home on the opponents. 2 versus 4 right now. 5Pilu in an incredibly difficult spot, split up, but a beautiful one-tap on towards Marat, but no, misthrow of the ROU. Devil takes the opportunity. All up to Digi now, 1 versus 3, and, well, direct trade there, down to the player, and Diavoli going to start to show us what they've got on the defense.
I need to see where this is going to go. The members of 5 Pillows, they just felt the pressure of Diavoli, right, on the defensive side. Yeah. This team just looks like a completely different roster as soon as you roll them around on that defensive side. You can tell where most of that scrim preparation and that back-end work really went to. Diavoli, they feel like a well-oiled machine on this particular side. And this is not something that's out of the ordinary either. Most teams kind of focus on one particular side where they're really strong in. Either it's the defensive side or it's on the attack. Most teams, they focus on the defense. Well, very few teams are a lot more stronger on that attack end. Diavoli following the first initial bit, but for 5 Pillows, we're yet to see that adaptation coming through. They understand now what Diavoli are trying to do for the overall plays, and honestly speaking, on a 3-3 scoreline, that's where you try to experiment a lot. Even if you lose out on a round, it's not the end of the world, because you still have so many more rounds to try and stop Diavoli from running away with this. But with a much more standardized setup now coming through for the second floor, what's the game plan here? Because 5 Pillows, they could be making a massive mistake here if they're trying to go in for an OSA plan with the glass. Are they going to jump in from gym bedroom window?
Possibly. I mean, you know what? In my mind, how do you beat a team like Diavoli? They have 2 things that stand out to me: experience and the firepower. So what do you need to do? You need to catch them off guard. You need to shoot them where they're not looking. You need to do things that they're not going to expect to see coming. You try and play default against Diavoli, and I think most teams Diavoli will be able to take down. You need to get a bit creative. You need to bring something that's a little bit out of the ordinary just to throw them off guard. And well, this OSA strat might just be the answer to that one. But, of course, you're going to have to get towards that objective first. Castle Barricade's going to remain shut for the time being, but reaches elsewhere, proving to be a little bit more successful. Can opener towards Jacuzzi. And 5Pilu start to shape up how they want to do this one.
I need to wait and see where they're going to go with this one. A little bit of an opening. They have all of the castle barricades now opened up, but the real question is, with the C4s in hand, this is going to be an even more of a bigger problem. The OSA shield being utilized to gain some early bouts of information on whether or not they're going to be able to hold on to these positions. Play it slow, play it smart. The members of Diavoli, they're just playing for time. because they know that 5 Pillows, they're not going to be the ones risking this overall engagement. Smokes in hand for the glass to really set up the positioning. He jumps in a little bit too early. Where's your smoke? Devils just get that kill for free. He looks for the kill. He's just not going to be able to find it. Scyther instead is able to tread the needle out even more better. That's the for you, ladies and gentlemen, causing all the damage. And now Diavoli, they already have the 2-man advantage. They don't even need to do anything anymore. They can fall asleep on the side for all I care, because for them, this round could all but be over. But never mind, Q9 makes it a little bit more even. 3v4 now across the entire map as 5 Pillows, they're working their way in towards server.
Yeah, that's it. It's a very split approach there. I'm not sure why we're sending players into the objective to plant when we still got players trying to get through CCTV. Or playing it close with the shotgun, finds one on towards Lords, 2 versus 4. Swings out, tries to get another, can't quite find it. Andrew takes their 9th of the game, looking to try and get 10, and it's going to need to be a massive clutch up here. 2 versus 3, 45 seconds left to go, make it a 1 versus 3. The Ossa we talked about left all on her lonesome here. And the position's known, the game plan's been given away, and I don't think Diavoli want to tempt fate here. They respect their opponents, and they'll just wait for someone to walk into the cross, mop it up, and now they're starting to build that lead back for themselves. For the first time since the second round, Diavoli are really starting to build up some confidence here.
Yeah, like that initial play, like again, 5 Pillows had a pretty good idea. I already told you, right? They were gonna try to jump in through the gym window, but what I didn't expect is that he missed his smoke. I don't know if he missed the smoke, or was it because of the destructible object on the side that the smoke got destroyed. Either or happened because the smoke didn't fully appear. That's something maybe we're going to need to look at the replays for. God knows what happened there, but a little bit unlucky, I would say, for the members of 5 Pillows, but Hakuna Matata, because they still have at least one more round for themselves before match point does happen.
Yeah, that's it. You've still got rounds to play with now. You're going towards the tertiary. This is where 5 Pilu, they can start to look to try and get themselves some rounds here. I'm not overly concerned yet. I think if this round goes the way of Diavoli, then I start to worry a little bit. But right now, this one is still a fairly open game here. Don't get me wrong, Diavoli are looking mighty good on the defense, bringing much of their strides over from Consulate. But right now, for 5 Pilu, I think they're just trying to work out how exactly to make Diavoli start to show those cracks, because we saw it a little bit on Consulate. Diavoli, they can be pressured out. They can be, you know, when the pressure mounts, they can show those cracks. For 5 Pilu, it's just working out how to get to that spot.
We're going to need to see where this one's going to go for them. Another chat and an opportunity presented. As you can tell that the members of Diavoli taking a little bit more of a back-ended approach as they spread themselves out quite a lot. As they're looking to see if this mirror can easily block off the opening. Oh yeah, the Thermite can't really go in for a free fight anymore. He can't even place down his Thermite charge in this exact position. He needs to go for an upside down repel and then open up the wall with the Thermite. This was a pretty smart plan coming out from Mira to just waste a little bit more time from the attackers overall. And with the Roteros now opening up the frontal ends of this garage wall, this Monty is just an absolute nuisance to society. He's just going to be chilling out over on this angle, and poor old Azami's just not going to be able to do anything. That's a big catch. Devil takes a back seat, and that's going to be the opener from the sidelines as well. Alder immediately finds an instantaneous trade-off, 4v4 across the entire map, and Diavoli, they still look to be in control.
Yeah, that's it. But the key positions are being held right now. Rafters is the way. No way area, unfortunately, misses those ones. And it's going to just facilitate a bit of presence in towards the objective. But because of that mirror window from earlier, the breach is still a bit of a numb-and-a-nar moment. And there's no way in for 5 Pilu, meaning all that ground they've just secured, they can't really do anything with it. And it's going to give Diavoli the opportunity to try and at least contest some of it back. And the momentum's going to stall for the attack right here. Minute 15 seconds left to go here. And while some key positions are held by the attack, there's a couple of defensive players still lurking in the back of the mind of 5 Pilu. Ulrad going for run-outs, Marat's playing up east stairs, and this is one of those situations where 5 Pilu, they may look in a good spot, but they need to find that extra little X factor to get it over the line, because the X factor for the side of Diavoli right now, it's Cypher. Takes down Lords there, the Thermite off the board with 50 seconds to go.
They're just dropping like flies. Forget about Thermite. Everyone from the side of 5 Pillows is just being brought down onto their knees. The overall defensive side coming in from the members of Diavoli looks to be absolutely incredible. The players, they're everywhere. It's like going up against your inner demons. You have no idea where they're going to be popping out from or what they're going to be doing. And that's exactly what the members of Diavoli are trying to pull off. 3 to 6, ladies and gentlemen. You still have that saving grace of the bans coming through, right? So you can pick something to take away from Diavoli's hands to make this attack side a little bit better. But honestly speaking, if the Monty gets taken off of the table right now, how do you even try to fight against them? And I'm pretty sure, knowing Diavoli, they're going to be banning out on the Monty. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
It's the Ram instead. They're going to be taking Basement Church,
Okay.
right? So Ram ban.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. Ram turn this basement into a little bit of a fortress and just anchor that objective hard. I think that's the game plan for Diavoli right here. They're anticipating the rush. They've got the Warden to deal with any utility thrown their way. FNAT mines as well at the Fenrir. Diavoli, I think they know what to expect from this round here. It's going to be a lot for 5 Pilu to try and subvert the expectations here, I feel. Diavoli have a very good read onto the situation at hand, a very good read on what this next round is going to look like, and I feel like it's a massive mountain for 5 Pilu to try and find a way through this one, because right now, I think they've been read into a little bit. Diavoli know what to expect, and that comfortability makes them play at 11. It makes them play so good.
Don't really know what to expect coming out from them either. Diavoli, now that they have taken away one of the strongest vertical plays that you can do in this particular map, how do they want to fight into it? Are they going to utilize the Ash maybe with a couple of those breach charges to open up the entirety of that flooring so they can go in for a couple of vertical shots? Digi has picked up on the Deimos as well to maybe get a couple of those scans and even play for the verticals, but this is desperation at this point because Pillow, they know for a fact that they're just in a tough spot. And how do you even get out of this? Because one good kill coming in from the members of Diavoli and it's all but over. Pillows, they need to make sure that all of their members stay alive for this initial engagement, and they're the ones who get the opening frag here.
Yeah, that's it. It's all in this opening start to this one. But I think Diavoli, you know, bar the 1 or 2 players lurking about, they have the right idea playing reserved, but then they've got the backstab there. Devils all the way up on the top floor, does get one, but good response from 5 Pilu to take him back down. Q9 catches him back. So at least it's going to be equalised going into this final one. But you've lost the Ash there. That's anything to deal with perhaps, you know, utility getting floors open without the Ram. All of that, that's not going to be available to you anymore. The vertical game is going to be very hard to work with here for the side of the attack. So they're going to need to find another way through to this one. Deathmark Trackers is straight on Cypher in the objective, so no real benefit to it. All eyes are currently on Aerial, I feel. How long can he hold on to this lounge area? Because the clock is the name of the game right here. You do have a lot of players and a lot of pressure mounting, but until 5 Pilu make the move on in, they're not going to be able to really capitalise on towards this objective, and they're chasing ghosts on the top floor right now.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of time for this overall engagement. The hatch is still to be open. Kitchen control not even present. They know that even if they take kitchen control, they can't really do anything because they can't play for the vertical lines of sight. The problems just keep on arising at each and every turn. The members of Diavoli now are just chilling inside of the site. There's nothing else that you could do.
Yeah, C4's got to go. Goes the wrong direction, not going to be able to find itself, and with it the kitchen hatch will be open. But as you say there, Grace, if it's one of these situations where 5 Pilu, they can push in, but there's just no pressure right now. It's silent. I can hear the tumbleweeds right now. This attack, there's no basis for it to really push on in. It's just going to be the 4 versus 4 straight shootout. Whoever wins the gunfights wins the round. It's as simple as that. I think that's all it's going to be as this one sort of dwindles on down. And I think in this position, when there's no pressure on them at all, that's where Diavoli shine at their brightest, and that's when they're going to be able to watch this one out. Here the player dropping towards Moto, have the yellow pings onto it. Cypher does get taken down, but of course that Chow gets one. Aerial does find Digi, 2 versus 3 here, but 20 seconds left to go. No choice but to funnel in through doorways in towards Church, spearheaded by the shield. Can they get the plant down? Because they're going to need to. Aerial making sure it's difficult to do. Marats as well finds Q9. 2 versus 2, all onto Lords to cover this defuse, but they know about the player planted. A flank from Marats. The fuse has gone down. Unless Chow can pull some magic, this one's surely done, as it will be. Marats yet again steps up big. Huge triple kill within that round, and a 7-3 victory for Diavoli, as they just yet again look untouchable on defense.
their overall setup on that defensive side is just immaculate to see. They knew one thing, right? As soon as they took out the Ashe, they knew they didn't have to fight anymore, because who else is going to be playing from that vertical line of sight? You didn't bring a buck for your own team. You were just banking on the fact that, hey, my Ashe is going to stay alive up till the very end. She's going to be the one who opens up all of the flooring, utilizing the breach charges, and then we have some form of vertical pressure at the end of the day, and that's all that she wrote. You took out the Ashe, and Diavoli's like, oh, they can't play vertical anymore. Yeah, let them take the hatches. We don't give a damn, because as long as the hatches are open, what do we even have to worry about? Yeah, he tosses a nade, we can just run away from it. That's the reality of the situation. Diavoli, they're playing the macro game out beautifully.
Yeah, they just had such a read, I feel, onto that final defense. You saw it from the get-go. Diavoli, it felt like they just had the script sat here right in front of them, just ready, reading it, knowing exactly what's going to happen. 5P, I've got to give them credit, because especially during that first half, it was looking like we might have another banger on our hands here, unfortunately. But the defenses of Diavoli just too strong to survey. So, with that being said and done, Diavoli, their qualifier dreams are still alive. Unfortunately for 5P, it will be an early exit for them, but they put up a good fight, and there's still one more qualifier to go. But for us, there's plenty more games to come, plenty more action, so don't go anywhere, folks, because we'll be back with our third game of the afternoon in a couple of moments. Dance.
I think so far we are 2 for 2 when it comes to choosing exciting games to cover, because they're both amazing, and I think the audience at home are getting a real good taste of what the Voltage series is all about so far in this qualifier.
Yeah, the two games we've had so far this afternoon have been nothing short of amazing. From that first Diavoli, Wallace and Gromit game on Construct going to all the distance in regulation, to that second game there, Team 5 Pilu versus Diavoli yet again. You know, having that tease at the start of something great did fizzle out a little bit towards the end. The only thing we've not had today so far is an overtime. But I think if any match is going to be delivering it so far, I think this one is the highest likelihood. Isn't that right, Aggressive?
It's Secret Academy going up against Diavoli. Like, we're riding a Diavoli train up till the very end, it seems, but there's a reason for it, because we kind of hyped up this particular game previously when we were just about to start game number 2 as well. It's Secret Academy. Like, we have to watch this game. There's no way that the audience is gonna let us live if we don't do this one on stream. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Diavoli going up against Secret Academy in front of your screen soon enough. And I'm so excited for this one, because you guys have hyped up Secret Academy so much that I want to see this roster, and I want to see exactly what they're bringing onto the table.
Yep, I mean, they are, of course, an academy team of a well-known organization, but it's also the players inside. How about guys like Alems, who's won plenty of stuff with BDS? How about guys like Jax and Frenchie from teams like ENCE and what else were they part of? FearX, I believe, as well. There's so much talent on here, and they're going to do everything to really showcase that for you today. So, I mean, we are still sticking with Diavoli, but there's a reason for that, because this will be a legendary matchup. So, guys, for the third time today, take it away.
Thank you there very much, Rhoda. As you say, it's going to be one of these absolute banger matches today. I think this is going to be one of the entire qualifiers, let alone just today. And the fact that we're being treated to this what's quite early on in the afternoon, because, you know, you got to keep in mind, we're not even halfway through the day yet. We've done 2 out of 7 games so far. This is our third. And for it, we're going to be heading towards Bank as our map pick for today. Of course, we're still best of ones all the way on through. So still that coin flip, but there's 2 fairly sort of standardish maps, you know, Chalet there. Bank, definitely the lesser of the 2. There's definitely some more wild cards that can happen on Bank. And all I'm going to say is I'm just appreciating Diavoli. We've been stuck through them. We stuck with them all day. And they're keeping things fresh for us. They're keeping us entertained. They're giving us new maps, not doing the traps that I feel we sometimes fall into on these qualifiers where it's just clubhouse after clubhouse after clubhouse.
I mean, there's a reason why most people just want to pick Clubhouse, especially in the BO1 series, because you don't want to do anything risky, right? On a BO3, at least you have that safety net being like, oh, let's pick up Console, and maybe we can pick up Lair as well, or even pick up Skyscraper and try to do something spicy for the first initial game or the second map in particular, if you know you're not going to be able to win out on the first one. There's always something in a BO3, but in a BO1, very few teams would ever step out of that comfort zone. And you can tell that Diavoli, they have a very diverse map pool, and at the end of the day, that's exactly what you want to see. But going up against Team Secret, they don't just have a diverse map pool, they have a diverse set of experiences on that team. They have players that have played in the tier 1 level. They have players that have had so much time to really focus on what Siege is from the very beginning of year 1 up till now on Siege X as well. So Diavoli, they have their work cut out for them, but that's kind of the thing. In this tier 2 scene, there are a lot of teams that can even give the tier 1 players from any of the other teams a run for their money. And Diavoli could just be one of them, just purely based upon their teamwork. If they are on the defensive side, mind you, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Now, Team Secret, if they are going to be on the side of attack, they need to get at the bare minimum of 5 rounds for themselves, because knowing Diavoli, that defensive side is... Sorry, not on that end, sorry. They need to get at the bare minimum of 5 rounds on the defensive half of Team Secret, because Diavoli, as soon as they swap over the sides, that's where this team is just really going to be causing a lot more of the pressure.
Yeah, and it's the sides the same way as it has been throughout the entirety of the day. Diavoli are going to start the first half on the attack, move towards the defense in the second lot of the game. So very much what we're used to seeing from them. Nothing too crazy out of the ordinary here. And just what excites me about this is just, as you say, the caliber, the experience. Absolutely. This is a match worthy of a grand final. This is a match worthy of being our final game of the day. And I'm looking at the point standings from both from last week. Team Secret Academy knocked out in quarters. I believe that was a forfeiture because they had to go and play something else. So it wasn't an elimination, but it was less points than they would have wanted. Diavoli, they only got 10 points. So I think both teams would have wanted a little bit of a lot more points than they were able to get. In the other day's qualifiers, they would probably be a little bit disappointed with only being able to secure 25 and 10 sort of between each. So they're going to have to get through one or the other. One of these teams is going to be faced up with disappointment yet again. One of these teams is going to get the opportunity to go on further. And in my opinion, it's going to be one of these matches where whoever wins this, I'm going to put them as a forerunner for today's qualifier. I'm going to put them up at the front and go, they're a very impeccable looking team, especially as I don't believe we have Geeke running around today. So there's a lot more, there's a lot more of a tight contention, I feel, for that top spot without Geeke running the show. And I think this one is definitely going to be a match of the afternoon potential here.
Absolutely. Team Secret Academy pretty much should be the team that make it through because statistically, of course, they are the roster that should make it happen. But that's kind of the thing. Like, Diavoli, for the first time, it may sound weird, but they're going to be the underdogs of this story. A lot of teams in this entire tournament, especially in this particular qualifiers, should not be able to take them down just because of how good this roster is. But that's not going to be a reality in this case whatsoever because they're going up against one of the best teams here for a reason. I do believe that it's going to take a little bit longer here, ladies and gentlemen, for the setup to really come through. And we're going to be heading on down over into a very short little break as the teams are having some problems. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more R6 action for the Voltage series.
bearing with us during that tech pause, folks. We are right back into it. Luckily, there was not really too much to left off. We're getting right into the start of this one, and what's hopefully going to be an all-time classic. Diavoli versus Team Secret Academy here, going head-to-head each other on Bank for a best-of-1 to continue on their dreams in qualifier number 2. And also, we've already sped through that. Operator ban's already done and dusted, taken off the board. Aggressive, what are your thoughts on these ones?
I just want to ride the show. I'm not going to say anything about these two teams right now because Secret Academy is one particular team that I just want to witness with my eyes first. No matter what happens here on the map of Bank, we are going to be in for a treat. Every single one of these players, they know what they are capable of. They know for a fact that they are here to just take this win. And Diavoli, knowing them, they have to pull out on all the stops here for this particular attack side because going up against Secret Academy, yeah, I already know that Diavoli are going to have an incredible defensive half, but this one attack, just if they're going to be able to get 2 rounds, not even 1, just like not even 3, just 2, this could be a game where they are the winners. If they're going to be able to take out Secret Academy, that's going to be a massive upset.
That indeed it could be, and as we were sort of saying beforehand, you know, both these teams haven't really had perhaps the tournament that they've wanted so far. You know, qualifier number 1 being cut short for various reasons, and my big concern for Secret is their track record on Bank recently. I'm referring to Combine, another one of the tier 2 competitions we have going at the minute, and Secret, their attacking record on Bank isn't the most impressive thing in the world. They lost to Team SBL, and then they had a very close overtime game against TV8 in Combine. So Secret, they've certainly been pressured on Bank before, but they're looking to apply the pressure the other way as Marto goes for one out towards Ulrad. Can't quite find the pick. Both players taking a little bit of damage there off the board, but as I say, the stage is set for this one to be quite exciting, and there is potential for Diavoli to upset the status quo here.
Yikes. That could have been an opener there already, but the Azami being able to live and just get out of that sticky situation is a big call for them. But look at the amount of space that they were able to cover. Positions just so much better. That's going to be aerial. Good for the opening kill, but the trades are just beautiful coming in from the members of Secret Academy. No matter what situation they're in, they're going to be answering back in kind. Every position now opened up. Exothermic charges to utilize to break through these hatches. But the thing is, there's so much more open space that they have to play for Secret Academy. They have such a good defensive hold on each and every one of these positions. Martin's going to be able to find a free kill over towards the side of Devils. That's 2v4 now across the entire map. And you can tell that Diavoli, they're struggling on this attack side. Known to be the case here, but you would expected them to put up a little bit more of a fight, but the members of Secret Academy on this defensive side, ooh boy, their hold looks to be indestructible.
Yeah, crossfire after crossfire after crossfire, all up to Cypher, but it's going to be LMs, 2 players that have been in T1 before, head-to-head, and well, it is the major champion to come out on top. Secret Academy, incredibly comfortable looking first round there. As you said, just crossfire after crossfire, death trap after death trap there. Diavoli just really struggled to get a foot in beyond that first engagement there from that one. Just dissected apart there by Team Secret. Read beautifully there by the French side, and a great start to their defenses. And this is the thing, I think this matchup, as you sort of said, aggressive, it's all about these defenses. How much can these teams bring to the table? Because both these teams can play the defense immaculately, so it's really a case of living up to that expectation. So when you get your defensive half, you can knock it out of the park and set yourself up for success.
Absolutely. This is the setup for the members of Secret Academy here, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell that none of the members are going to be taking engagements alone. And this is something that not a lot of teams really are able to do. It comes with experience, understanding how your teammates are going to position, utilizing their body language to just set yourself up. Not every play needs to be set in stone. Not every play needs to be communicated. You just know what you're going to do purely on the positions of your teammates. Yeah, some of it happens purely based upon synergy. And at other moments, you're just going to be relying a little bit more on what your teammates are doing to try and go for those set plays. And you can tell that the members of Secret Academy, I can tell you for sure that they didn't communicate every play that happened there. They just knew what would happen next based upon what their teammates were doing. That comes with experience, and if Diavoli want to try and beat it, they need to at least match it to a certain level, either with their communication or with their own gameplay. This attack side will not be easy, but knowing Diavoli and knowing what they're capable of, especially with their raw micro gameplay, they should be able to go in for a turnaround here if given the proper chance.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Both these teams have this experience, and more importantly, experience as a team. Obviously, Diavoli have been together a little while now. Secret Academy, formerly Les Galerians, the same story. They trust each other instinctively. They don't always need that communication because they know how each other play, trust each other to get the job done. And that's part of what I feel makes them such a high-quality side on both ends. Now, Frenchie going to be forced out of position as Linku takes a little bit of damage towards stock size here. Diavoli certainly applying the pressure here in round number 2, but yet to find anything off the back of it. But what I do like to see here on the left side of the screen is Deimos. All 5 operators available to him. He can pick and choose his target. Yoko drone is going to be missed by the grenade there, trying to feed the information through, and it just goes from bad to worse for Diavoli. Aerial taken off the board there. Linku finds the opener. Good start yet again for Secret.
Linku does take a little bit of damage in the process, though, so they need to try and stabilize this out a little bit further. As members of Team Secret, look at the spread that they have. Again, Crossfire set up galore. The Aruni does have the opening over towards the window. Frenchie holding down from the opposite side, the CEO as well. They're just waiting for this plant to try and go on through. C4 in hand, they have the sounds, they go in for the fights. It's going to be Marto who does find the opening kill over onto Maras. And now this is just an absolute slaughterfest. They're going to try to break through all of these lines and try to go in for the Zul, but now, how do they even try to break into this? Scyther does find a kill over towards Frenchie. That's going to be an opening kill for them, but with 1 minute left on the clock and the diffuser in no man's land, they're not going to be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, very difficult situation to recover now for Diavoli. They just need to apply the pressure because it looks so good at the start, but it just doesn't look so good as this round continues on. Linku finds that one more back, and it's a 2 versus 4 situation. But here comes Cypher. We've seen him come alive today, but he will be alive no longer. Jax shuts him out, and it's all up to Devils here, left on the rappel on the window. An ever so common position on bank, and despite the lack of runouts from CJX now, obviously, you can't do a lot from this position. Secret Academy, they are a quality team. They're not giving this game away. They're just going to wait it out, and Jax will close it out as TSA. Well, they do a very, very, very great job there of the second round. 2-0 lead for them right now. Diavoli's attacks coming off a little bit slow, and for me, it's just that really struggling to get the ones there. Secret, they're playing such a tight-knit form right now, where Diavoli, they're trying to play this isolationist playstyle. They're trying to isolate these players one by one by one, but Secret, they're not letting that happen. Every player is covered by another. Every doorway, it feels like, has a crossfire, and right now, they're looking really good on that defense.
Attackers need to locate.
Going to see where they're going to go with this particular one now. Again, Secret Academy looking to pull out on all the stops here on their overall setups, especially with these opening frags. Linko getting that opening kill was pretty much the make it or break it for them, but another very interesting pickup that could be coming through from the members of Diavoli, just for the information, will be the Zero. Now, we generally don't see Zero being picked up that often because, yeah, his cams give a lot of information, but it's very easy to spot, so how will they even utilize this? Because Diavoli, I do think that they're taking a much more of a creative approach because they know that up against Secret Academy, playing the basics is just not going to work.
I mean, I'd argue both teams have a very creative setup here. Secret are going for something very flexible, a lot of movement. They've got Linku over on Oryx. They've got, as well as Marto playing Scopus. They're going to be all over the place. And Diavoli, well, they want to move them into these crossfires. They understand that Diavoli want to try and isolate these 1 versus 1s. So they're going to send them on a little bit of a wild goose chase because the Deimos pick, it's permeating on through. They are going to be using, as you said, the Zero to try and feed that information. And I think on Bank, a lot of open areas, incredibly powerful operator, but yet again, they're easy to spot. You need to make sure they're in the right positions, and it's all about this opening pick, I think, right here. They need to get things going and need to get it early.
Because of how widespread they are, actually, the members of Secret Academy, I think they picked up the perfect ops to do it. Because, yeah, the cams coming in from the Zero are not easily going to be able to find a lot of these scans. They're trying to get these opening scans.
Oh!
Pick up your aerial straight through the wall, man. Catches out Frenchie. Beautiful shot coming in from his end, utilizing the Zero to its fullest degree. There's a reason why he is called the Valkyrie of the attacking side, ladies and gentlemen. And that's exactly why, able to find so much versatility for the overall setup. And very few teams can even utilize the Zero to its fullest caliber. But for now, the members of Diavoli able to do it well enough here. But with the Deimos scan still in check, the Scopos needs to be hunted down soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're going to spot the idol shell there, just making sure this top floor is clear. I mean, Secret Academy, they've realised the pressure. Top floor has been made vacant. I'm just worried about the time a little bit for Diavoli right now. Still got half the round, and you've got to work your way down another level to clear it out. And that first floor, it's even larger, especially when some of the players from the side of Secret Academy, they're still in these aggressive flank positions. They are still littered and scattered about all over the place here. And Diavoli, they've only got one of them identified, and that's just the Scopos who's on there lonesome in the basement right now. Diavoli, there's still a lot of work to do, but they're just making it happen through gun skill alone here. Jax gives his life away. 5 versus 3 now.
Finding a lot of these openings just by playing a lot more slower than they usually do. Diavoli, this is a far cry from what kind of team we witnessed in game number 1 and game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell they have adapted a completely different playstyle just to go up against the members of Secret Academy. Ariel now in position, and oh my god, this was so risky. Welcome to the land of Oryx, ladies and gentlemen. Alder does come in for the big save. He's just not going to be able to jump out for free there. A little bit of a problem, but that's completely fine and dandy. You still have the Legion to just try and pick up those fallen pieces. Scopos gonna cause some issues, does have a strong weapon in hand, but the utility no longer present and ready. Devils does find the kill, and that's the opener that the members of Diavoli needed. That's gonna be the first round for them, and finally, a sign of life from this team.
A good response there from Diavoli. And as you say, with how their defenses have shaken up so far, they only need a couple of these attacking rounds here. You hit the tertiary again when it comes back around. 4-2 half. Much better showing there from the side of Diavoli. Exactly what I want to be seeing from them more and more often. And this, an Oryx kill. That's not one we see every day. I mean, I can't recall the last time I saw that happen, to be fair. Charges through a wall. You've got such a delay from the charge through to when your gun's up. I am completely astounded. Secret Academy got rid of that one. And these bans, I feel, are perfectly tailored to what these teams are bringing right now. Diavoli have been so reliant on hunting with that Deimos. What can they do without?
I mean, to see at the end of the day, that is for certain, because Secret Academy, they made a lot of very, I would say, basic mistakes, but it wasn't really something that was glaring as well. The members of Diavoli, they did a pretty good job of spotting that one out too. Having that 0 find that opener though, that was unheard of, because I'm pretty sure that Secret Academy rely a lot more on that overall strategy where you have all 5 of your members present, and as soon as they do, I'm pretty sure that this is a telltale sign from what happened in round number 1 and round number 2 as well. When 5 members are still alive, the team looks to be complete, but as soon as that 1 member falls, Secret Academy starts to falter a little bit, and that's when they start making a lot more of those mistakes. Diavoli, if they have caught onto it, they just need that opener kill. Try to get those drones out, try to see if you can catch out any one of these players out of position, then you can converge onto that position, and even if you're not able to get the kill, at the bare minimum, you have the information now to force them back onto the site and get your team even more space. Yikes, that's a lot of drones now being taken away.
That's 3 gone already, and you're not bringing the 0 along this time either for Diavoli. And, well, I was curious to see what they were going to do without the Deimos, right? You no longer have him to go on the hunt, so what do you bring to sort of lead the attack and really facilitate the charge through? Cypher hopping on towards the Blackbeard. We've seen it work for Diavoli previously. Of course, we've been watching them all afternoon, so I have a fairly good idea of what the game plan is. But the concern for me really right now is Secret Academy. They're just running about the place, and now Marto playing this really sort of deep lurk on the top floor here, hiding about in stock. Alem's on the vigil as well. Secret Academy are going to have a field day, just lurking about the map, being a nuisance in the backsides of Diavoli. Mozzie we spoke about is going to be droned on out, and now Diavoli needs to move and find a response.
Yikes. I honestly thought that Alder was just going to be going for a little bit of a pre-fire. That would have been another situation where you didn't want to be in. But Devils, he's making so much noise on the angle, but he's still able to get the kill. Martel immediately getting shut down here. That's going to be a big pickup for them as well. That's a Mozzie being taken off at the blower. So the drones that they're utilizing, or the drones that the Mozzie is going to be catching, he's not going to be able to control them out for free. Instantaneous trade up coming in from the side of Linko. They do have a 4v4 across the entire map, and these are the traits that the team is known for. But so many of the openers, they still have to worry about. Ariel taking a lot of damage in the process from the sidelines. Good shots coming in from side. They're 4v2 now. As members of Secret Academy, again, it's that one opening kill that they need. That's pretty much what she wrote. As soon as the members of Diavoli are able to find that opener, the entirety of Team Circuit start to fall apart in more recent.
Yeah, that's it. They just capitalise. I mean, look at that. Jax turns, sees two, turns back, finds another. Frenchie, same story, same fate as well. Team Secret Academy, what was a great start for them, has now been tied up across the board in what was a much better looking round there from Diavoli. 2 apiece now, as this one was just clean, as you said. As soon as they got that first one, Diavoli just kept on rolling with it, building up that momentum, and took the round in incredibly strong suit. Now, of course, 2-2. Tied up scoreboard here. We're going to be going back up towards executive office. Now, Diavoli did have some struggles on this before, so Secret Academy should look poised to take a good round here, but never say never, right? Diavoli, they're starting to read the game, starting to get an idea onto things, and for Team Secret Academy, without having the Echo to defend this top floor, they're going to need to find something else to get them that lead back.
We're gonna need to wait and see where they're gonna go with this one too, because the way that Diavoli have been playing in general, you can tell that this is like a completely different team on the attack side than what we're generally used to, and I'm pretty sure Secret Academy, they understand this as well. They can't spread themselves out so much. One of the bigger problems that they've been having in these last couple of rounds is because they're just like forcing themselves out on too many of these engagements, and it's just tough to say the very least. So these cam spots, you gotta love it when you see it, because Jax is really utilizing all of that experience that he has playing this game and placing these cams. Like, no one's going to be able to find these. But, of course, he's going to be playing the IQ, so they're going to be able to catch it soon enough. But if there was no IQ, this Valk probably could just run amok and give all the information to his teammates.
Yeah, that's it. It's the reliance on that IQ there. And, you know, if you've got this Valkyrie constantly being bought, no more bans for this half either. So it means that Ulrich is going to need to stick onto that IQ. And that restricts what Diavoli can bring elsewhere, because outside of a hard-hitting gun and some frag grenades, IQ doesn't bring a lot, really, bar hunting down those black eye cameras. So maybe, you know, a bit of restriction there being felt for Diavoli, but they're making it work so far. Obviously, 2-2. Currently burning a drone there on the Syria gate. Back to what we used to seeing from them on the rappels. Just trying to apply pressure in towards this bomb site, and more importantly for the attack, trying to get a free pick out of it as well.
Look at the members of a Secret Academy, though. They're playing a lot more closer together, and this is very crucial. One of the biggest things that they were doing in the previous rounds when they were winning is they didn't spread themselves out too thin, so there was not really a lot of chances that Diavoli could have gone away with one free kill in a lot of these rounds. We need a little bit of a rotation here to play for, as the opening is being created. Linko does take a significant amount of damage in the process here, but at the end of the day, it's still not a kill. The members of Diavoli, they are trying to hunt this one down as quickly as they possibly can. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock in Secret Academy. They're burning the timeout beautifully.
Yeah, that's it. It's that shift of pressure now, but they've got to be careful of Jax, who's down below, hiding on blue stairs. And look at that. Diavoli, they're going to go through. C4's likely very... They're going to try and attempt the plant, but Jax with C4 destroys the Talon shield, but Marat is able to stay alive, and now going to be sticking the plant down here. Eventually, it's going to be taken out by Linku there, and that's the chaos in the round, because all 4 players of Diavoli, they're now on the rappel, and they're falling off of it as Orad gets taken down by Linku there. A massive blunder there of not being able to stick the plant through for Diavoli, because what was shaping up to be a very solid game plan for them is no longer the case, and they now have to find their way back into this one with 50 seconds to go.
Imagine a world where you didn't have to bring the IQ and instead you had the Ying in this overall setup. I'm pretty sure that the OSA could have just gotten this one for free, because the players playing towards the bend just got those free kills out because, again, there was no pressure on top of them. This is just the reality of the situation where you're just forced to bring an op just to counter another one. And Secret Academy, they did such a good job with it. And with the diffuser now being in no man's land, I'm pretty sure that Diavoli just cannot get this round for themselves. Good shot, though, coming in from Devils. Takes it over to a 3v3. Still a chance and opportunity to go in for a big turnaround, but Jax is just easily able to get the turnaround from his own end. Good shots coming in from either side. 1v2 now. It's all up to Devils to go in for a big play, but I think it's a little too late. He's just going to get shot out. That's going to be Martin to go in for the kill. And that's another round for the members of Team Secret.
Yeah, Secret Academy looking much better there. That round just holding on there. They realise what Diavoli are going for. Realise it's a very specific strategy there to go for that plant in by the breach. And as soon as that player does go down, as soon as you lose, I believe it was Marat's there trying to make the plant attempt, there's just nothing else Diavoli can really do from that situation. So much of this, I've not been keeping track, and I wish I had been now, but I feel so much of this game so far has been going down to first picks. Whoever gets that first kill, I feel time and time again is getting that conversion through onto these rounds, getting things all the way across. We head to basement, back for one final defense. Now this one looked really good for Diavoli when it was bought around a round or two ago, so things are going to need to change for Team Secret Academy on this next go around of it here, so they can close out the half in a positive position.
Gonna need to see where they're gonna go with this one too, because Diavoli, knowing them, they're gonna make a little bit of a mistake here and there on the overall attack, but if they get a 3-3 scoreline, honestly speaking, they got more than they could have asked for going up against Secret Academy. Their defensive side is pretty strong to try and break into, but the fact that Devils, in so many of these rounds, he was the one who got the opener. He was the one, he understood the positioning of Secret Academy and just converged onto their position. And Secret Academy is one of those teams that they've showcased that they want to be the ones who take control of the entire engagement and the way that the attackers play the half. If they lose a body, then they lose control, and that loss of control is something that they just can't have and adapt to, it seems, in some of these rounds. Maybe on the attack side, they're a lot more better at this overall, and they're going to be able to corral the defenders more, but for now, they need to minimize those mistakes, because, yeah, you might lose out on a player, but that's when you just freeze your entire team. Think of a plan and just build upon it, because as soon as you start trying to scramble around to try and find a trade without a plan, your team is just going to keep on losing bodies in more ways than one, and that's what the members of Diavoli are kind of banking upon.
Yeah, that's going to be it, they're just relying on this individual to go down. As soon as they get that one, problem solved, it feels like, but that separates the razor thin margins, I feel like, we've got between these two, at least in this first half right now. It's very small differences between the two sides, and one, as you say, one kill, the first kill normally is the indicative factor of the way around is going to be going, and I feel it's facilitating a slower game where neither team wants to be the one to make that first mistake, because the other one capitalizes upon it as soon as it is made. Ariel caught in a bit of a sticky situation, not sure where the traces are coming from, needs Devils' support, needs it here and now, because the yellow pings are flashing on through, but looks the wrong way. Linku drops, Alems goes down as well. Make it Marto. Team Secret Academy, they're dropping like flies. Diavoli 2 versus 5 advantage situation right now, and just like that, it's a flawless round for Diavoli as we go into the second half on an even playing field.
If you could see my face right now, Tarabi, I just have my jaw drop. My jaw dropped. Like, what the hell just happened? You just walked in towards the reception area. 2 seconds later, they whiffed out on all those shots. Ariel got a kill. Yeah, that's completely fine. Where did Mara get a kill from? The player on elevator was just stuck. He just couldn't move anywhere. Every single player that was playing in towards the CCTV area, they just got shut down one after the next.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Unnamed right now. A wonderful observer this afternoon. How do you even observe that when everyone's killing each other at all different points of the map at the same time? That one was just utter chaos in that round there. Incredibly difficult to realise what was going on there, but whatever was happening in that one, it was Diavoli looking incredibly good. And I think the 3-3 split, they are going to be more than happy with that, because now we get to this almighty second half, which is where we saw Wallace and Gromit fall. This is where we've seen all these teams this afternoon fall short. 5 Pilu go down as well. No one can crack this Diavoli defense yet. Now it's Team Secret. Their heads on the chopping block. The question is, can they come out on top?
Now, I'm kind of interested to see once again that the Chanka being utilized here on this particular map. It's leaving up Diavoli to just have those wacky strategies to just do stuff like this. Knowing them, they have a game plan in mind, just utilize those incendiaries to really hold back any form of a plan that could be coming through, utilizing smokes from Thermite overall. Secret Academy going in for a very standardized pickup as well. They have the block, and this is something that you would do on maybe year 5 or year 6 of Siege, because all these characters, other than the Deimos, came out such a long time ago, and it was a very utilized strat on the map of Bank as well to just create those openings, play for those vertical lines of sight, and cause problems for the defenders overall from multiple different sidelines.
Yeah, that's it. It's just problems. And obviously now we get this second half, this reset. this is where I think the game is either going to go. You know, you then see it one or two ways. Someone runs away, or this back and forth we've had so far is going to continue on forwards. And I suppose only time we'll tell the answer with that one, you know, fairly standardish lineup from both teams here. Nothing too crazy. Even the Tachanka pick on a site like Server in the basement here of Bank, I can get behind. Stall them out with those fire, because those Shamika launches, they last forever. And it's all up to Secret to make quick work of this one. A very quick trade, speaking of their Cypher, Linku, Devils, all in a bit of a brawl. But 4 versus 4, the issue for me there is you've lost your smoke.
I don't know why the smoke would be even roaming in a position like this, especially when you want him to be with the Tachanka in that exact position. Do you believe one of the players have been spotted? The Tachanka needs to be careful in where he's going with this one. Does have the disc gun in hand, so he has a lot of pressure to play for. FNATs now utilized in the exact position of the player. The Tachanka could easily go in for a pre-fire and the kill, and yes, he does. That's never mind. It's gonna be Cypher instead, who catches on Marto over from the sidelines. Beautiful shots coming in as this is Diavoli, ladies and gentlemen, on the defensive tie. This team is just incredible to watch. They will not stop for even a second. And now the members of Secret Academy left scratching their heads a little bit. Maybe overconfidence could have been the thing that gets them killed here, because Diavoli, they're here with a plan, and they're here to shut them down.
Yeah, right now look at it. Diffuser's cold outside of printer window, but they have to deal with the player inside of their aerial. Is going to take some damage, but somehow, some way, still fighting with their life. Eventually is going to be dropped there by LMs, but it's a 2 versus 3 situation, and a minute only left to go in this one here. The 2 remaining players are Secret. They've got a couple flashbangs and a couple beehives to work with, but the players of Diavoli, they've bunkered down. They're ready for this final assault. They're not going to be giving away any positions. They're going to just be comfortable. They're just going to play and close this one out, and I feel like this is the position yet, time and time again. I feel like a broken record. When there's no pressure on Diavoli, when they look as comfortable as this, there is very little you can do to stop them.
Just gonna have to see where the setup's gonna lead them here as well, because they can't really drop any of these hatches. They don't have the flashes to do it. Oh, never mind. They do have the flashes with the buck and maybe create a bit of an opening, but they need a kill, and they're trying to hunt it down for as long as they possibly can here. Positions are good overall, but I don't think they know exactly what the buck is. Are they gonna be expecting it? Never mind. FNAT's gonna be FNAT's on the door, so they're gonna be fine with it.
Yeah, LMs goes down, that's the Diffuser, very likely to round with it unless Jax can somehow in 7 seconds pull to 1 versus 3. Not very likely at all. Aura closes it, and Diavoli, an incredibly comfortable defense. I mean, I suppose the thing for me, Aggressive, is could you expect any less from them at this point? Diavoli, they've shown it time and time again today, and I don't think Bank's going to be any different.
Yeah, this team is just too good on the defensive side. They have better setups, they have a better read on the entire map. It's as if they just have drilled out the defensive side so much that their attack has suffered for it. And once again, I do believe that the bans coming in on that 4th round is going to be the one that decides whether or not Secret Academy are even going to be able to turn this one around. That's why being on a 3-3 scoreline is so crucial, because you don't want to be on match point without those bans.
Yeah. That's it. If you're on match point, all of a sudden Diavoli can just play so comfortably. And this is the thing with this second half. This is where things start to get tense. This is where things start to get really difficult for teams to work themselves if they find themselves in a bit of a pickle. That you have to be Secret and look at this and go, right, you need to be playing this together. You need to be playing this, and you need to make sure you're competing sooner rather than later. Because I feel if we go 5-3, 6-3 up for Diavoli, it might be a little too far gone at that point.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a situation like this whatsoever. Diavoli now looking to be in a little bit more of a dicier situation, I would say, but never mind. They swapped out the Dokkaebi. I thought that... Dude, I thought that they were going to go for the Dokkaebi and catch out a lot of these roamers. Diavoli haven't spreading themselves out so much that one good Dokkaebi call, and they instantly have all the information that they could have won for, especially if you are going to be running a Lion or even a Grim in this case. Secret Academy, they might have just made a big mistake. They're relying on gunfights now. Again, they're allowing Diavoli to play in the way that they want, because what the Diavoli was hoping for, like, hey, you want to take duels against us? That's absolutely fine, because we are very comfortable taking these fights against you. At Secret Academy, they're giving them everything they could have asked for.
That's it, and Diavoli, they're just being allowed, as you say, allowed to play their own game right now, and I think comfortability is such a driving factor in the success of this Diavoli roster. If they're not feeling pressured, if they're feeling like there's no weight on their shoulders, they're playing at their very, very, very best. And Secret Academy, they've got a lot of utility to deal with in this lineup, a lot of utility as well at their disposal, but do they have what it takes to shuffle these players out of power positions? Because you've got, there's players inside of Elevator, there's an Echo drone to hide behind as well, these Valkyrie cameras, so much to work through here for Secret Academy, not to mention the players themselves. It just feels like a very tall order right now, and Diavoli just yet again, as I keep saying, comfortability is what it feels like for them right now. They've done what they needed to on the attack, and this defensive half couldn't have come any sooner for them. Happy to be on it, happy to be in their happy positions, and well, a minute 15 left to go and not a lot of progress made by Secret.
You can tell that the players on the defensive side as well, they're just waiting. Look at the amount of utility being invested with the members of Team Secret. They are scared for their lives because they know they don't have information. Imagine if you had a Dokkaebi call. I'm going to keep on saying this. One Dokkaebi call, you pretty much know exactly where everyone is. What is this? Going to be another 30-second meta where they're just going to be pushing right at the very end. They do have a little bit of damage run to the side, but finally they've spotted out the players. They need to go in for the push almost as quickly as they possibly can. Linko's going to be good for the opening kill. The plan's going to be going down as well. CEO control now being taken away here. One after the other. They do find the frags. 30 seconds in, and this is where the plan comes through. Good overall adaptation coming in from the members of Secret Academy. They were able to catch out all of the players that were just lurking from inside of the site. Never mind, I take it all back because maybe the members of Secret Academy could have done it all, but okay, Alder being the hero of the story in this case on this Echo still has a chance to maybe go in for a clutch.
Oh
the
my
timing
God.
is key, Alder! Oh my God, he might just be pulling off a miracle here, ladies and gentlemen. 60 seconds left on the clock. He doesn't really have a lot of time to defuse at the upside down repel. It's going to be another bigger problem for him.
Yeah, I was going to say, as excited as we can get for that one, the one that was the remaining Frenchie, the hardest kill of them all, the player on the rappel. Just unfortunate there, but what an incredible rally from Linku, just sprinting on into the objective, not a damn in the world, to Ulrid almost recovering it from the grasp of defeat. A beautiful round played from both sides there. Highlight of the map so far, and it yet again sets us back on this tied position. 4 versus 4 in terms of round count. None of these teams can really find too much of a lead right now, but I think Secret Academy, they need to tighten the ship a little bit, because at the moment, that round, it was a 4 versus 2 at one point in time. It should not be going that close down to the wire there. There is no way that even as players as good as Ulrid are able to work their way almost back into clutching that one up. They can't be letting that kind of thing slip through if they want to start building up their lead.
Gonna see what this is gonna be looking like here, that is for certain. Because overall, the setups look to be as pitch perfect as it could be. But for the members of Diavoli, that last particular round was just them getting caught off guard, because Secret Academy, they did the attack in the very last second, and the overall setups of the smokes, I didn't really see this, that the players had smokes in their hands. So the fact that Frenchie was just able to run in, and immediately go in for a plant like that with none of the members really getting that opener. Diavoli now, they understand they can't really allow the members of Secret Academy to do what they want on this attack side. Yeah, they cleared out a lot of the positions, and they understood, like, hey, there's going to be players sitting inside of closet. There's going to be someone on the opposite side of the logic room. So how do you want to try and fight against them? It's very simple, because you know that no one's playing close to CCTV office, and there's no one in towards the hallway. So nothing can really stop Frenchie from going in for a free plan. It was smart. And now, Diavoli, what's your adaptation? Because knowing this team, they love to adapt in more ways than one. Alder taking a little bit of damage. The hero of the story for that last particular round. It's not going to be able to do much here as Secret Academy. They do find the opener. But knowing Diavoli, they have to try and stay calm and stabilize themselves, because the site is somewhere else. So they still have a chance to hold on to this.
That's it. It's only that top floor you've lost. It's a big loss, especially, I think, this early into the round here. But right now you've got Aerial below in Archives with a C4. Definitely some potential from that position there. And Secret are aware of it. They have the yellow pings on towards it, so they can deal with it. And I really do like this lineup from Secret Academy right now. They've got the Thinker, they've got the Blitz, so much to deal with these players and really go hunting and just continue to dial up that aggression, because I think they're working out. Pressure is what cracks the Evoli, but you don't need the pressure when you've got Linku there. Double kill for the round, but just continuing where he picked up in round number 8. Jax, the Blitz, on the front line of pushing in right now. Cypher playing it close with the shotgun, fully blinded out, not going to be able to find anything. And Diavoli feeling a world of pain right now. All Secret Academy need to do is get these final few players into position, and they can look to collapse on this site. Here comes Jax, here comes the Blitz, here comes Secret, as it's all up to Devils to avoid the flawless round here. Gonna spray on, gonna get 2, maybe 1 with a team kill, but Marto, one of his own taken off the board, but more importantly, Devils shut down as well. And Team Secret Academy, they're going to be taking the lead. They're going to be 1 away from a map point.
Finally finding the cracks of Diavoli's overall setup, and it's all down to that one player who's a little bit too far in between all of this, ladies and gentlemen. Diavoli, they're making mistakes, and the members of Secret Academy are just constantly able to capitalize. And the thing is, it's just that one player. Like, never mind the Grim getting taken off of the board. Yeah, I kind of understand why they wanted to take off this Grim, especially if they're going to be going over onto Locker and CCTV room instead, because those hatches, as soon as they get opened up, the players that are playing on the opposite end, that Grim is just going to be able to stop a lot of the rotations from coming in through. So Diavoli, smart plans overall. Fenrir also getting taken off the board because they don't want to deal with the excess amount of information that he's able to give through those FNATs. In a way, both teams, they have a proper read on what they want to do in this particular game here. And once again, the Chanka does get picked up. Hopefully, it does find a little bit more value here instead of what happened in that previous round. Yeah, of course, they won it, but the Chanka just didn't really get to do what he really wanted to do.
Yeah. And now back down to this basement site again, as you say, it's going to be an interesting one to see. I think Diavoli, for the first time all day, look like they might be having a little bit of couple struggles here on the defense. 2 really what are quite explosive rounds for Secret Academy. I think they might have worked out the answer here, found that little solution for them, because especially after the last 2, they are looking really good. And if you ignore the almost massive clutch from Allred, they've been 2 very dominant rounds for Team Secret right now. So they're looking great. Diavoli are looking like they might be hitting these panic stations just a little bit, and the Grim Bands come on through, definitely targeted, definitely something Secret Academy have been using a lot. So what is the situation right now? Because for Diavoli, they need to start finding some response. They want to slow it down. Castle, Smoke, Boyo, Tachanka, 4 operators there to try and slow down Team Secret Academy, because the pace right now, Diavoli just cannot keep up with it.
Maybe to see where they're going to go with this one too. Positionally, a little bit more of a better spot here, but tough calls for them to make overall. They're going to try to run on away. I love this overall setup, though, that they have given on the open area, because with so many of the shots now being taken, with a full-on barricade on every single spot, this is going to be a tough one for them to find. This is going to be where the members of Diavoli have really tried to establish proper control as well. Because they understand that, hey, if they have open area control, at least they still have the hatches to just jump on through. But with none of their members still being present in that one particular zone, what's the game plan here? Because Secret Academy, they're a little bit confused on whether or not there are any players inside of that one singular position.
Yeah. And now, well, here comes the Deimos, here comes the hunt on through, but as I said, most of the players, Diavoli, they're now down towards the basement, have forfeited up this map control. Secret, they've got half the round to work now. That's the key factor right here. They've got so much time to apply this pressure, work out how they want to do this assault. They've got the fuse to deal with that utility. Vulcan canister's going to be popped, as well as any castle barricades, proxy alarms, anything of the sort there. A lot of valuable utility to be found there. Server walls getting opened up right now. Secret Academy, this is their playground and they are living in it right now. Diavoli slowly but surely being confined in towards the objectives.
Already the demo scans have come through. They're going to be getting a little bit closer to the overall setup here, and you can tell positionally it might be a little bit too bad. Look at towards the vertical. Anyone that comes close to this breach is going to be in for a world of hurt if they're not careful. Positions perfect. Tachanka just holding down the lines. They're not going to be allowing this plant to come through anytime soon. And they understand this. The fire is just going to keep on burning. He still has 14 more charges. He can do this all day, every day. 30 seconds left on the clock. And he can tell that the members of Secret Academy, they're getting desperate.
Yeah, and that's it. And look at the positions of Diavoli right now. They're all focused on Marat's on the Tachanka because they know as long as no one can get through the fire, no one is going to be able to plant down there. Marat comes up huge, and that's the issue. With the Tachanka on the board, no matter how aggressive Secret get, they're just going to be punished on for it. 2 versus 3, having to flood into the bomb site, but Marat is on a can't quite get the ace. But the clock will deal the final blow, and Diavoli will keep this one going the distance. 5-5, 12 rounds of regulation required, and we are just a couple of steps away from overtime.
15 seconds to go. The attackers
Absolute chaos in this particular instance. The fact that Maras just was able to find those 2 picks as well, that was massive coming out from him. Diavoli just showcasing that their defensive side hold is just that good. You're not going to be able to get anything done when this team is on this particular side. And overall, the setups are just beautiful coming out from either team. But Secret Academy, again, they are playing a little bit too, how do you put it, systematic for their own good. It's very textbook Siege, and textbook Siege is never going to be working up against a team that is so dynamic as Diavoli.
Yeah, that's it. You know, Diavoli, they're going to keep you guessing, keep you adapting. They've got a specific game plan in mind, and it reminds me of this very much all or nothing play style on Diavoli. They either do a massive play and do a massive amount of work, or it just goes completely the wrong direction. It doesn't feel like we get a lot of middle ground, especially on these Diavoli defenses. And Team Secret Academy, it's all down to whether they work it out or not, whether they work out what to deal with, because if they know what they're going up against, Secret Academy, they bring the right tools, play the right strategies, deal with the problem facing them front. But if Diavoli can slip their ideas on through, like that previous round, all the reliance on the Tachanka, it just goes to absolute disaster there for Secret Academy. And, you know, what a game this is shaping up to be right now. 5-5, and I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to win this one, or even if we go into overtime.
We're going to need to see where they're going to go with this one, too. Positionally, they're not going to be looking to be in the greatest of spots. So overall, the hits already coming in through. It's Mara. He's trying to play cheeky on behind the bulletproof shield here, but then again, calm before the storm pretty much as the members of Secret Academy just trying to gain a little bit more information across the map here, but that's kind of one of their biggest flaws as well. They're not really willing to take a lot of the active risk, but never mind, that's a yokai being taken off of the board here. So that's a big bit of utility that they have now lost on the defensive side. The Twitch drones doing all of the work for them, as the Monty now just needs a little bit more of a setup. If he jumps through and takes control of that one position from the outside of terrace, that's going to be a big opener for the members of Diavoli. Sorry, no, for the members of Secret Academy to play for.
Yeah, that's it. You put a lot of weight on Frenchie's shoulders right now. And to be fair, he's been having an unusually quieter game. So I think it's a good call. Take him off the gun. Just give him a shield. Let him feed information through towards the rest of the team. Because you've got players like Linku, who's been stepping up a lot this game. 13 and 9, currently the only player in double digits in terms of kill counts. Let the rest of the team do the shooting, because we know this French side of Secret Academy, they have got that within them, and even if one of them's quiet, the rest can pick up the slack. As for this round though, minute 15 left to go, and yet again we're approaching that 5 versus 5 bloodbath execute here. A lot of pressure starting to mount up on the player inside of Janitor here. Frenchie wants to make the push across, but has to be careful, because Diavoli, they're watching it stringently. They know, but with the cover taken down there, yet again it's Linku. Opener into the round there for the Secret Academy, as Diavoli now have the odds stacked against them.
Ariel also takes the backseat for this one, but Alder immediately comes back and answers in kind here. Still has a chance to go in for another big kill if he does find the openers. Again, gas canisters in position, dealing a lot of damage over to the Monty. Linku coming in for the back end's backup, and Frenchie's going to be able to cross about, and he's going to be able to create the pressure that he needs for his team. CEO off is now under full control, but Devil's still alive and kicking over from the sidelines. The Warden still can cause a lot of the problems against this team. Needs to find the timing for it. A little bit of a fake defuse to just call out a couple of these players to just come out of their hiding spots, and it's going to be Devils who comes in strong. Beautiful C4 placement to try and get a catch over onto one. Devil gets another one down over to a 1v2 now. They just need the position of the last player. They have no idea where he is, but with the softball being present, I do believe that the Twitch is going to be able to go in for the shot.
Yeah, the question is, they're just going to stick
no!
the diffuser.
The diffuser was in the bad spot!
They just stick it on through. There's no way that Diavoli should be walking away with that one, because now what was a very winnable situation for LM, just unfortunately, I think the thing is the defuse starts while he's shooting, so he doesn't know. Yeah, he's just not seeing it at all. Defuse goes down here and LM's shooting while the defuse is going, just doesn't quite hear it, realise it in time, and Team Secret Academy rightly call a tactical timeout because they did not have this on their bingo cards. We did not have this on their bingo cards. They're on the verge of knockout right now to Diavoli, who have just stolen around from them. And we saw it on Consulate at the start of the day, didn't we, Aggressive, where Diavoli, they steal a couple of rounds that they should not be stealing, and it goes to their heads, and they just start playing at 150%. Once they get that mentality in and that they can win this, and they are going to win this, what can you do?
Secret Academy are making more mistakes. Like, you saw the position of the diffuser plant, right? The diffuser was planted in front of the breach, near the... How do you put it? Near the cabinets. So he had full cover of the cabinets, and the player playing on the opposite side of the breach, which was the Twitch in this case, just couldn't really see the diffuser. He needed to break through the entire thing, and then he could have vaulted through to try and kill the diffuser right there. There is nothing that you could have done. Like, how do you even fight against this? Diavoli, they just on a big crack in the overall setup for the members of Secret Academy. At the end of the day, you have to give credit where credit is due. They played it really well up to that point. They also had very good setups. The way that the Monty was able to just walk in towards Closet, take over that position, get that kill onto the smoke as well. It was pinpoint perfect, but at the end, Diavoli, yeah, he got a couple of those kills, but they got the Twitch set up for the perfect play. Only if, the diffuser was just placed a little bit better, this was a guaranteed round win for the members of Secret Academy, but it just did not happen.
That's it, and now we head in towards a very high pressure situation for Secret Academy. Match point at the verge of elimination by the side of Diavoli. One more round and it could be a huge, huge upset if Diavoli are able to pull this one off. Going with a very trap-heavy lineup here, but it's open area defense, and what could well be our last here on Bank. Team Secret Academy, they've had that timeout. They've had that discussion with their coach. The question is what knowledge has been influenced on there? What have they done? How is the game plan going to change? Because right now, Diavoli, we've seen it. They're playing with confidence.
Gonna need to wait and see where they're gonna go with this one. Diavoli now taking a side that is a little bit more dangerous for them in a lot of these rounds here. Alder, best not to play with fire. Skylight being utilized by the IQ. A little bit of an unorthodox play because you generally don't see it here. Call does come through from the Dokkaebi to just clear out a couple of these positions. Can cause some problems, but oh my god, Ariel! What a shot and a half coming up from him! Beautiful pre-fire, and that's going to be the opener that they needed, but they still lost out on one of their players. A little bit of a tough spot. Linku over towards the back end of this. He's going to be able to find Ariel as well. That's going to be two players now down for the defenders as scrambling their way back in towards the side. And Frenchie still being an absolute mountain on this one team.
Yeah, that's it. You adapt into that shield, and obviously you go into that overtime. You're not going to be able to change the bans here, Diavoli, so you're going to need to adapt. You're going to need to find some way to deal with it, because Frenchie, he might not be doing too great with a gun today, but give this man a shield, and you're seeing what he's doing for the side of Secret Academy right now. They have that man advantage. They have the time to play this one out. All they need to do is just continue to play the default, continue to play the benchmark, do exactly what they need, and they will be safe. We will be going the overtime, the distance, a little bit further. They know about the player hiding inside of elevators here. You can see Devils playing it close, but the question is, does Devils know his position's compromised? Does he know the game is up? Because if not, he could be a very easy picking right now for Secret.
I think he was sitting on the cams and the IQ was able to catch him there. The drone does not actually spot him. Wait a moment. Maybe he's given a chance, a golden opportunity. Go in for a turnaround. That's going to be the Capcan traps destroyed, so the Legion has that chance to really work his way up and possibly get this kill. They need one frag here to equalize things out, and as soon as they get that equalization, Diavoli, they're pretty much present a golden opportunity to close out this round in the way that they could have wanted. It's all about the timing. Where is Devils in his positioning, though? I'm really interested to see.
He's going to play
He's still
backstab here.
sitting. He's still
Hoping
sitting here.
that someone from Secret comes unaware, but they've seen it. Alems gets dropped off the board here. That's what Diavoli needed right now. A backstab. Levels gets it, and Jax with it all to do. Cannot do any of it, and it's going to be Diavoli to rob the game from Team Secret Academy. No overtime needed. A second 7-5 for Diavoli, and the side of the Russians will be coming out on top there. Diavoli on top. Secret Academy will fall short. Certainly going to be feeling the disappointment from that one, because that one, round 11, could have, should have, would have gone to overtime. Been seeing a totally different result. Heartbreak for Secret after that one, I feel.
My hands are up in the air for this one because there is no goddamn way that you could have predicted this one happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the beauty of Siege. This is the beauty of the Voltage series because the upsets will just keep on happening. Diavoli getting this particular game should not have happened. Mind you, if this was a BO3, this could have been a completely different story. Maybe the members of Secret Academy, they could have just went in for the labs again and just figured out exactly what kind of strats they could have utilized for the defensive side. But in a BO1, when the stakes are so high, you cannot make those mistakes. And Diavoli just pulled themselves out to be that better team on that 7-5. We were talking about this on the back end as well, that Diavoli on that defensive side, they will be the winners. And this is where we expected, hey, there is a world where they're going to lose this if the members of Secret Academy don't get 5 rounds on the defensive side. They didn't get the 5 rounds. They went in for the equalization. It was a 3-3.
Yeah.
For the first half, this should not have happened.
It's a miracle work, I think, from Diavoli there, and just a couple of rounds slipped through for Team Secret. That I feel that one should have gone to overtime. There is a disappointment in my heart that that one did not go all that distance, because it should have done. By all metrics, it should have done. We should still be playing at least 2-3 more rounds out of that one, but no. Team Secret Academy, they fall a little bit short here in the second qualifier. Face elimination during the round of 32, and it's going to be Diavoli moving on forwards to the next stage of the competition. However, we will not be following them. We are going to be going and watching another team because there's plenty more action going on in the bracket, plenty more amazing games of Siege, and we're not even halfway done with the game yet. So go, grab a drink, get some hydration in you, because we're going to be back for our 4th game of the afternoon in a couple of moments.
must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just so trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind, cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah. I'm looking for you, for you. I'm looking for you, for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, Let's get it now.
what a game that was. I mean, let's be honest. Most of us here knew Diavoli were good. We followed them a lot today. But we also knew what kind of amazing talent there was on Secret Academy with some amazing Tier 1 players. Did any of us expect Secret Academy to lose that? I mean, we knew they were going up against a difficult opponent, but I mean, honestly, did any of us really expect it to go that way? I mean, first of all, we do have a brand new caster here stepping in, Star Drago. So, is it Star Drago? Star Drago? Please help me out here. How do I even say it?
Well, Star Drago, Marcus, it's up to you what you want to call me. Just don't call me bad at Siege. But
Okay.
I don't think I'm the new one. I think that's
Smooth.
Travi, so he's the new one. Let him introduce himself first.
Yeah. So, I mean, Travi, so what did you think of that previous game then? Like, there's so much we can possibly discuss about it, really.
There is literally endless things we can talk about that previous game. I mean, no one, like, Diavoli, as you said, we knew they're a good team. We knew Diavoli a great team even. Team Secret Academy, obviously a favourites in this, only a week or so ago locked in their space at the Combine Finals in Dusseldorf. So we thought, yeah, sure, it's going to be a close game, but Team Secret Academy should close it out. But the one thing Diavoli have been crushing it all games we've seen from them today is the defenses. It was an even first half. Diavoli's attack 3-3 split for them. But as soon as it got onto the defense, a couple of round robberies granted, but also just some insane plays and some great fundamentals and reading from Diavoli. It carried them through and they ended up shutting out in regulation 7-5. And especially after that round 11, where I think you remember, Verano, it was like 2 versus 4 situation. Diavoli should have lost it and somehow they clutch it back up, win it through. They shouldn't have won that game in regulation at least, but they did, and what a performance it was.
Yes, and that doesn't mean we are closing the book entirely on that story, because who knows, we could still see them in the final, so we could still have another Diavoli game on our hands later. But that was what happened in the past. Now there is also what's about to happen. So I guess now is the turn for Star Drago to talk about what game we'll be seeing now that we are putting that storyline to the side.
Thank you. So let's go over the map bans first. And then I'm going to have to explain. We have 2 fantastic teams. You'll only see 6s for now. But we have Sacrifices Vinciensis, which is a French team, which means to sacrifice for victory. Great team. I'm hoping to hear
I love that
some interesting players, interesting gameplay. But also we have Kuduro, which is the Portugal team, who it's not actually any Portugal players. It's all a mix of British, Portugal, Italians, and a couple Swedish and Finnish guys. So they must have something up their sleeves. I'm expecting a Boss G spawn pick, but if I don't, I'm just going to sit and cry like I did a few days ago. So for now, let's see. We get to go to Clubhouse.
Ooh,
and Sacrifice will actually start us. Sorry, Sacrificius will start us on defense. What do you guys like about Clubhouse?
And first off, we are continuing the trend of very safe picks throughout. And Clubhouse as a map is one that you really, even if you are still in an early stage of a tournament like this, you really need to know how to play this map. Otherwise, you won't get past the qualifiers if you don't know how to play Clubhouse. It is Siege 101. And so, in a way, it is like this basic aptitude test for any team wishing to go further. And that's kind of why I like it. It is just a universally beloved map. Everyone knows, everyone loves, that can be played so many different ways, yet it still also doesn't get as stale or stagnant in many ways, which is some of the criticisms thrown at, for example, Oregon, before it was finally booted out of the competitive pool. So Clubhouse is this great way to get an idea of what a team is all about. And even if we have already seen Clubhouse today, it is also just a map you can, it's not one of those maps where, if you see it come up again in a single play day, you're very tired of it. Every single time, there is not something more to say, there is something more to see. And I think also from you guys' perspective as the casters, I think you're also probably happy with this choice, if I were to guess.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a spicy map pick. I do like seeing some curveballs, like a lair creeping on through, something like that. But there is a reason why Clubhouse is preferred amongst the teams and a lot of the casting talent as a whole as well. As you say, it's that default map. Everyone knows how to play it, but it just never truly does quite get stale. Teams innovate, teams find new ways to keep it interesting, and whether it's the macro changes or small little micro ones, no two games of Clubhouse are really too identical, yet someone always finds a way to make you just go, huh, didn't realize you could do it that way, or just change up the pace of a little bit. And especially after SV's, I would argue a bit of an upset victory. We were sitting on this one anticipating it to be Myth in this game, Myth Esports, of course, but they ended up losing 7-2 to this SV roster. So I'm really excited to see what they've got to show here on Clubhouse, because it's that test of fundamentals for these two teams, and I can't wait to see this one unfold.
Well, you don't actually have to wait. The match is actually just beginning. Producers told me we're going to get straight into the game now. We're going to have some great cinematics for you. I'm going to have to tell you something interesting, though, because you've said no two games about Clubhouse are ever the same. If we get to see it in Orcs, I'll hold you to that. If we get to see some weird alibi, Kavira, maybe an interrogation, that'd be great. But
we've seen some wacky things today. I mean, we had the Oryx play on Bank, didn't we? Where I believe it was Link who, off of memory, charged through a wall, shot down one of the Diavoli players, right after, charged through, that pure cinematic moment. It's like, when does that ever happen in comp? And yeah, it can be samey. It is Clubhouse, but there's always a little difference, and those little differences are the make or break.
And
definitely right about that.
Yep. And with all of that, we are ready to go in. So, guys, for the fourth time, I think it is today, take it away.
Oh, dearie. Deary me, to think, Drago, we are not even halfway through the day yet, technically. Halfway through this game will be the halfway mark. We've got plenty more action to come through, of course, from Ravona there on the desk, as well as us two in the game. And Drago, I cannot wait to get stuck into this one with you. Clubhouse on the board. Hopefully, between SV and Kuduro, it's going to be a bit of a banger here, because we've been teased with 2 7-5s today. I want an overtime to hit, and wouldn't this be a great place to hit it?
You're definitely right about that, and the fact that we get to see a Kaiden and an Ace taken off the board so early just tells me that both of these teams, they don't have much research to go with. They're going with the standard band, telling us that they are ready, they know the maps, band Thermite gone, meaning wall denial is up to Mute and Mute alone.
Yeah, that is going to make things very difficult, but then also the attack. Look at the hard breaches being taken off. They've only got the Hibana and Can openers available. For the basement, not too much of a problem. You start to look at the top floor sites where you've got CC, Jacuzzi, construction, so many different walls to be opening up. Then maybe it's a little bit more of a problem. But at least for this first round, not going to focus on that one too much, because the Hibana's in play. Kaid's not available, as you said, either. So those hatches should be nice, easy popping, get them through, get them done. And, well, it's going to be Kuduro starting on the defense. And I'm looking at that roster, and there are lots of names I'm recognizing down there.
You're definitely right about that. The Legion's going to be the first pick that everyone should know. But, honestly, the fact that we have a really stacked Kudo roster kind of tells me I understand why it was built the way it was, where it's not just filled with Portugal players, but now it's filled with such raw talent.
I like this. I like what this roster's bringing. I mean, you've got players like Akari from ITBA, Tridley, Dynamite as well. Lots of familiar names. And then on the side of SV, well, they've just caused a massive upset against Smith, and I suppose, well, build on that momentum. Do it again here. Why not?
I'm sure they're happy to have this match streamed, but I'm just happy to watch it. Hopefully, Dynamite might be able to start something. If not, we're going to have to see Blitz Rush chasing down the Valkyrie down blue staircase. T4 rings out. Does get the Blitz as well. Lukebi still on the rappel, though. Has to hopefully not get killed, but Ed's taken off by Valk. Being prepared for any sort of rushes, that's a 3v5 to start us off.
Yeah, but what's this? There's one inside of the objective here. Kuduro completely caught asleep at the wheel here. That steer's going to be inside of the objective. And a second one as well. Burst on the support. And, well, they're in a position they could try. But Diffuser, what's going on right now? Diffuser's outside the building. We've got two players inside twiddling their thumbs going, guys, where's the team? We need to get the players. We need to get in. We need to stick this Diffuse down while we've got the control before Kuduro come out in response, because all this time being wasted by Diffuser being in no man's land well, it's giving Kuduro an opportunity to find a way back and find a response into this one. Finally, Joy is going to join them, and the plant should be going down.
That's a great start, and I don't actually think the hatches are open now, so there's no easy rotates. You have to pick which staircase you want to go. Oh, you're going to try and push this, which intel's not going to be given away, but no, somebody was in church to catch off the first rotate. But Erica gets the other one, Legion taken out. Now it's just 2v2.
Yep, make it a 2 versus 1 as well. Tridley with it all left to do here. 1 versus 2 situation. Time against him, Stiz against him. Beautiful opener there. A bit of a, dare I say, chaotic first round there from the side of SV. Just a lot of stuff going on, a lot of places, all people all over the place. A bit of a messy one, bit of a scrappy one, all things considered. But you know what? They got into the objective. They did end up getting the fuse down and got the job done from there. Kuduro, I don't think they'll be letting that one slip through again. They're going to be going back to basement, but I think looking at the lineup, a bit more reserved this time.
Definitely about that. They're going to try and hold it. I would like to see him loose, especially after that play where they were just caught off guard by 3 people who were just able to walk into sight. I understand you had man advantage, but how could you have not also been covering either cameras or something? It didn't work out for them last time, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Question for you, and it has to be asked. Do you think Stilts is on a, let's just say, he wants to go for a streak. Let's say he wants to go for a double today.
Oh, I mean, you know what? A 4K to open us up on a clubhouse basement defense. Just run on in, start shooting people. Yeah, Stiz has got to be on one, charging through everything. And I'm thinking about this, and I'm just going, you could start seeing those double digits racking up, right? You don't start the game that way and not continue on through like it.
Gotta reload.
Definitely right about that. But here we go. We might be able to see some early picks here. Smoke might try to go for the run out, hopefully trying to get a player. If not, they know Tuber is also holding that window as well. Mira first getting the bait. She might be able to lead somebody to go for the early pick here. Smoke has to remember there is more than one player spawning there, and he's not going to check his back. Gets taken out by Grim.
An early loss, and not one you really need to be taking there for the side of Kuduro. You know, that's your smoke off the board. All of that time wasting he brings, that's no more. Now, that's completely gone, and we're only 30 seconds into the round here, and that's given SV a lot of opportunity now to start exploring this map, working out possibilities. I mean, hatches aren't reinforced, so they're just going to be opened wide on up. It's a textbook attack here right now for SV, and they've got plenty of time to work this man advantage into their favour.
You're definitely about that. I'm wondering what the plan is here. Kitchen House not being reinforced, but they get the other 2 hatches. They have a tuber on the field. They must have something set. I just can't figure out what it is.
Yeah, that's it. You got to play it slow. Got to play it patiently here. I mean, Kuduro, all you can do is kind of wait at this point. Saving grace, however, will be those 2 C4s that do remain inside of their back pocket. Kitchen hatch will eventually be opened up by the boogie drones there. So just slowly applying more and more pressure on towards the side of Kuduro. I mean, this attack, you know, you've got that half of the round to play with at this point. You just look, see if you can find any extras, perhaps turn this into a 5 versus 3. You don't need to go just yet, but I don't think that's going to stop SV. RAU projectors coming on down. Team making their way through main stairs here, looking to try and secure some ground so Burst can drop down the hatch and make a plant, but there's mirror window in the way first.
The Savannah window should be able to gotten because people were watching the stairs above, but there we go, it's finally goes pop. Hatch is open, everyone's set up into place, they're just droning out. They have a minute left. 5v4, man advantage. I don't think this match is about to go so well for the defenders. Time to get electric.
Yeah, that's it. Kuduro in a tough spot right now. SV, they've got a game plan in mind and everything's going their way so far. Nartek going to be taking a little bit of damage there, but here comes the drop from Burst. Going to be getting in towards Arsenal. Spots a player looking the wrong way. Dynamite caught blind, completely dropped. 3 versus 5, making it 2 versus 5 as Jaya gets 1. Immediately traded back by Elizaldo. So now 2 versus 4 situation. But look at the HP on that mirror. Here comes the Warden. It's a hero play required, but it will not be found. It's none other than Stiz to close it out. And suddenly SV, a 2-0 lead, looking very convincing after 2, well, ultimately, Drago, have been very different rounds, but in neither one has Kuduro looked at all close.
You're definitely right about that. I can say, instead of playing 2 different play styles, they just showed what they wanted to show in the first round in the second. They were able to recover with their adaptability in the first round, being able to go for that 3-man clutch out. And now it was, hey, let's go a perfect 5-person execute now. Sadly, not everyone did survive this engagement, but Diffuser went down, post up, took out all the players, and won the round. I'd say that's textbook Siege. If you need to learn how to play, that would be the example of a round I'd show you.
That was a really great round there from SV. Really beautiful stuff and exactly what we want to be seeing from teams. You know, it shows a clear fundamental understanding of Clubhouse, and that's what we say a lot about this map, right? It's your basics as a team, and SV right now, they have an understanding of what they want, and more importantly, how to actually get there, how to achieve those goals, because quite a lot today, we've seen teams go into these maps with a goal in plan, a clear game plan with their operator line up, their positioning, but then they don't have the means to get there. SV, they have that plan. They have the path mapped out for them. All they need to do is just get the job done.
Definitely not about that, but it has forced Kudo to go upstairs, as we can see now. Setup's finally finished. Oh, we do get to see an Ela trick here. So, something I do like, but also don't, is the fact that if you are trying to hold this red stairs, you do not have enough cover. But if you do have cover like a shield, you have to go through so much effort just to try and rotate out or try and do anything for the garage side, which is why I don't see it very much in any sort of play, maybe on the odd ranked stack, but it's a really good way of holding it now, showing that the Sammy's there to help them, they're protected for everything. And here comes the downfall of Mute. It needs to be bigger, lads. We need a bigger sphere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the options, I suppose, you've got available to you. Some very good Maverick work there, allowing the Blackbeard charge on in CCTV. SV already looking to continue to pace him from the previous round as the blitz here of Sue charging across rafters, ready to start to make the push across and apply some pressure onto these defenders.
You're definitely not about that. Looks like we're going to get some interesting plays. A C4 rip in hand might be able to go out and get this Blackbeard. They are prepared for it, though. The drones are coming out as well. But as you can see, the other side of the attack isn't even worried about it. They're going for the other side of the wall, just being prepared for this yellow when the mine comes out. And Ela has to back off now. She knows Blackbeard can push her, but she's just going to try her best. She does get the kill, taking out a huge operator for the side of the defenders. Here comes the attack, trying to push through now with a blitz and a maestro, but cannot do it.
Such a hard spot. Oh, the Kiva barricade saving the life there, and Dynamite out the window to pick up Burst. It couldn't have gone worse for the Mavericks there. 3 versus 5. East control is gained by the offense, but at what cost? 2 of your players dropped off the board. 1 of your shields matters not, I suppose. There is another one to play with, but you're now in this 3 versus 5. Very difficult to work your way out of because you can't play the trade game. You have to find something to make a difference here. And what are Kuduro doing? They're just toying with them, playing with the Evil Eyes, wasting time, chip damage galore. 50 seconds left to go for SV, and I think they're going to be hard-pressed to find something in this one.
You're definitely right about that, and the fact that there's 3 players just waiting at the top of the staircase. You don't have a lot of options yet to go push the office, or Kevin might be able to get somebody who's trying to go for a flank onto the blitz, but that's not always going to be the case. Watching for hatches, listening around, they know everyone's got their ears on, everyone's got their heads on, so we just have to wait for things to get electric.
Yeah, and that's it. Things are going to kick off, and Tridley's going to be the one to do it. Takes down Stitch, trying to bring the fight on towards Sue there, but the drop in, the team kill from Nixon doesn't matter. Finds Sue as well. Nartic does take down Elizal, but it's going to need to be 3 more to clutch this one up. 15 seconds to do so. Flashbang into sight. Diffuser is cold at this point. Take what you can get, but nothing is what you will be given. Kuduro finally find a response here and shape up a defense on this top floor as they find their first of this map.
They were down, but definitely not out. They showed their work this time. Kudo showed that they knew how to play this. It's worked out for them. SB are really going to have to think about how they want to handle this now. You have 2 big problems walking forward now. Either you play this out and ban for the sake of what you've seen, which does not look like it's going to be the case. They're banning for what they thought would annoy them most. Mirror is now gone. Grim's now gone. I could say that's a very interesting pick, especially with the fact that Isami, I would say, was a much bigger threat on the side for the defense, but on the attack, I'd say the Blackbeard would have been a better ban.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, they've been relying on the shields a lot, been using them a lot, and it feels like a default set of Clubhouse bans, I think, to be honest with you, Drago. Like this, if I look at this top of the screen, this isn't too far from what I'm used to seeing on a Clubhouse. You know, it's a default map. Sometimes default bans, maybe the way to play. really liked what I was seeing from SV Dead, Aurora on the lineup, backed up by the Seds. I was curious to see what they were cooking with that, but unfortunately not. We're back down to the basement again. Can Kuduro do it? Because they've played it twice, lost it pretty convincingly twice, but third time the charm?
I do think you're right with that, but I also feel like this is more for comfort than anything, because they know these guys like to do an extended hold. They know maybe they won't drone it, is what they're hoping. Maybe they'll think, oh, they just went cash. Don't drone it, just save your drones. As you can see, only one drone has been taken out so far. Make that 2, my mistake. We have 5 in pocket, 3 still alive. Gotta be prepared for this, though. They now know somebody is upstairs, and the drone is waiting, so they do know where side is.
Yeah, they've got the information on through. They'll know it's down in that basement. You know, hence we got the RAM on the board and all of that. But yet again, it's just the same strat from SV. They're running into the objective, and somehow, some way, Kuduro are just completely clueless to it. Nixon goes down. Elizal's the first one to try and formulate some kind of a response here. But as this is in the objective, causing chaos, Kuduro, they're hitting panic stations, and the rest of the team of SV look to try and collapse from about that. Open up the window, can't quite find anything. C4 goes out, does eventually hit its mark. Jaya taken off the board. That's a huge pick there. It's a lifeline into this round as the diffuser goes cold towards dirt, meaning that Kuduro can deny this plant on going down. Elizal finds another, and this one is now panic stations for SV as they try to salvage this round.
The PNM not having diffuser in hand is a problem, but it's still somewhat safe to get. You just have to risk it for the biscuit. And right now, it's a 3v5 with 2 minutes left on the clock. Burtz is still being tagged while trying to cross, though.
And
this Deimos is very risky.
Stu, big player here. If you can get some kills going here, you can give your team a bit of breathing space, give them a way out of dirt. But with Burst going down, Stu retreating on away. It's a 1 versus 4 now for the Ying, and it doesn't look likely. Kuduro going to right their wrongs on this basement bomb site. You see it almost inevitable here to tie it up at 2 apiece, unless the miracle 1 versus 4 happens. But you know what, your position's known. I just don't see it happen.
Definitely right about that, especially with 4 Candelas. It's unlucky. We only get to see 2 scans on the Deimos, though. A Valkyrie and a Mute, that's not something you want to see.
And he's dying with a lot of that utility in pocket. Is the cost of going so quickly. You don't get the time to apply and to use everything there. And I think Kuduro, while they weren't playing directly anticipating it, it was in the back of their minds and their positioning that this could happen. What we're actually seeing is a bit of a long-armed rotate here, and Asu attempting to go for the revive, because you know what, 2 versus 4 with Candela's back pocket in just about a bit of time gets the player up. It's definitely not impossible, but to fight your way out of this position with 33 seconds and all eyes on you, yeah, Ying goes down. It's all up to Burst. Vendetta in hand. Okay, if the 1 versus 4 from Sue wasn't possible, I don't think the 1 versus 4 from Burst is possible, and I think they recognise that as well. Going to be taking a bit of an impromptu timeout outside by underneath the tree. Have a little bit of a think.
So a nice little picnic break does help with the mind. They've got to get the mental back. They were winning nice with some great pocket strats. But as you can see, Trid is just being a little bit aggressive here, trying to make sure nobody gets into his building. What do you think was said during that quick impromptu timeout?
Oh, that is a hard call to make, because for SV, that just felt, yet again, like the round 1 push where they just charged into the objective. It was just a little disjointed. You had a player in the objective causing so much chaos, but no one else was in a position to really capitalise on that. There were a couple players on towards the blue rotate, the secret stairs, but no one was ever anywhere else across the map. So Kuduro, they were able to get back in freely to the objective. I'm not really sure what the game plan with that one is, and well, we're going to be seeing the curveballs keep on coming, because we're heading to the site we don't see very often here on Clubhouse.
I just remind me, did they play Cash? Because I don't think I've seen it yet, and my brain is...
play Cash.
So we're going to see an extended roam, we're going to see a tight hold into bar, but we're also having to see players go upstairs now, because the best way to hold bar is from being upstairs. So I'm a wee bit worried, but I like to see the Frost, I like to see the castle. They have something in mind.
Seconds left before
You know what? I'm here for the innovation because, like we were saying, sometimes Clubhouse can be samey. Sometimes I feel like this Clubhouse we've had so far, it's been very unique, would be how I would describe the Clubhouse so far. It's certainly been an interesting one, and well, this game doesn't stop surprising anytime soon, I don't think. It's going to keep on delivering as we go through it. And SV, how do they deal with this site? Because I can't imagine it's one you have a whole lot of practice on.
You're definitely right about that. And the fact that, you know, we have the Bravo, we have the Dokebi, maybe those are a bit more comfort of, hey, we're going to need as much intel as we can. This is not something we're used to attacking, so bring the drones, bring everything. But the Bravo's shot by the Maestro slightly too quickly. That's one drone gone, but she still has a second one in the pocket.
Yeah.
Here's the question for you. How do you push it?
See, this is the thing with this objective. You need to clear the utility. Bar stage is so difficult to get any presence in there because it's such an open no man's land. Hence why we see the Echo and the Maestro from the defense. You need to clear that utility. We needed to see some more success from that Bravo. Of course, when you're pushing it, clear top floor, get the vertical under your control, and then start to try and work your way down. Get into sight, use that Montaigne, use that Ossa, get behind the shields, try and get some plants down in a relative safety. Hold it from above. That's got to be the game plan here for SV, but they need to pick up the pace. A minute in towards the round here, we're only just starting to nudge the top floor players.
You're right about that and the fact that none of the castles have been destroyed yet. This is something I'm a wee bit concerned. Yes, they do have Osa with nades in pocket, and the Gone Civics on Capture. I've just noticed that as well, so they do have a way of opening them. But there's a lot of utility that has to be burned, and it's still not getting done. A minute and a half left.
Yeah. And as well, you've got Nixon here on the objective, holding the fort down with the older, and what a good weapon to be doing it with as well. JR going to be taking down Tridley there. That's the mute off the board. This defense is getting pincered on the top floor. 2 from JR. Going to be fired there. While the else has been taken down, the bloodbath continues elsewhere. It's a 2 versus 3. Kudera were in the disadvantage. A minute left to play for here. Both players that remain are in lurking positions. They're not playing too close to the objective, a little bit hidden away. But as I realise this, you can't quite get the Yokai drone into the objective because the hole is a little bit high, and Jay is going to be watching it from outside here, looking to try and make the pick.
The more danger comes out with the Capital, just hiding, waiting, but the Frost fighting in the bathroom, trying to go for the Bravo, but cannot land the shots. The Super Shorty wins in that. Ouch, painful engagement.
Yeah. But here's the thing, 30 seconds left to go. Look at the clock, Drago. There's not a lot of time here. And if this diffuser can have a little bit of game played around it here with the Yokai drones, don't know if there's a second one available, but certainly if there is, you're going to stun one and push on in rather than trying to stop the diffuse. That's the curveball that might be needed. Diffuser's gone down, however, so now you need to try and make the response. It's going to open up the gas pipe, but you're in a post plant with a Montaigne. A very, very difficult situation awaits Eliza now. I'm just going to sit on the diffuser, bait it on out here, but you're stuck in a sandwich, and it's not a real nice one either. You're not going to have an easy way out of this one, if at all. Bit of ring around the rosies on the bar, but I think this one's likely going to be a done deal here. There's not much way you can get back into this one here in this 3 versus 1. SV should have the round.
You can keep mailing as much as you want. It's not going to move very much without a lot of help and assistance. But here we do get to see Capito ends the kill, takes the round. So this match has a lot of chance of being one of the best ones we have today.
This is the thing. I mean, this one's shaping up. We've had so many bangers today, but so far these teams are back and forth, and there's some really, really good rounds here. And what I'm loving about this match, Drago, is SV especially, and Kudero as well. They're keeping things fresh. Like, this is probably the least default Clubhouse I've seen in ages. In terms of Clubhouse, this game is way off the ballpark, but in a good way.
Defenders, protect your
Definitely right about that. And I'm actually happy to see a little bit more of the rotation of the operators. The fact that we're not just seeing the same basic 5 for each setup, because you can do that in Clubhouse, but instead we get to see the Fenrir. We're not seeing a Bandit because he's been banned, but we do get to see a Mute. Sometimes the Mute gets switched between who's actually on it as well.
Yeah, it's a bit pass through, but the one thing that seems to be a staple so far is that Maestro pick. Nixon going to be hopping back on towards it. Seeing Bedroom Gym head back in up to here. It did work for Kudero the first time they bought it a while ago, hence why they're going to try to do it, close out the half. And I don't know about you, Drago, but 3-3 on Clubhouse, that's the expectation. I think I'm happy there.
I do agree. That's a really good half of the attack. But we also get to see, we might go to a 4 here, but we get to see all of the operator changes immediately. Maverick being brought because they're not even going to worry about wasting time trying to take big garage. It's now just focus on open the wall. No need for Blackbeard to try and push in. Let's just stop everything in their tracks. I do love this new tech that we keep seeing. It's been in the game for a little bit since before CJX. Oh, thank you, Mute, for letting the door in. Maverick gets away scot-free and doesn't have to waste any utility in opening a hole.
Love this Maverick tech, especially when it works out, and it's always beautiful to see. It feels like fine arts sort of at its work, at its finest, and you know, if you can play it properly, Jay here is looking to do the exact same thing over towards Jacuzzi's side. And you know what, from what we've seen so far, I'm going to give this an A. I'm going to give this a grade A for this Maverick play so far. Jay has done it a couple of rounds so far, and for the most part, as I'm speaking the praises, he's struggling a little bit here, but for the most part, it's been some really, really clean work here on the hard breacher. But we need to focus back on the objective itself here because shots are starting to rain on in.
I do think they finally got it now, but Sammy's a bit late in that rotate. Unable to get the Maverick unless he runs back out. Nope, not going to be able to get him. He has opened it, but it's also a wee bit stuck. But here comes the Maestro Cams finally being hacked in the favor of the attackers.
Yeah, and
Now
it's
they
good
have
that
to
they've got
show it.
something. It's good that they've got something in their favour because Sue's down. That's not good.
And we get to see a little bit of a glitched camera POV. You're just going to have to give us a quick second. There we go. This is why EMP grenades are fantastic. Such a good utility. Oh, they do mess up with us quite a bit. Ash getting Ella as well on the cross, damaging Maestro as well. But a little bit of a cleanup with Sami just trying to hold it. Maestro backing off towards Office, getting the vault. Yes, but... oh, a lovely shot taking out Ella. Sorry, taking out Sami while she was trying to go. Now it's up to the Mute, Maestro, and Fenrir in a 3v3.
Equal on the man count, and that's the thing. That equaliser is going to be absolutely huge for the outcome of this round here. 40 seconds left to try and carry this one on through, and the biggest factor I think right now is look at the HP on Akari. So low. One bullet is all they're going to need from the attack. SV, however, don't have a lot of utility to push this one in. They've got a couple of hacked cams from earlier in the round and some drones, but nothing in the way of grenades, stuns, anything of that sort. They're just going to have to do this one through raw gun skill and through raw mechanics. The whole Kudero is mainly being stationed in Logi right now in the final 15 seconds. They're going to try and push this one across front line. Emerges. Hoffins come through. They're going to try and be sticking the plant down. Akari, Dynamite dropping quick succession. It's all up to Nixon to try and deny this one. One outside, one in the objective itself. It's a tough hold. Has to read on towards one, can find it. And the Elder's the weapon you want in this clutch because you know the second player's not far away, but you can't find it. Sis gets it, and it's going to be the side of SV coming out on top of that half there. 4-2 split.
Definitely about that, getting clutched out with that final little bit. But now we get to see the new bans. It's a good switch over. It's a great start for the SV defense. I'm going to say Mira? What are you going to think?
Yeah. I think we'll stick. I see we see a Kaid ban at some point. A Kaid ban at some point. It's very unsurprising to go through Clubhouse without a Kaid ban. Thermite as well. I think the bans we saw in the previous half, especially for the first set, a default. You know, I think Bandit again, another hard breacher. I don't know about you, Drake, but I think that's just the norm now for club.
Maybe you're playing at a much higher tier than I am. For now, I know Bandit's being the only one that's not being taken off the board since it's so active. Mute's easily countered, so it's not even worried about anymore. But Ace and Band, you're right about that. They're both taken again, so it's a recap of just last match. But
yeah,
we get to see something interesting now. We're going to see Kudo's attack. I'm hoping for a little bit more aggression since they seemed very aggressive on the defense as well.
Yeah, and this is it. SV themselves, they didn't shy away from the aggression either, did they? And that's the exciting thing. These two teams, they've been butting heads, and that first half was certainly one of the spicier halves of Clubhouse we've seen in a while, I feel. Weird sites being played, weird strategies going for, and I really hope it doesn't devolve into a default Clubhouse, because even in the previous half where we had the more normal bans, the game itself was anything but, and I really hope that permeates on through here, because so far it's been a really entertaining game to watch with a lot of twists and turns.
You're definitely twists and turns. Here's the thing. I know how much how much SV like their DMRs. I was kind of hoping to see Tubero have one, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
I love that DMR. Love the AR-1550. Not because I'm good with it, because I can't aim very well, more so just because it sounds nice. Like, it just sounds like a big, powerful gun, and that's just great fun.
Oh, he actually does have it. Yes.
Oh, he does.
We're going to hopefully see nice little footholds, some nice wall bangs. 11 rounds, and it only takes 2 to 3 to take out any operator in the game. So, just got to be prepared for that. They are going to clear up upstairs first, knowing that there was a spawn peek attempted by this mutant. Probably making them feel that there's a bit of phantom pressure upstairs. They have to focus on clearing out any of the roamers, because they were roaming heavily upstairs when it came to their turn.
It's that sense of unease, I think, isn't it? You just know there's someone there, even if they're not still playing up there, you know there is that pressure. Burst's actually gone on over towards CCTV, going to be losing his life there towards Eliza on the Ash, storming on in a very early first pick there. And well, the C4 might be raining in the ears of the attackers. They know it's neutralised. And Stiz looking to play up here, facing up red stairs, looking to try and take something back as well. Sue getting aggressive, and SV, they're picking up, they're doing what they did on their attacks, really. Not slowing down, looking to try and find some picks. The latter does get droned and eventually going to retreat away to the objective. But the statement's been made, I suppose, hasn't it, Drago? SV, they're here to fight.
You're definitely worried about that, Travi, but they're not going to give it up just yet. Causing as much trouble as they can. Everyone does rotate back to site, so they don't have to worry about anyone still being upstairs. But what they do have to worry about is how are they going to push this. Now that the defense has turtled, everything's going to have to get opened. Everyone's going to have to worry about how it's going to be done. And there's still a Mirror with a C4 and a Valkyrie with a C4. You have to play it safe. And the two-brow freezes the hatch. Perfect.
Yeah, that's it. It's the time that's going to be the concern now, I think, for the attack of Kudero. They obviously had to spend a little bit of time dealing with Burst up on the top floor, and that time might be what stabs them in the back a little bit here. Valkyrie camera's going to be spotted out, at least somewhat dampening the effects that these C4s could have, making sure the placement isn't going to be pristine. But it's still the 4 versus 5, with the favour going the way of the attack. And as they start to circle around this bomb site, look for their way into this one, there's a possibility that SV could hold on here as this clock dwindles.
That hidden sixth attacker could end up being their biggest threat. They do not have a lot of time where they have to now just push in, hopefully go for the kill, trying to get anyone going for the cross. With 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to have to get electric.
Yeah, that's it. 30 seconds to go. It's got to be the pushing from the attack. It's 5 versus 3. It's advantageous for them, but a lot of utility already burned. Mirror window still in place, still active, and the players of SV, despite being in the man disadvantage, not slowing down at all, perhaps to their detriment, as Nordic goes down, Jaya falls not too far behind, Akari closes it out onto Sue, and Kudero looking a lot better there on their first attack. Clinical work from them. Take the top floor player down, use that pressure you've got from the mid floor there to take a player, get that 3 versus 5, and then just collapse in towards the basement site. If you ask me, that's about as textbook as a clubhouse attack goes. Very well done from Kudero, and great showing of fundamentals.
Yeah, I forgot about that, and it looks like they're here to repeat it. But this time, the defense have chosen to go upstairs. We're going to have to see that 6th pick be used very, very well here, because Ram is not going to be their saving grace that they think she is. They're still expecting a downstairs push, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you got to swap that one out probably for something else there, whatever it's going to be. I mean, you could, there's a possibility of sending a buck in down below if you want to play the vertical game, if that's how you want to do it. Kudero, then, well, kudos to you. It's been working so well so far on their attacks, but we say that, it's only been 1 round, all things considered here. Still very early days yet, and for the time being, SV holding on to their lead.
Right about that, and something I've just noticed which I might have to ask you. So, when it comes to Clubhouse, when it comes to my defenses, things like that, I don't normally see a Capito being brought just to get, like, Bandit off the wall or something like that. In the case of Bandit being banned, how would Capito interact with this attack?
I'm immediately looking to what we're spectating right now here from Nartic over towards Logi's side. So where you've got the mirror window in gold there, fire the asphyxiating bolt into that, you're going to force the player forward into the line of sight from the window. There are a lot of power positions on Clubhouse, so many ways to clear that one out, really. A lot of ways to use it, and as well, it's a safe pick, because not only you've got those asphyxiating bolts, you've got the smokes, you've got the hard breaches, and the power is one of the best guns in the game in my books.
Definitely right about that. I would have expected a Bravo, but we get the Gone 6 opening up and causing a little bit of mayhem towards Garage. And Stills just can't sit still. Here we go.
Yeah.
We get a little bit of a time delay being coming out from this. How long can Tuber actually slow down?
This, I believe, is 10 to 15 seconds a pop, so you get about 45 seconds total, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head. But the key thing is here, it can dislodge these teams trying to push in synchronization and give the 1 versus 1s. Stiz finds exactly that, because look, while the 1 versus 1s are happening on East, the players outside of CC are sitting there twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the Tuberal to stop peeking onto things there. It's a freebie given away of SV right now, and while finally the wall is open, the defense have done their job. They can just retreat on backwards, play out the final half of this round.
The Samu Barricades slowing down the Blackbeard even more. It is just, how much time do you want to waste? And the answer is yes, without question.
Yes.
So, now we have a different problem. They've wasted a lot of their gadget opening utility just trying to get 1 or 2 walls. Hubrau still has 1 more in the pocket, which can be used to stop attackers running, or trying to get the B Jacuzzi wall.
Now,
What's he looking
final?
at? What's he looking at?
He's spotted something there, chasing around here, just didn't think spotted anything in construction. I mean, this is the hard one to cross here because there's still pressure out towards Logi and Stiz. Oh, this is an aggressive angle here, out towards the hot tub, out towards Jacuzzi, but Ridley elsewhere, taking the head off of Jay there, 4 versus 4, open it back the way of Kuduro, so we are going to be even going into this final 50 seconds as the push across comes through. However, Nartic not wanting to be given up construction at all just yet, but the push from Kuduro, with the limited time they've got, it needs to come through. Ooh.
Little shot rings out, but does not get it. Now the Fuser is actually down. Sami is grimmed, but Burst gets 2 with amazing C4. There's the Tuber to slow down Blackbeard from trying to run away, and it slows down his ADS time, so Mirror does get the pick.
A little bit late there for SV, I feel. Not for SV, for Kuduro, sorry, there from that one. They're pushing on in, and, you know, the early loss there, I think, cost them a little bit. You lose realize how you can't deal with the mirror windows, those Kiva barricades as effectively, and you just saw it everywhere. Kuduro were looking, they looked in the objective, there's 2 Kiva barricades facing you. Rotation, of course, from Jim, as well as the mirror window coming out from Gold, and you're just looking and you're going, I don't know where to look because there's like 4 different ways they can peek me right now. You didn't have the utility because of that early loss, all because the Tuberel stalled it out. And this is the thing, is that trail of breadcrumbs, you lead it all the way back to the start of the round. These small little pieces of utility, perhaps 30 seconds in, they're having this impact right at the execute.
Definitely about that. That time slowdown is really working for SB. And that's the kind of defense you should be using, especially for this sort of hold. But no mirror on the board. Instead, we've got a clash. Something where I'm thinking they might have a different idea, or they're just thinking we're going to set up the shield, become an absolute menace, and have a walking mirror.
Yeah, that's it. What's better than a mirror that's stationary on a wall? One that can walk around and can electrify you and has a gun in her pocket.
It almost sounds like she needs a nerf, but we'll have to get back to that.
Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know. Perfectly balanced. Perfect shape right now, but whatever you think about her, Clash is in a great state right now, and more importantly than not, she is looking in really good form, and hopefully going to be making quite a large impact in this round, especially as players have become more experienced too, and now we're sort of, you know, a month and a half into Siege X. Players have been able to really start to learn how to juggle her effectively, so with the Ash, with the grenades being thrown at her, you can pick up that shield, it can't be destroyed as easily, and you can be a moving, impenetrable fortress, and can not only burn a lot of time, could also fight back pretty darn well.
Definitely about that, but here we go. We get to see Warden backing off into sight because he's in danger, but he does have a C4 in pocket. He might be able to throw it up, cause a little havoc, maybe getting this person coming through the bathroom because his drone was chasing him. And they're trying to impact trick. Yes, they successfully do get the banner charges. You gotta remember, as useful as that is, it still has to be there at the end before it detonates.
Yeah. That's it. You have to actually get it open and detonate it, but Akari should have enough pellets in pocket to do the job, but you need to obviously make sure you've got enough to do the hatches. It's got a glimpse of stock there, still closed up, so you're going to need something to deal with that. No other means of hard breach really from the side of Kuduro's attack right now. All 5 players of SV relegated towards the basement, but now here comes the big problem. Faced up with the clash, Nixon retreats away.
They now finally spawn the clash. They finally know what operators are on site, so they know they can't just go for a rush. It's not as easy compared to when SV did it. So now the time has to be used. Those red pipes being used as even more slowdown as a makeshift Goyo. But here comes the danger. You have to open them as much as you can. You only have a minute left. Hatch is open. Rotates are going to be stalled and watched. There we go. Another hatch is going to be used. Two barrels not there to stop it though.
Not at all, and that could be problematic there. Shots coming on through this DMR. Only one bullet, and it does massive damage. Just like that, Tridley falls to it. Burst closes out the job with the pistol. Opening pick goes the way of the defense, but only 40 seconds left to go on this one. The hop in, it's getting anticipated. C4 goes, doesn't hit its mark, but look at this, Jaya holding the position out towards main. The blitz coming, charging on down the stairs, trying to push up, trying to take some ground. Right, a net of safety for the rest of the Kuduro to drop because the plant's going down. Do SV have the knowledge? Do they have the response? Because I don't think they do. The fuse is going to be stuck. This round's going to be thrown into total disarray. 40 seconds now for this defense to work with this man advantage, to try and take advantage and capitalize upon it. But Dynamite shuts down Nartic. Elizal with another as well. This clash 1v1ing with another shield. Stiz does equalise the board here, but Stu and Jaya all that remain. 25 seconds left to go to try and get this defuse back, and the Blitz, he's still running about the place like it's nobody's business right now. The vertical is taken out there. Elizal is dropped. Can they find Akari as well? Because then they can 2v1 the shield. It's important, but no, can't quite win the gunfight. It's a 1 versus 1, but with 9 seconds, Akari's good for it, and Kuduro will take the round.
Ow. Just looking at how painful that was. The execution, everything got so messy so quickly. Thank you for us having an amazing observer today. Because, ouch. The first flank, the second flank, and then the floor bang to end it off.
Yeah.
Painful to see, but beautiful nonetheless.
Yeah, beautiful. 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 Round and SV will take their lead. Or at least hold on to it for a little while longer. Kuduro, now really, really interesting one here. But round number 9, and this game's tightening up here, getting towards the end of things just a little bit here. We're going to go back down to the basement. SV wanting to give it another go, and I think that's the right call, right? Because that one was certainly within the realms of possibility.
You can say realm of possibility, but right now, I think we're going to have a lot more trouble for the defense here. Because, yes, the attack now know how to attack it, but the defense have to adapt it, which hasn't seemed to be their strong suit this side of the defense now. On the attack, amazing. Worked out well for them immediately. But here they go. They're changing the ideas. They're going for a split push, having the mirror now. No more clash, no more slowing down them. It's time for them to get the aggression coming out. I'm hoping it works for them, because from what we could see, Burst likes to be aggressive, but he also likes to play it smart.
Yeah, that's it. It likes to have that aggression, and it's that balance in a player. You could have the best mechanics in the world, but if you can't put yourselves into good positions, or if you can't put yourselves in a position that's going to sort of enable the rest of the team, then it's not really worth a whole lot. You need to balance that aggression with the positioning and the coordination with the team, and as you say, Drago, Burst so far has been doing a masterful job of that. Stiz as well. You said it at the start, looking for double digits. He's found it.
Let's see if we can get a 20 bomb in one game. That'll be fantastic. That means 2 aces in this round, right? But
yeah.
For now,
Easy
we're just going to have to wait and
squeezy.
see. Are we going for a quick rush again? But this time from the side of Kudo?
Speaking of easy peasy, Kuduro are steaming through this top first floor here, but you've got players, you've got Stiz roaming about on east stairs, red rather, and just rat spotting in a corner here. I don't know whether Kuduro have any idea, because there's no Deimos, no Jackal, no nothing on the board to hunt them. So what really can they do if they're unaware? And the Valkyrie camera's going to feed the information to the player, and this is Army. Could be devil's advocate in this round.
Oh, the mirror C4 went out but does not meet its mark. But now they have to think about what they can and cannot get. They can see the operators, they can see the drones, they can see the cameras. Having IQ's usability just shown perfectly why she's got such good synergy with electronics. Sorry about that.
Oh, a punch hole. Oh, Stiz! That is beautiful! That's an amazing shot. Sees the punch hole, sprays it down, and Hibana no more. And this is the problem now. Kuduro, they realise they've got a problem lurking somewhere upstairs and not a lot of time to deal with her.
Gonna have to be quick and hopefully try to go for the site. Their defense still has 5, but Burst answers with their own. They finally get the Asami. They lost their Grim along the way. A 4v3 with a minute left.
Yeah. It's a difficult one. Really, really tough one right now for the side of Kuduro in this. SV looking poised up to take this map point here with the man advantage, as well as mirror windows to play behind, as well as Maestro Evil Eyes. There's plenty of utility on the board right now for the defense. All they need to do is use it.
Definitely right with that. Here comes the smokes from the Capitao. Hopefully going to give them a little bit of confusion while they can hopefully set up and go for sight. They don't have a lot of time now. Nades are going to have to ring out. Hopefully go for this. There's the smoke pellet come out. Flashes and the red pipes being burst. They don't have a lot of time. 26 seconds. A lot of people are getting tagged. Triddle can't just run through even though he has diffuser. But there's Lizzo getting his own.
Yeah,
still
2 versus 2. But look at HP. Look at HP, Drago. Look at the Kuduro. There's a sneeze could take him out of this one. Elizal gets down by the MPX. It's all up to Tridley to recover this in the post plant. Caught in a cross. Caught in a real bad situation there. And it's going to be SV. Take themselves up onto the map point now after fighting back yet another post plant.
SV got it, but it was hard fought. It looks like their opponents are getting in their heads now. They're making them jitter, they're making them shake. But they only need one more round, so hopefully the pressure's being released and they know they are a great team. I think a tactical timeout might be necessary, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? SV looking incredibly good right now. No, tac timeout, it will seem. Oh, never mind. Pause. We're going to head into an unspecified tech pause at this moment. We do not know. We will see what it is. But either way, it's a good opportunity to just sit and have a breather because like SV are starting to build up momentum right now. They're starting to build things up. And right now, well, maybe a very, very brief pause. But I think we're all good to go from the sounds of the in-game chat. So we should hopefully not be too much further away from getting this one possibly closed out.
It looks to be just a little siege bug. It's been fixed quickly enough. So whether we get into the final round or we get to see some masterful plays coming out from the side of the attack. I'm wondering 2 things here, and I'm not sure if you've noticed it yet. How many Deagles are in this team?
Oh. 2. Just the 2, right?
How many Deagles have not been played at all? Because at the moment, every round has had a Deagle in it. Whether it's been from the side of the attackers with Blackbeard, or SB carrying 2 of them always and then punishing their opponents with them. They only use it for rotates or they use it for perfectly executions.
Yeah. One-shot headshot with any and all it's this hand cannon for a reason, and for me, I love using it to hide those Valkyrie cameras. Bit of soft wall, fire it up at the top, makes a little hole, perfect size for a Valkyrie camera to be slipped into. It's a masterful, really lovely little weapon there to be used. And well, SV certainly, amongst other things, though, I think making things really, really work. Their strategical depth showing right now, just being able to adapt to what Kuduro are bringing, because Kuduro, they've had a variety of attack styles, but none of them have been able to stick too much, I feel.
You're right about that, and there's the 2 rows slowing down. Another side's push again, but here comes the Blackbeard trying to go for the windows. If he can actually get in here, he can make a big play and maybe a big push, but a lot of time is going to have to waste it. But there we go. They've realized that we shouldn't just be expecting one person, such as the Hibana, to be able to do everything. Bring your own gadgets.
Yeah, that's it. Hibana, she's got her own tools, gets the job hopefully just about done there. Minute into this one now, and pressure is slowly but surely building it up here. It's a slower start to this round compared to what we're used to seeing here, but I don't think that's going to be lasting too much longer there. Nartic, unaware of it themselves, has been droned out playing by the doorway into Logi, and this is a position that's hard to hold because if you're not careful about it, you can be very, very, very easily pinched.
You're right about that. Hibana only having 2 Hibana pellets left in pocket. She's not got a lot she can do, but Mira still has a C4 whether she wants to throw it up to that office hatch and try to go for the ace, but sorry, to go for the Grim. But for now, everyone's just ready to set up. Everything's working out in their favor. Castle's getting tagged and downed as well, but Blackbeard's rushing the Mira, getting a kill, and now it's a 3v5 with a minute left.
Yeah, double C4 from Burst, though, makes it a 3 versus 3, but Elizao keeping the man advantaged away of Kuduro with 2 quick kills back. Burst has been amazing so far. I believe that's the second double C4 we've seen from him, but it's now going to need to be a 1 versus 3 as round number 11 here. It's very explosive conclusion. Diffuser's gone down. Burst's position is known. Very unlikely, very difficult to 1 versus 3 when you've got the shield, when you've got the cross being held from Logi. So difficult to push this one across, and well, I don't know if there's a way out, and there does not seem to be. Quad for Elizao there, and Kuduro going to be taking us all the way through to the end of regulation.
You're definitely right about that. Here comes the final round, whether it goes to overtime or SB win it. The pressure's on both sides. But it's not over yet. As you've seen, they are playing smarter now. They're realizing that we can set the pace, and it's their turn. Ash, Grim, Ying are being brought on the side of the attack with Twitch and Capital, while Sammy, Mira, Castle, Tuber, and Fenrir are being brought on the side of the defenders. We can have a lot more problems ringing out. I'm surprised no tag times have been called.
Yeah, that's it. We're so late into this one, and you know, no team. I mean, rarely ever do you see it in like quals, like you know, with these tack timeouts. You know, only one I've seen so far today is Team Secret Academy on the 6-5 in this exact position. But Kuduro not opting to call it here, instead wanting to just go through it all the way through. I mean, we got that small little timeout there, didn't we? You know, under the tree way a little bit ago. I mean, that was what, round number 2, that one, I believe, Drago? That was a while ago now.
You're right about that. Was round 2. Damos was just having a sandwich he wanted to break. But here we go. I'm wondering where those drones actually hidden. I didn't realize there was any boxes that wouldn't just immediately be destroyed if you tried to sit in them, but I've learned something new today too. Cat Patel being switched for the Habana, Blackbeard being shown. This wall will be open one way or another. They know there's still a tuber out, but it's just better to have it open than closed.
Ooh. Sorry, just spotted out of the corner of my eye here. Nixon, Ying shotgun. Love this one. This is one I'm more familiar with on console. This isn't typically one we see on PC play. Console players absolutely adore this thing. Console comp do love it, but PC, not quite as common of a pick, but it certainly does have its merits. The S612, as it is called, definitely not to be confused with 6 Siege. It is a hard-hitting beast of a shotgun. It's semi-auto, does a lot of damage, and certainly does have its merits as well. And, well, you brought it into existence, Drago. Tuberau slowing things down already.
Ooh, Blackbeard C4 rings out, but does not kill him. Puts him to 10 HP in a dream, though.
How does he survive that?
He's just built different. That's all my answer has to be for now. Ying Candela's first being used, and it is Ying Shock, and that is so strange to me. But there we go. The wall is going to get open, so Capital can now help his teammates. Tuber will have to back off or play aggressive. He's got a lot of choices and a lot of options. Let's see if he uses them.
Yeah, but this is the other thing. It's not even the options. It's just the time he's got at the moment, really, all things considered. And as you say, there's a lot of different ways to play this. He is going to be droned out, but as long as he doesn't lose his life, he can just continue to burn time. Look at this. Half the round's been gone, and still, Burst has not been dealt with. Fires onto the Blackbeard, and with how low he is, 1 bullet is all you're going to need, really. And now Jaya with the support. This one's looking hard for Kuduro to push across.
Having the Habana take out the Asami so early is a great pick, especially with her gadget, the way it works. But for now, it's going to have to be Blackbeard trying to push through Cash and Ash watching for no rotates. They do not have a lot of time to waste. They don't have any players dead, so everyone has to be actively rotating between active play and passive. A minute left on the clock in a 5v4. Ants has to go down soon.
Yeah, that's it. We need to stick this one on through. Need to try and get this plant made through. Advantage is the way of Kuduro. Overtime is almost on the horizon here. They just need to get this done, but the HP, that's the concern right now. Both Akari and Tridley very low, and that could make things difficult if they're unable to convert across here. Jay are in a really tough spot in this corner. Not going to be spotted out by the Beehives, though. A blessing there for the Fenrir, because this off position could catch someone off guard as this push in. You're making it with the Candelas, you're assuming everyone is blind, and it could catch someone out. Instead, it's Akari with another one there on towards Nartic. Sue tries to get one burst with another 2 versus 3 situation. Advantaged away of Kudero, but the time is against them. 15 seconds left to go. Elizal's trying to support. It's all on to burst. Couldn't do the 1 versus 3 before. Can he do it to save off an overtime? Here's the defuse going down. Has to try and find it, but no, the cover's there from Elizal. And with that, Drago, we get our first overtime of the afternoon.
Oh, I was gonna say, this has been a fantastic match. I held my breath out of suspense. Oh, I'm getting lightheaded just thinking about it. It was so quick. If you didn't catch it, not only did you had the Yin Candela rush in, you had 2 players trying to watch the stairs, trying to watch the gym door. One swings, gets taken out by the person who's on Jacuzzi. Second, the Yin just has to push. He goes for the wallbang, gets one of them, and then has to go for the wallbang again, but decides to rotate back around the tries to go through the staircase, and then gets the other one. It was just a ring around the rosies until there was one standing left.
Yeah, that's it. It's chaos. And that has been this clubhouse so far, hasn't it, really? It's been delivering, like, especially in the first half. It's just been utter chaos. Things have been happening that wouldn't normally happen on a clubhouse, and we head towards this overtime, and I'm looking at it going, this is anyone's game at this point. Obviously, you do have the defense to start off with, which, you know, historically has been working a little bit better off, but we will have to wait and see, of course. You never know what's going to happen. Overtime tends to come, the pressure mounts up, and sometimes these games, they just flip on their head a little bit.
You're right about that, but we get to see something interesting. We get to go to overtime, so a lot of people might not know how overtime works yet, because this is actually the first, I believe, because we didn't have it yesterday on the last ball.
No, first overtime here then. Go on, Drago, take us through.
So, with overtime, it's the bans are switched to what you originally had them to, with a little bit of change and mix-up. So, as you can see, this Clash band, it's not as it was where you have that third band just waiting in time. You now have all of the bands active at once, meaning that overtime is a lot more strategic. It's a lot different from the first 2 rounds, and now you've got to think it through now.
Yeah, and it makes things very difficult. Of course, the score limit to overtime remains unchanged. It is still first 1 to 8 now. Mini best of 3 of rounds here to decide the fate of this game, and who's going to be progressing onwards into the next stage, really the quarterfinals of our qualifier number 2 here at Voltage Series. So it's tight margins. It's starting to get to the big games in ports that we can really start to rack up some points. All that stands between you and it is 5 players on the other side and just 2 more rounds.
And the fact that we're going to Smoke versus a Monty, a tale as old as time. Smoke can actually delay him for 30 seconds, 10 seconds per smoke. But it does not matter when there's a mirror roaming around. I gotta love the Vector, but it's so much nicer on Goyo, but mirror does work.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sue caught facing the wrong way, climbing up the ladder. Dynamite picks that one up. Unfortunately, when climbing up those ladders, you are basically defenseless. You can't do anything other than really look and stick your head up and get it taken right off, as was demonstrated very kindly there by Sue. So, what was a 5 versus 3 is now a 4 versus 3. We have a Montaigne pushing up on through dirt, as well as support elsewhere from Kudero. But the goal on the shield right now, really, is just to apply that pressure, feed the information through, and facilitate this drop.
Is the drop going to come out, though? That's what we're going to have to worry about right now. We don't have a long time. It's got 20 seconds. Monty's still waiting here at Dirt Door. And Tony might become dead as a doornail if he tries to go through. We've got Mute still watching the hatch. You've got 30 seconds left. It's time to get electric. Something has to be done.
Yeah, that's it. Not a lot of time left to try and force this one through for the attack, and I think a lot of this is on Nixon right now, right here on Tunnel Doorway. Sees an opener, does down burst, and that's what was needed, because now it's equal. There's no way the revive's going off this late in towards the round, and Montaigne's used it to get himself a bit of a footing in towards the objective, so can try and capitalise upon it here, but there's a one. It's rare. This revive comes on free through. C4 goes, Dynamite takes down Jaya. It's all falling apart. A 2 versus 2 situation here. Nixon going to have to go huge on the gun, but caught looking the wrong way, caught on their lonesome, and it's going to be SV to close out the first round of overtime and pop themselves back up onto map point.
These Sammy barricades. I love the keepers, I really do. But they are such a menace if you do not get rid of them, or if you don't know how to push away from them. The Monty does not have the damage to open them with bullets, so he's only going to have to use melee. It did not have the range for it.
Yeah, that's it. Shot in the back, and not a lot you can really do there, unfortunately. So we find ourselves now in this very interesting situation. SV with the advantage, 7-6. As I say, 1 round for SV, and they will do it. Kuduro going to need the next 2 in a row. They do have defense to try, and they're going to be going down towards the basement. But looking at the lineup of SV, they've got something cooking.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being...
You're right about that. Just looking at how crazy it's getting. Again, back to SV having the advantage, but being stuck just on the cusp. They need to rise to the occasion now and force it through. Otherwise, they might just get taken. Kudo could just have this whole game. They fought so hard for it. Remember, it's a best of 1. Everything is on the line for this qualifier now.
Yeah, that's it. It's the thing with these BO1 single elim qualifiers, isn't it, Drago? It's very fine margins that separate the good teams from the great teams. And, you know, I'm looking at the results here for, of course, the previous qualifier. Kuduro did have a very, very good run. You know, they were, I believe, quarterfinalists from the previous qualifier, so got very far themselves. SV can't be same said for them, so this would be an opportunity to start getting their name on the board, start racking up those points here. Obviously, Kuduro will have got some from today, but they're going to want to build up on that bank because one quarterfinal performance probably isn't going to be enough to take you to the next stage of the competition. You're going to need to repeat that result time and time again here.
Right about that, and the fact that they're trying the best here now to hopefully put on something. I'm a wee bit worried. Sense is in the building now. She knows that there's rotates. She knows that there's a lot of people who are having to change and cause trouble. But, does cut the arm of Asami, but Asami's going to have to get out of there. Oh, Ram actually does answer and gets Legion. That's a huge pick for the start of the round. A minute's gone.
Yeah, a minute's gone. But look at this. The players of Kuduro are kind of all over the place right now. An attempt on a sprint. Look out for from Tridley. Not going to be able to find anything at all. Dynamite still holding on down towards this lobby position. The Roman players of Kuduro, bar the one that has died, are not shifting at all as Burst falls, taken down there. And that's the sense. That is a massive loss there for the attacking side.
Right about that, and the fact that they're just trying their best to fight it out. Deimos only having Asami on the board, though. This is my biggest problem when people bring Deimos. It's either, hey, bring somebody with synergy to help, or just shoot the person in the back. Never mind. I'll keep my mouth shut.
You know what? Sometimes all you need in Siege is a bullet. Yeah, there's strategy to this game, but sometimes, you know, with all of these complicated operators, lineups, map destructible elements, at the end of the day, it is still a shooter. Whoever shoots the other person in the head, preferably, normally wins the rounds. Who can do that more often than not? Well, SV so far, they've got 3 players in double digits in terms of kills. Stiz, Nartic and Burst, all performing incredibly right now. Same for Kuduro. Well, they've got players close to it, but only Elizal's actually crossed that benchmark. And Stiz trying to find more. Dynamite there does take one down, and it's 3 versus 3 situation. 60 seconds left to go as Nixon finds one back, and the players of SV, they're left clinging, trying to find some scraps here to avoid this one going the full 15.
You're right about that. A 2v2 now. Answers it before I can even say it. Takes another one. Just gotta be very careful here. One is now trapped in church. They know somebody's in the room next door, but Dynamite answers with his own, taking out the Habana. Now it's just up to the Ram. Just has to keep pushing through. One way or another, wallbangs are gonna have to ring out. One gadget still left in their back. That's not how the answer. 30 seconds left. Has to go for the push. Goes for the swing, but gets taken out. Painful to see.
But hey, we're going all the way. 15 rounds going to be needed on this one. Every single round between these two teams. And now we hit that coin flip point of just, well, who is it going to be to win it out? Defense has been favoured so far, so I would probably lean the way of Kuduro. But if this clubhouse has been one thing, it's been completely indecisive. Anything can happen, and it is 7-7. I still feel we're in a little bit of a 50-50.
You're right about that, and the fact that the final round, match point, as a good cast I know likes to shout, "Let's get ready to rumble!" But I can't do it as great as he can. For now, let's get and put a shock to our systems.
Yeah, let's get into this one. One more round to decide it between these two. And I can't help but feel bad for the team that loses this one. You've won 7 rounds. In regulation, that would be enough. But you lose 7 as well. You find yourself at this point, all or nothing. One round decides the fate of this game. One round decides whether you're going to be sat waiting for the next game or whether you're going to be sat waiting for next weekend. 5 kills in between you and progression onwards in the next stage of the competition here. Who it's going to be, well, that is left to be decided. It's going to be top floor bedroom gym defense here by SV to try and get the game done.
You're right about that. Here we go for the last 3 minutes of this game. They cannot let anything slide. Any mistakes, any mishaps will have to be picked up. It's time to play the punishment game. Do you think they've picked the right operators for this?
Yeah, you know, it's nothing crazy. I think we're reverting back to what Clubhouse normally looks a little bit like with the bans that are obviously currently being active. We're not going to be going crazy. I think overtime's hit and it's gone right. We're going to do the defaults because they're defaults for a reason. They're tried and tested for a very specific reason because they're typically the best way to approach these situations. So for these teams, I think it's all about finding that early pick here. And you can see Nartic has the right idea. Wanted to try and find someone, try and find it a bit early. Can't quite do so. However, Jacuzzi is being opened up here. Mirror window as well into bathroom is found, and Nixon does take down Burst there, and that's what you needed, an opener into this one for Kudero.
Gotta say, when you get such a big opener, especially with somebody like Mute, he's probably the best first one to lose on this. Everybody else has an active gadget or something passive. Mirror's already put down, but the Vector's such an amazing gun. So I think this was the right play.
Yeah, and on top of that, he can just sit and watch the Valkyrie cameras now. Like, you know, especially when the Valkyrie's active, that first death isn't always the worst thing in the world because you've now got basically someone permanently playing on the cameras, watching it, feeding the information through to the team, and you're going to know what's going to happen. C4's thrown, not quite going to find it. Smart. Nartic takes down Trilly there with the gas pipe. So we're 4 versus 4, still fighting for this bathroom position despite the ever-mounting pressure on it, and Steel's outside as well, trying to provide some support from Garage here. Akari's pushed on in towards 90, but what can you really do in this spot? It's such a difficult angle. Nartic looking to try and get aggressive, close it on up. The attack of Kudero is being read into right now with 60 seconds to go. They've got nothing to do but just full on send it.
With that was just a back and forth, peeking each other, cannot go with the kill, but Ash does find him in the end. But 3v4, Diffuser's not got long left. They know this player dropped below. They heard the mirror drop, but they don't have the time. He gets one though. That's Diffuser getting put down. But there's a second person down below coming. But only a 2v2 left. Timer, Diffuser not in hand.
Yeah, what do you do? Well, you've got the Beehive information onto one. You know the other's down below, but it's the Valkyrie, and she's got a C4 in back pocket, but not in the right spot. C4 is not going to be able to stop this one. Well, never mind. Akari goes to Jaya, but Diffuser has been stuck. Clock's going to be flipped around the other way now. All Dynamite needs to do is isolate these players because that's what they are right now. Just take these one gunfight at a time, but never mind that. Can't win either one of them. Sue gets it. SV will take Clubhouse. 8-7 fashion. Incredibly close game by all metrics. But unfortunately for Kudero, it's last second heartbreak.
Hard fought victory is right. That was a painful for everyone on both sides. But I've got to say, it was one of the best matches I've ever seen of Rainbow Six Siege.
It was beautiful. Look at that scoreboard. Stiz 14-9, Eliza 17-10. So many great performers in that one, Drago there. And what an incredible, incredible game there. And, you know, that's the thing. It's the best one we've had by far all day. But every game we've had so far has been delivering it. And I don't think that's going to be stopping anytime soon.
No way. No, this is Voltage series. It's tier 2. Fantastic plays, fantastic games. And we're on our way. We're going to keep going till we get to the grand final, and it's just going to get better and better.
That's it. You know, we go with these qualifiers. We're getting rid of the weaker teams. The further we go, the stronger the teams get, right? So theoretically, these games that we've got, these last sort of 3-4 games we've got coming your way, they should be the best ones of the night, right?
Definitely, for sure. So let's head for a quick break. We'll catch you. Oh, sorry. If you want to do it, be my guest.
No. Yeah, go for it.
So,
as you can
we'll catch you all in a moment with a better match. Just, okay. Go, no, you two do it.
No, we just gonna, you know what, Sha, please just throw us to a break. We've butchered this one. Thank you.
With Sacrificious Vinicius winning that last game, they now have the honor, I guess you can say, or probably the challenge of going up against Diavoli, who we've seen have been unstoppable so far, even winning out against the very promising Secret Academy. So maybe we'll be seeing them again in the final if they somehow manage to win. We have to wait and see, but for now, we are on to the next game. But first, I want to hear some of your thoughts about how this qualifier has been going so far, and some of your thoughts on the last game in particular, where we saw quite a bit going on.
This qualifier has been entertaining through and through. Like, in terms of like open qualifiers, one of the most entertaining ones I think we've had in a little while here, especially, you know, most recently I've done the Combine ones, now here in Voltage Series. It's been a lot of close games there. I think the furthest we've had was a 7-4, 2 7-5s, and then all the way to 15 in that previous game, right, Drago? And that one was an absolute banger.
Definitely right about that. I was not expecting it to go to the end. Every round, it was like, this could be it. And no, nobody wanted to give up the ghost just yet. But instead, we got some really terrifying plays out of it. Got some really good strats that I'm going to copy later from my ranked games. And some entertaining weirdness that I'm not going to question.
It was a great one, but now we move on to the quarterfinals. Yes, we're at the quarterfinals already. And it is going to go against the Turkish team called, guess what, Turks, against the Finnish team called Panhuon. So hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. It is going to be quite the showdown on Consulate of all places. So that will be the second time we are going there today. Your thoughts as the casters who have to be, well, casting through Consulate. What are your thoughts on that pick?
We've done Consulate already once today, Drago. As the first map we had, it was absolute blissful chaos. And now we're getting to the quarterfinals. We're starting to get the team names where everyone, like, I think everyone here, most of the people watching at home, you will all know the players on these rosters. You will know who's to be expected from Turks. You will know the players on Panhuon. There's so many great players here. And this is where we're really starting to see the good teams separate themselves from the great teams. And hopefully, I think this one could go the distance to overtime yet again. I've got a feeling.
You're definitely right about that. And the fact that I've always called them Panohana, so I do have to make a public apology for them for that. So Panhuon versus Turks. Regardless of how this goes, we get to see some really good players and really good teams in the next part and hopefully go to the finals. I can't believe it's not Diavoli. Is not how I want to put this. So Badolf, everyone on your team in the roster, it's good to see you again. Turks, say hi to your mom for me. Let's win this. We'll go on to the match in a second.
It is going to be interesting who moves on because of the way the bracket is, the winner of this is then going to play either Sacrificius or also Diavoli. So it is going to be, from what we've seen about those teams, hopefully we are about to also get a really worthy opponent against them in the next upcoming semi-final. So before we kind of go into it, what are your expectations for this, given how this is going to be, Consulate going into the quarterfinals? A lot of these players have been going for quite a while now today. It's been a long day. So what are your expectations for this quarterfinal?
My ones for this one, I think this is another one of those games, like that Secret Diavoli game we had a bit earlier on, where this one could have been a grand final, a semi-final in of itself. Turks and Panhuon, they're both very much staple names sort of within the T2 scene at the moment. Very great players, very familiar with a lot of them, as I've said already. So it's going to be one of those where hopefully it's going to be, I think, another all-time classic on our hands. As earlier, we had the Secret Diavoli game. If it wasn't for that mischievous round 11 from Diavoli, we would have been going to an overtime there. Maybe we can go to an overtime here, but it is Consulate, isn't it, Drago? It's that defender-sided paradise, and that one can sometimes facilitate these very one-sided affairs.
Well, I can say from Qual 1, it was not one-sided. That was a very interesting couple sets we had on Consulate as well. But when you say it's defender-sided, I actually think it's more attacker. Yeah. Because of all the repels, because of the fact we have more operators like Blackbeard's Grim and stuff like that, any pressure being taken, any phantom pressure just being given, it's always going to be a bit of a mindset of who can play better, who can do this better. But then we get some pocket strats. I'm hoping, again, as always, Boss G Shotgun, Spawn Peak, whatever we get. But I'm going to call it now. Who do you think is going to win? Because I'm going to have to go with Turks for this. I love them, I know them, and I know for a fact that they're not going to give us up, not now, not ever.
I personally, I think it's very difficult to choose like a winner for me, but I don't know. Do you have any predictions, Travi?
Oh, this is a hard one. I think My heart says the Turks, but when Panyahone having such a great day, you know, I'm especially looking at players like Lambe on, you know, the Finnish roster there. I think they are just really unstoppable. Whatever this is, I would be disappointed if it's not a banger. I'm expecting at least a 7-4, 7-5 out of this one, if not an overtime. I think Turks have the quality, have the longevity to slightly edge this one out. They did incredibly well over in qualifier number 1. You know, they secured a top 4 finish there. And now they're looking to go the distance today and close out the job.
In terms of, let me just quickly go back to the fact that we are going to Consulate. Is there anything you saw in that original game earlier today that you wish, you know, that was kind of missing, or you hope that in this second Consulate we get to see that we didn't get to see in the very first Consulate? Because it is a very... It's a map with a lot of potential, and I feel there's a lot we haven't seen in that first one that I really wish, especially now on this level, that we're on the quarterfinals, we get to see a bit more of some more interesting plays in Consulate overall.
Yeah, I think the attacks were very much the problem earlier on this afternoon with the two teams. Diavoli did a fair job of it, but you know but as soon as they got to the defense, the other team just couldn't get anything going on the attack. So I think here I want to see both teams having that better quality attack, and I have the expectation of it as well. I think between these two.
Okay, well, the lobby is ready, the players are eager, so hopefully you have the energy for another one as the quarterfinal is upon us. So guys, please show us our way through Consulate.
Oh dear, Drago. Gonna be another banger. 15 more rounds. What do you reckon? 15 more?
No, I don't think so. I think one of these teams is going to start pulling out pocket straps, things we've not seen yet, and something that will hopefully surprise us all. I do love this map. A lot of people don't like it because it's boxy, but I love it, especially for that new run out, for the new downstairs entranceway we have. But Monty being taken off the board as well as Clash means no doorways are going to be body blocked. No electricity is going to be used against them. Let's see how this goes. Second ban is...
Ooh. Blackbeard in the mute. Okay. Spicy ones. I mean, you know what? Shield's effective as hell, especially on Consulate where there's a lot of tight choke points, I feel. Shield's getting rid of them. It's a very fair call to be making there from the defensive Turks. Getting the Clash removed off the board as well. And the Mute, he's a very all-purpose operator, and his removal will be felt because he has such a wide range of counters.
Having Mute removed means that not only are drones free to roam, it also means there's going to be a lot more problems, specifically when it comes down to, hey, can we push this? Yes, it's electrified. We're going to have to use a gadget utility. But also the fact of, oh, we got drones, we could have Twitches, we could have Bravas. It opens a lot of operators into being able to be as menacing as possible. So I can see a Maestro being like just kept here and being used, especially on this top floor site. But for now, we got a mirror.
Yeah, hold down those angles, hold down those positions, and just slow down this attack, really restrict their ways in, and it's all about that time wasted. Panyahone, the lineup they're going for, does scream a little bit of aggression. They want to go fast, take that ground with the Ossa shields. Obviously, the only shields you've got available are the Blitz, the Fuse, or if you're going to count her, Ossa as well. Then you've got the Ying, you've got the Nomad. You want to go fast, you want to take that ground, and you've got the Flank Watch to facilitate that playstyle as well. Panyahone, they want to keep the pacing up here, but Turks, I've got a feeling they're going to be ready for it.
Definitely not about that. Not only can I see an absolute mess starting here, the rappel, the window's getting opened. Let's hope this nade does not end up killing his own team. No, does barely bounce off. Luckily, nobody is punished for it. Buck's already in downstairs. That's a huge amount of time just being used. Hatches are reinforced. They don't have to even worry about that.
Yeah, that's it. You can just start to pop the Vulcan canisters, start to apply pressure on towards the players, maybe pick up a freebie back the other way as well. You can see here Salim wanting to try and fight for it, but not going to be able to find anything just as of yet. A minute into this one, all 10 players in the lobby still left on standing, but with Bodolf going for a backstab on towards this Buck, that state of equilibrium may not be here for too much longer.
You can say it's equal for now, but it's never equal when it comes to player skills. Looking at how they've set this up, a lot of the attacks are still outside. Buck is the only one indoors. And we've got the Ying just playing it safe, flicking through cams, being prepared to give call-outs for the team. But here comes Buck getting ready for a set. They might just try to go for a window jump in, ying as much as they can, keep this Warden out of play with the EMPs, and then just go in now. Here it goes.
Yeah.
And Mira's stuck outside, just outside of sight. Gonna have to try and go for the rush if she can.
Yeah. Question is, there's no one sticking it on through. Shocks all shotgun v shotgun, and they're going to come out on top there. Opening pick goes the way of the Turks there. Panyahone dumped a lot of utility onto that one. Not a lot back from it, and Fiza as well. Caught inside of a smoke grenade. Here's the player on the hop in, takes down Diamond, and that's a 5 versus 3 situation on here, giving Panyahone a really difficult spot to try and get this plant stuck on down here. Turks, Toxic Babes, everything flooding their way, while the diffuser will be stuck on down. They've got a man advantage, but not for too much longer, as Lambe and Rastin find one apiece, equalise us up 3 versus 3, and a very, very difficult post plant now awaits the Turks.
Damn it about that, and they're gonna have to swing these people on the windows while also trying to go for the diffuse. Bates coming out, but not being able to get it, has to wait and try to get the nomad, but no. 8-shot rings out, first the Claymore, then the bullets.
Beautiful, beautiful bit of opportunity spotted there from the side of Panyahone. Exactly what we want to see from these two teams there. Turks, a very great attempt at the defense there. Had a good start on things, had a good read onto the players down below, and small micro decisions working in their way. But the big deciding factor there was Panyahone deciding to stick that defuse down despite the utility, despite the knowledge that the chip damage, possibly the plant might even lose their life, regardless of if they were in the 3 versus 5, but they were confident enough to close it on that, and that confidence flipped it back for them and got them to a good start.
That is true. But now we have a wee bit of a difference of opinion here. How much do you like Piano to hold compared to Split?
Oh, I am indifferent, if I'm being honest with you, Drago. Like, normally I would go, like, in my preference, I like to go top floor, bottom floor, and then Split or Piano. That's my normal rotation. Like, that's my preferred rotation to tertiary. They don't really have one over the other for me. It depends. I think it depends on your play style as a team, where your strengths are, because Split, there's a lot of ground to cover, isn't there?
You're right about that, and as I learned in the last calls, you can either hold Split from the top floor or from the bottom. But with this one, you're going to have to hold from upstairs and be prepared for any sort of flanks up the yellow. So, they don't have a lot of options, but that is why they bring the Solace. So if Solace is downstairs or top floor, you can see the diffuser going down with her gadget. But I think they're already getting ready. They can hear the front door. Visa just getting open now.
Yeah, and another little change made a week or so ago is those beepers towards the front doors of Consulate out here by Visa and one by the front door as well. Those are now on, as you will hear on the cross through. Lambe going to be given the position away there on the entry in towards the building, allowing players on that vertical to just watch down from above, and players like Salim here holding from the corridor to watch onto it. And that is going to be a very deadly cross in there if anyone makes it. And there you go, Horva taking it exactly to example there. An early loss and the sense as well.
Losing sense so early is not what you want to see, but there's the answer as well. Buck getting removed from play. Legion getting a lovely pick, and Lambe now being taken off the board as well. Ella getting one as well from the piano window, taking out Dokebi. Just answer it off the Rastin.
This is much more like it from the Turks here. And much more of that show in that of aggression that we lacked a little bit in round number 1. It's coming through here back in round number 2. I mean, we're what, a minute into this round, a minute and a little bit in, not even halfway. The job has been done, dusted. Just like that, a flawless round for Turks nonetheless. Much better, such an impeccable response from the first round especially. And we're tying up one apiece here. But already Turks just looking so much better just based off the fashion of that round.
You're right about this. But Turks have decided they're no longer allowing their opponent into the building. So they're going to have to come up with something else as a new strat. I do like the... Oh, come on, Turner. You couldn't just link up and have perfect black dragons across the background.
I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking that.
It's my OCD. It's just not going to let it slide today. But it's fine. We got Deimos on the attacking with the Osa, Habana, IQ, and Blitz in the defense. We get Mira. Oh, we actually do get a smoke and Warden shotgun. So instead of having the MPX, Warden has a shotgun this time. Goyo better have the ACOG on that vector, but for now, Badolf has to answer with his Fenrir.
Good lineup here from Turks, very similar to what we saw before, and I think this will be micro changes from round number 1. Obviously, I think Panyuhone slipped under the nose. Turks threw that Toxic Babe towards the hop-in window and just assumed they're not going to stick that, surely. If they stay there, they're going to die. They're not going to be able to carry the plant on through, and well, unfortunately, that prediction was a little bit off the marks. The plant got stuck down. Turks, I don't think they'll be letting that one slip through yet again. Panyuhone, I think might have to go for something a little bit more default here. Start admin work across horizontally. Play it more like your typical round of Siege or up here on the top floor of Consulate, because realistically, you can't get away with that kind of magic twice.
Definitely about that, but now here it comes. They can hear runouts, they can hear everything being opened. Gotta ask you a question. Do you like Yellow Stairs trying to hold it? Or especially with this new wall? I know a lot of people don't. I like the old one just because I didn't have to wear a smoke shotgun. What about you?
It's a scary position. As is, I don't know why, for me, when I'm playing, I suck at consulate defenses. It's just terrifying. I don't know what it is, because when I'm watching comp and these guys do it, they're amazing at it 9 times out of 10. Really, really strong, coordinated defenses, and maybe I'm just bad at the game. That's probably quite a possibility here, because, you know, Salim already got the read onto yellow here with the C4. Going to throw it a little bit early, but does a little bit of damage onto Hava. But half HP remains in pocket, still 10 players standing.
Right, but that now there's not. Now there's only 9. It'd be a beautiful shot. That Goyo with the ACOG, well, not the ACOG, but the red dot before it changed, is always going to be menace. But now we can see Deimos only has 1 track, and it is going to be that Goyo.
Yeah. That's it. They've got to try and tunnel vision on one of these players here on the side of Panyuhone. They need to gain some ground. They've hopped into yellow, but they're not really able to do a whole lot with it because there's no pressure being applied from elsewhere. Funneling themselves in a little bit here, and Turks are more than happy to play this game. Toxic Babes, a C4 in the back pocket of Thesa, and then that's the opener that Panyuhone needed. Rastin takes down Bodolf there, so with 4 versus 4, equalised a little bit. Now the Deimos is starting to build some information as well. Can start to apply more and more pressure, because Turks, they're sitting comfortably right now, and they need someone like the Deimos to slip below and cause some chaos.
Well, chaos is ringing out, with especially that Flores drone pushing operators away, but it's not going to have a lot of time. They can see each other, they can try and spot, but they don't have the time. It's only 50 seconds left. Deimos is now tracking the smoke. He's going to have to go for the push. Smoke knows where the Deimos is, so he can give call-outs as well. It goes back and forth, it goes both ways. Here we go. Everyone knows where everyone is. They're going to have to try and go for the fight. Oh, the jump in from the operators. Smoke canister comes out, jumps back out. Grim's just going to have to stay alive. He does not have a lot of time. Smoke still has a canister. There he goes. Finally detonates it. One backs up. He's still got his glasses, so he can see, but you can't see him. Nades wings out, but can't get the shot.
And that's a massive, massive loss there. But Stoxel kind of gives himself away a little bit there. Diamond falls to a C4. It's trades going back and forth, but it's Turks coming out on top. It's all left up to 1 now on the side of Panyuhone. No choice but to try and stick the diffuser. Clock against you. Just got to push it. Just got to try and find something. But no, it's going to be Salim close it out, and Turks a much better showing here on the second go around on the top floor. A closer round than round number 2. But you know what? Drago, it's a round nonetheless. It's one that I'd be more than happy to take right now if I was Turks, because it's that better response compared to round number 1.
It was a much better response from them. Turks are finally showing that they do know how to defend this site, and I can now see the defender favor a little bit more.
Yeah. It's slowly getting there. I mean, this is what I'm expecting to see from Turks. It's that aggression, it's that composure, I think is the main thing I really like when I'm watching this Turks side. They know when to dial it up and really start to apply themselves into these sticky situations, but they also know when to just play it back, play a bit more default, and just chill. And it's that level of composure, that level of control they have to themselves is what I think makes them such a formidable side sometimes.
You're right about that, but I get to see something that I love to see most of all. We've not got a bandit this time, but we have no wall denial whatsoever on the side of Turks. They're planning on fighting this. Post-plant, they're fighting and planning it any way they can. We've got the Goyas to slow down with the fire, but it's all going to be about the Maestro and the Valkyrie cameras. If the attack hasn't seen any of this, they're going to have to bring a Dokebi. It could be a really good hindrance, but instead they bring the IQ to synergize with the Deimos.
Yeah, double down on that utility as well to Fuse to hunt down anything in the basement objective itself. A lot of real value here to be bought by the Turks. Panyahone going to have their work cut out for them dealing with it all. But you know what they're like, this Turks roster. Salim wanting to already tempt fate here with a very, very early run out, and it's going to pay off there. Nifsu getting dropped, 0 and 4, unfortunate so far. And that's the Ashgon early pick. No mirror on the board, but those castle barricades, they're going to be problematic going into this one, as well as those Maestro bubbles.
Banners are going to have to get a lot of use now. But we do get to see that Fuse also has a hard breaching till autumn, so they still have options here. So Striker, Haban, and Fuse, no matter what, that wall will get opened, and here we go with Striker being the first one to try. And it's done.
Yeah, that's it. And now we progress to the next stage, hopping towards Visa here. Fuse on the shield here, because of course Turks, they don't like playing against the shields. That much is evident. Triple shield bad, and you can start to see why. Salim faced up with a Fuse, trying to fight it. Whips out the shotgun, trying to see if he can get the legs. But oh no, there's a Deimos gone hunting. 2 versus 1, that's not a situation you win. 2 quick kills for Panyahone, and they're off to a racing start in this round.
Ooh, that foot damage coming out from Turner, though, getting him up through the floor. Now one has to back up. They do not have that autonomy anymore. They know that the wall of sight is opened, but there's a lot more they don't know. There's too many odds and outs. A 3v4 with a minute and a half left. Drones, there's some really good drone economy going on. They still have 5 left. So we're just going to have to wait and see what this prospect goes.
That's it. It's the patience now. Just the waiting game, I think, for this final collapse to happen through. We could probably have maybe a minute of dead space here just while the attack try and find these weaknesses in this Turks lineup. Obviously, they do have the man advantage, but the concern for me is both Huava and Rasted very low HP, and they're very susceptible to the chip damage. And look at what 3 operators are left, Draco. Maestro, Goyo, and Smoke. The very definition of chip damage on the defense.
You're definitely about that. In fact, that the Deimos only has Maestro on the cams. So that means they're going to have to deal with all that utility while dealing with a big Alda, which is going to be a bit of a problem. But they don't know what anyone is. There's no cams that are being able to be used, because I do believe the last one's in the pocket of Deimos here. No, sorry, it's a pocket of Fuse.
Yeah, there's one more drone there to sit and to give a go, and 26 seconds to apply it on through, but that's what they needed on the side of Panyahone. Huava drops Turner there, shocks all falls as well. Bodolf comes alive, but can only get 1 before Lambe closes out the deal, seals the roundup, and Panyahone, they're going to respond with 1 back their way now. It's looking really, really good so far. Shaping up to be yet another banger here, as we're tied up 4-4 apiece, and I just feel this one shaking up. I mean, you've got to give it to Salim the confidence here. I mean, this was unfortunate, the follow-up, you know, after getting that run out, such an unfortunate way to die, but impeccable start to the round there, and a shame Turks couldn't capitalise on it.
You're right about that, but it wasn't a round they could have won. If any good team was there to punish their mistake, it would have happened. The person late coming to try and save the player ends up getting caught in the crossfire. Not what you want to see. But now, we get to go back to the top floor. Sorry, we get to go back to Piano. With Piano, Lesion's going to be really useful, so is Ellis stopping any rush plants, but we also get to see Malusi. Actually, I do have a question for you, because I've asked this every time on stream so far. What do you call the Malusi gadget, besides its actual name?
Wub-wubs.
Yes.
That is on the dictionary. Like, you go to the Siege dictionary page, whatever, and it's right there. Malusi Banshees, alternatively known as Wub-wubs. Yeah, they're called Wub-wubs. There just is no other way calling them meme names. Wub-wubs.
So I'm not sure if you know Cries, but a lovely caster he is. He calls them Doritos. Yep.
Not heard that one before. Anyway, I don't know if I have any comments for that one. I'm just going to move on and discuss the game, because while I just mentally process that one, because, you know, 20 seconds into the round now, Panyahone shaping up how they want to start to make their entry in towards the building here. And as you said, it's that Piano Expo bomb site. You need the vertical control. Interestingly enough, there's a couple of players of Turks, but not really towards that side of the map just as of yet. Really spreading themselves quite out right now, getting themselves comfortable, giving themselves a lot of space to fall back to. And it's giving Panyahone a very long list of things to work through.
Definitely right about that. And we get to see the Glass here. Just trying his best to hopefully get an early pick on somebody who's being a little bit too aggressive. The Solus can hear the Glass opening with as much glass as possible, but there's the Deimos track coming out. The information and the calls. He does not know about the person close though, but does get the Warden that's put off the board.
Critical shot to be missing out there. That's unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. Now, Panyahone looking to try and take the rest of this top floor here. Lambe misses a critical one on towards the bathroom, giving a second go at it, but not able to find it. Visa wanted to tempt on fate, but has to be incredibly careful here. It's a tough position to be in, and with Turner being marked out by the Deimos as well, the pressure on these remaining top floor Turks players is rapidly growing. But Bother gets dropped there, I believe, for a wall bang, but it's Lambe yet again to find one, find another. 2 versus 3 right now. Salim goes absolutely nuclear, and effectively with Harvard down, it's the 2 versus 2. Unless Salim can close something out, but 7-2 so far. He's not going to slow down anytime soon.
You're definitely right about that. In fact, the Deimos is still downed. Does not put them in a great state. Salim also gets downed as well. Hopefully can get rezzed in a second, but yes, he can. Thankfully safe and sorry. So, a 2v3 with less than a minute left. I think he's going to have to get a little bit electric here.
Deimos on the hunt now, charging up towards Shoxel, and you've got to be careful, of course, as I said, Salim's on low HP, however, not too much better off for where either, even Nifsu, also quite low. So Panyahone, they have a man advantage, but can they capitalise upon it? Smokes go in towards the objective here. Going to want to try and eye up a plant here, using the glass to absolute perfection there. Shoxel gets dropped, Salim getting ready to peek it out, but as soon as he does, he's gone, taken off the board. It's Rasted, it's Panyahone to guarantee themselves the even half, possibly walk away with this one with the lead, and looking incredibly good right now on what was a brilliant consulate attack.
I've got to say, I think I'm going to have to try and copy that. I've never thought about bringing Glass, especially unless it's like a post-plant smoke idea, but instead we've got fragging Glass, which is a much more aggressive and much more my playstyle. But we also get to see the Lord Tachanka on Turner. Oh, I'm very happy right now.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is one of those like couple of objectives in the game where Tachanka is a viable pick in com. Like here, he can burn so much time. You look at this top floor layout right now. There's so many small chokeways, so many small doorways, as you can see there, in towards the little box. You push across, you can see plenty more as well, just outside of meeting, checkers. So many different places right now for that Tachanka to create some choke points, and he can burn a lot of time, right, Drago? He's got 20 of those Shumika launcher bullets. He can be there all day stopping you from getting in the door.
Right about that, and that Shumika launcher is honestly a kit I love, but not as much as the turret, which I'm still wondering if he's actually brought it, because I've not been able to see it yet on the player cards. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, and now?
Oh, well, no. You might not have noticed the switch.
Oh, no.
Push Diamond has switched to Amaru. So this might just be a jump straight in upstairs. No worries, no fears.
You know what?
All the cams coming out.
I'm here for it. You know what, Panyahone, they've got their 3 already, even half guaranteed. What's the worst that happens? You end up 3-3, not worst deal in the world, I'd argue, in a consulate. Versus if you can get yourself in that window, get the round. Not only is it another round your way in a 4-2 split, I'd say the mental of Turks at that point is very much in jeopardy.
You're definitely right about that, and I've just found my answer. Tachanka does not have the LMG. So now it's time for Push Diamond to come and punish them. Oh, Free Fire's ringing out. Lambe as well, trying to cause enough trouble. Buck's already in downstairs safely. No contest.
Yeah, shaping up to be a very default sort of Amaru rush attempt here on towards this top floor site. Up here on Contra, but you do have to be careful. Obviously, Bodolf's not too far back there, playing towards Visa's side. Can start to aggress onto that Buck from below. There's a lot of possibilities for things to go wrong here for Panyahone. You have to make sure that you not only time it right, but also have everyone in the correct position. Diffuse is going to be passed around to Diamond now, and it's going to be that 3-2-1. In come the players. Visa peeks out, gets punished on for it. Well, Something is going to cause Diamond to rush away back. Now here comes the bait game, the smoke game. But Panyahone, they've got themselves that man advantage now.
It's a great bait. The Mirror had to pick, tried to go for the easy kill on the Mar, but did not work out in their favor. Somebody was watching it. Now it's a 4v5. But Buck is still below. If he could get a pick onto this one, that could be huge. Having that smoke already taken off the board is what they're after right now.
That's it. He's the key one that needs to be removed. Lambe instead is going to be the one to suffer. Gets taken down there by Salim. So 4 versus 4. Yet another hopping attempt made. Shuxel tries to respond to it, but Rastin down below. Mops him up, preventing any response being made here from Turks. And may just about possibly here facilitate a bit of breathing space. Panyahone to try and get a plant attempt, but the cover from the Ying has been removed, and that could be disaster striking here. The Shamika launcher doing its work. Diamond running out of ways into this one, but more importantly, Panyahone running out of utility. It's now or never. Here comes the hopping, but what can Nifsu do? Gets one, maybe finds a second as well. Yes, he's going to be able to do just that. All up to Turner on the Lord himself. 1 versus 4, 34 seconds to go. Diffuser should be starting to plant any second now from the side of Panyahone as they look to solidify themselves in this half. Not going to even need to plant it down. It goes to Hava. It goes to Panyahone. 4-2 split.
Oh, he had 2 options to pick, but couldn't get one or the other. That's painful and unlucky. To say though, this is a great bait for the Amari. I realize that because of how much noise it actually makes, everyone knows it, knows to punish it, but using it as bait is such a better utility for the gadget. What is this band gonna be?
Well,
Sammy and Monty. Okay, Turks have learned their lesson. They understand how punishing a Sammy was to have on the board. Let's see if a Deimos is going now.
Yeah, you reckon we're going to see a Deimos ban? I mean, you know what, on a map like Consulate, I definitely think it can be the way to take him off the board. He is potent on this map, I think would be the best way to describe it. And that Vendetta, with all the soft floors around the place, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. But no, it's actually going to be the Ying. And on the defense, yet again, Clash being removed.
You're damn right about that. Clash is gone, Ying's gone, Asami's gone, and Monty. So no shields except for Blackbeard or Fuser and most of the other ones, I can say, because there's quite a lot on the attack. But no shields for the defense except for the immobile ones. I still miss the old Goyo shields, to be honest. They were great.
Well, those were interesting days. The old Vulcan canisters before, if you aren't familiar, before the rework. Rather than being these isolated little hot pockets we see now thrown on the walls, they were instead mounted on the back of deployable shields. That's how it used to be back in the day. It makes us sound incredibly old, but trust me, it was only like, what, 5 years ago?
Oh, God. I just remembered. Happy decade, everyone. In 8 years, this game will be old enough to drink. So,
oh, no.
For now, let's think. This is still school. How do the attackers win this? They're going to have to change their operators, or they've got the lineup they want. For now, the defense have theirs. They have Ella, Goyo, Smoke, Tachanka, and Jaeger. This is the most I've seen Tachanka in most Tier 2 tournaments. So I'm very happy to see it, but I'm not happy he doesn't have his turret.
Yeah. I mean, the LMG, it's 50-50. I think the big thing is, as well, is obviously you use the SMG in a 9x19. You get the ACOG, which has been deciding, but what is decisive, however, takes down Shoxel there. That's the Grim. That's a lot of your execute utility gone off the board. And the Turks, well, you asked Drago, how do you attack Consulate? The opposite of that one. I think it's a good start.
You're right about that. Instead of how to attack Consulate, this is how we take Consulate. So, the defenders are coming outside and being aggressive. Oil canisters are burned and wasted before the first minute's gone. Gotta say that's a really smart play to come out from them. And the drone from Dukebi. Budolf is ready for this. Might be able to go into Visa uncontested. Then, the phone call rings out. Covering the jump and covering everything else as well. We're just gonna have to wait. There's 3 operators, no mute on the board, so everyone has to manually disable their phone for now. Boyle's trying to listen the best he can, but actually Lambert does get one, takes out Badolf. And now let's just hide and get a glass of juice. And for never mind. Rastin gets one as well. Salim taken off the board. That's Lion gone. That's another huge pick. I'm hoping the Deimos has something in his pocket. Because at the moment, Striker's just got utility.
That's it. Needs to have something huge going on here because for Turks, it's a 2 versus 5. You've yet to cross your checkers. A very difficult situation presents itself here. Deployable shield, end of the corridor will be removed, but that's utility. What you really need to be getting rid of right now is Panyahone and these gunners because they shoot and they seem to be hitting their shots. Lambe taking a hell of a lot of damage there, but somehow, some way, is still going to be standing. Swaps out onto the RG-15, the red dot pistol, likely going to be going for some one-taps to put on the highlight reel here, but instead it's Huava, takes down Fiza, and it's all up to Turner. 1 versus 5. We had a flawless round earlier from the Turks, way back in round number 2, and Panyahone looking to do the same here on their first defensive round. All they need to do is shut down Turner, and they've got 45 seconds to do so.
The element goes out above the door, he can hear it, so he knows he cannot push this even a little now. He's just going to have to try and push and hopefully get somebody's mistake. But now Ella is taking on board, so no flawless, but Goyo is there to clean it up in return.
Yeah, good showing there from Panyahone, and I feel like they're starting to build a little bit now. I'm worried for the Turks at the moment. Panyahone has a couple of rounds in a row now, especially off the way the back of that previous half ended, with 2 consecutive rounds, especially the latter of which being that sort of chaotic 50-50 coin flip strat of the Ying Amaru push-in. I think it's a very valid call here because look at that, Panyahone 4 in a row, tactical timeout call out by the Turks because things aren't sticking right now, and this one's quickly slipping away from them because Drago, 1 more round for Panyahone, and they're match point, and they're almost got their date booked in the semi-finals.
Definitely right about that. It's probably the best time to call the timeout, but here's the thing. How do you think it's going? It's like, oh my gosh, we're losing this. How can we be losing this? Or do you think it's going to be a lot more what we used to see from G2?
A lot of Fabian yelling?
Well, Fabian yelling, but I was going to say tactical strats being shouted out 1 by 1. This is how we should be playing. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think for the side of Turks right now, it has to be strategical timeout because right now Panyahone just has the reads. The issue is, I think, as well, it's the best timing for it, but that doesn't mean it's a good timing overall because you've only had 1 attacking round to really show off what you've got right now, and it doesn't give the coach of Turks a lot to work with, doesn't give them a lot to really adapt upon because they've only seen 1 objective so far, and they've not got a lot to go through, but you can't take it to round 4 because it's the end of the second half. You've not seen an attack. Things could change. Unfortunately for Turks, they haven't really, but they need to, and they need to quickly because, as we've already said, 1 more round, Panyahone match point, and it would be a shame for Turks to go out this way because I wanted this one to be a banger, but right now it does just feel like Panyahone are running away a little bit.
Definitely like that, but we have a Capcan, and if actually, here's something, a real question for you. Do you know why Capcan is such a great operator this season? Well, since CJX started.
Is there something changed with him?
So, a single Capcan, and I actually had to go test this after the last qualifier to make sure it's still true. It is. A single Capcan with a red pipe next to it is an insta-kill. Most operators, except for shields, and specifically Monty. Blackbeard can somewhat mitigate the damage, but it's still not enough.
Yeah. And if this consulate rework was in, then that could have been a spicy one. But unfortunately for us, Consulate is Season 3, I believe, is the Consulate rework or Consulate remaster coming in with all the CJX elements. And coming in with the first kill of this round is going to be Rastin. Hops out the window, which is one we don't see a lot because obviously another CJX change, when you're falling out of something that's higher than vault height, you can't actually ADS, so you can't really shoot back until you're on the ground. And that's just a freebie for Panyahone. Turks not really able to respond, and not only is it that's your Deimos gone.
And I do believe he was the only operator he could hunt at the time. That's a huge pick taken off of the side of Turks. But Blitz and everyone else is ready for this. Lambo's trying to shoot through the floor and get someone in the ceiling. Capcan has still got the aggression coming out. Here we go. He's trying to move down yellow now. C4 rings out. Dokebi calls coming in. We're going to have to wait and see which one answers. The answer is Salim getting a beautiful pick on the Lambert. That's Legion gone. Oh, and another one. And a third.
Rastin's on a tear this game. 12 and 2. I'm pretty sure the only rounds Panyahone have lost have been the ones where Rastin's died. 12 and 2. A 6.0 KD against a team like a Turks. No way does he get away. Oh, come on. How is he keep getting away with this? Turner goes down. It's all on to Bodolf. Finally, someone kills Rastin, but it's a 1 versus 3. You've lost half your HP. You've got a minute to play with. That is time. You've got stuns. That is utility. But you've not got the man count. And Panyahone, they know what to do in this situation. Bunker in the objective. Don't give away the ones. Just wait it out and get yourself that map point.
Definitely about that, but they also know it's Buck. They know which hatches are soft. He doesn't have the diffuser though, so he has to go for kills. He has to go pick off 3 players. But for now, it's just playing the waiting game. He's going to have to walk down this hallway. He does not know. He knows somebody could be close, but he's trying to hit it. He can somewhat see the Kai's shoulder, but so he's going to go for the flash.
But as you know, he's got 3 of them watching. This is going to be almost impossible for Bodolf, and he's not even going to get 1 out of it. Nifsu closes it. Panyahone on towards map point right now. Turks looking like a little bit of a shadow of what we can see from them, because we've watched them before. We got one of their semi-final games last season, Drago, didn't we? And it's night and day difference to what we're seeing right now. Panyahone look at such a good caliber of team right now. Turks, maybe it's the stamina, maybe it's the long day, but they're just not showing up like themselves. And it's unfortunate to see, but you've got to give it to Panyahone. They found these weaknesses and they are exploiting them, and they've gotten themselves in a really good situation now.
Definitely with that. Well, we do get to see Deimos, Blackbeard, Lion being brought inside of the attack, so they're done with being punished now. They're bringing the AC-130, they're bringing the Hunter-Killer drone, and the Dokebi calls. Blackbeard as well. No, Deimos is actually going to be swapped for the Twitch, so I think they're finally prioritizing utility destruction, but only now it's a bit late, especially with a Mute being brought on the board.
It's going to be an interesting one, certainly. I mean, my concern here really for the side of Panyahone is they're on what I would argue to be the stronger side. They've got so many options. They can just keep playing, eventually go to that top floor again, and they'll be fine from that point. They lose this one, they go back up to the top floor. A fairly solid closeout from there. 4 rounds from Turks. And the issue is that, as you said, they burnt their tactical timeout. Didn't really seem to have much of an effect. What can you do now? Because right now, you've got your backs against the wall and you're on the brink of being eliminated.
Well, for now, the biggest play has to be think about what operators you know are coming. Think about what you can do. Bring the operators that you like and know how to play well, because you're being punished because of the mistakes or being misplacement. You're not covering each other, and it's not you taking your ones. It's you're taking one-on-one, but you're not helping each other. If it's one person versus 1,000, it's better if everyone jumps them together.
That's it. Play as a team. It's as simple as that. In theory, in practice, it's a whole nother beast. 2 minutes and a little bit left to go on this one. Hop in towards yellow to jump on down. Obviously, it's piano site. You need to get control of the vertical. C4 does a bit of damage. Harvard gets dropped by Fiza. That's exactly the opener that Turks needed right now. Mute taken off the board, and this push across the top floor, it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
You right about that, but the answer from the Fenrir taking off Blackbeard and downing the Twitch. But Salim does get answer with his own, takes out the Warden. Here we go. They've got a 2v3 left. Fenrir is answering with his own hunting.
She's just tearing it up on the top floor, but so is Fiza. Equalizes us on a 2 versus 2 situation right here. And well, the Finker adrenal surges, they've been put to good use, but Fiza, what can you really do? So much of your utility is gone. Your shield is gone. How can you make this drop in? How can you convert this one on him? Because Panyahone, they're just going to be hiding in corners. They're just going to be chilling out. They've got all the time in the world to work with, and so much going their way right now.
You're right about that, and the Wub Machine's coming out. They can hear the people trying to push close. Goes to the pre-fire. Lamba does get the kill on the Turner, but these are answers his own. Now it's a 1v1. The F2 versus the MP7.
Oh, this is it. FMAT Mine's relocated to swing on out. Nifsu finds it, and with it, Panyahone are going to be taking the map, taking the series, knocking Turks LFO out of qualifier number 2 as they come out on top. A decisive 7-2 victory, the quickest game we've had all afternoon here on the Voltage Series stream. And what a quick game that was. But I've really got to give it to them, Drago. Panyahone, that was a very, very impressive showing from them.
Definitely not about that. I would not have wanted to try and win that match. That was painful to see, but also spectacular. It's exactly what we're come to Voltage for. Masterclass of how to attack, masterclass of how to defend, but also getting to see what operators can be used in different ways. As you've seen, Capcan's got a fantastic guns. but he also has wings now, apparently. Jumping out of windows, taking out your opponent, doing fantastic work. Anything you want to say before we head to a break?
Oh, well, obviously Turks Day now going to get a date with Diavoli in the semi-finals. However, that will not be the game we will be covering. Of course, we will be going towards Unknown versus the winner of UAIM versus Mid Intentions. Whoever wins that one will be going up against Unknown. And that one, hopefully, going to be a spicy one before our grand final of the day. I mean, it felt like a slow start to the day, but I feel like we're speeding through now, especially after that consulate, ready to just get this grand final, get these semi-finals ready and raring to go.
We'll see you all next time.
must've went blind tonight. Cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot. And I just so trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you.
Swapping mags.
I'm looking for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. Swapping max! Swapping max!
I keep believing when all the lights begin to fade. What is this feeling? Like you will never fall away. Maybe you're the only reason that I'm wide awake and dreaming.
Can you believe we are now going into the semi-finals of the second qualifier here in the Voltage series? So we have just the best of the best from today left, and this very next match is going to be between Unknown and You Aim. So it is going to be one of our two semi-finals going on today. So one of these teams is going to go all the way to our big grand final of the qualifier. Now, of course, given how these are just qualifiers, these are still, but it's just something to consider. And they'll be going up against either Diavoli or Panhuon, who you've seen earlier today, but they are still playing. We don't know which one of those they'll be going up against just yet. And in terms of where you two will be taking us for this semi-final, it is going to be Chalet. So, how excited are you for this choice? I mean, okay, bit of an insider little story here. We were cheering when Chalet got picked, when we were just constantly refreshing to see what they were banning. We were cheering, going off Chalet.
It's refreshing to have another new map today, and it's also refreshing to have two new teams. I'm looking at the standings from last week. Neither of these two teams are up there at the moment or on the board at all, as far as I can see. So we've got two new teams, two relatively unknowns, pun intended, to see who's going to be joining either Diavoli or Panuhone in the grand final later on tonight. You know, this one, it's actually quite an exciting one in my books just because it's a new map for us today. Obviously, Chalet's not a new map at all, but for us it's new, so that's something. And it's also two different teams that we've not seen before. I've not had the pleasure of casting before. I don't know about you, Agrasive, but I've not seen these guys before. I'm excited to see what they've got.
Yeah, even I haven't really gotten that opportunity to see exactly what both of these teams are capable of. But at the same time, the members of UA have a little bit of a notoriety right behind them. A lot of players think they're a little bit too good. And here we are going to be witnessing it on the stream as well, ladies and gentlemen. See whether or not the members of UA really have what it takes to really be on that grand final stage. And we all know that, hey, we built a storyline for the members of Diavoli, right? We casted about, three of their matches. So them being on the grand finals is going to be that storyline that we need to build off of even more. And either one of these teams, if they want to go up against the roster of either Panahone or Diavoli, they need to prove it right here and right now. One of the bigger question marks will be what will happen on the side of unknown, because, again, you already said it, Travi. Both of these teams, they don't have as much information that we can play off of. So Chalet, I think, is going to be a pretty good litmus test to see whether or not both of these teams know the basics of Siege.
Another thing to consider is that we are now in the semi-finals. It has been a long game, and UAIM have just ended a very, very long match as well against Mid Intentions. Sure. So what is it going to look like for these guys to really keep the energy going as well after so many hours of Siege?
I think it's hard to keep the energy going. I think it's very easy to say. I think, you know, it's like us on the desk as well, casters as well. You know, we're struggling to keep the energy up. The players are very much probably more so, because a slip up for us, it's, oh no, the words have come out wrong. A slip up for the players, you're eliminated from the tournament, which obviously is quite a big deal. So for the players, it's just that conservation of energy, which they've likely been doing throughout the way. It's the reason we see the repetition of these default maps. You know, we've had a lot of Clubhouse today. Chalet, there's been a lot of it elsewhere in the bracket as well. You know, finally we're getting a bit here on the broadcast. It's keeping the similar maps, keeping it default, not trying to go too crazy with it, so you can just keep things calm, keep things at a good middle ground where you're in it, you're excited about the game, but you're also not draining all your energy before you've hit the quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. Chalet is, again, one of those maps that really will test whether or not a team really has that synergy going for them. Not only synergy, but also a lot of map knowledge. Chalet, it's one of those maps that you can create a lot of vertical lines of sight all the way from the second floor down onto the basement if you have that proper game knowledge to do so. It's creative, and that creativity will be tested for both of these squads in particular. I'm really excited for this one, and I really hope we can jump into the game as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah, I myself am really looking forward to when it comes to seeing what they will be showing us in Chalet, but also if we see the kind of quality from them necessary to potentially go against someone like Diavoli in the grand final. I mean, from what we've seen from those guys, again, we're not putting them in a final just yet. That game is still going on. Anything can happen. But from what we've seen so far, they are a force of nature. They are terrifying potentially for any kind of team who they'll be up against. So what do Unknown or you won't have to demonstrate to really show to us, to the audience, that they have a confidence that they can potentially take someone like that on in the final?
I think to really show us here, and you sort of said it a minute ago, Grace, if it's about the fundamentals of Chalet, it's that really good litmus test of a team, your words, and that's exactly what this is going to be. Show us here as casters, show you everyone as the host, show everyone watching at home that both of you guys, these teams, have the fundamentals. They have what it takes to really compete with these top teams, because Diavoli and Panuhone, you know full well, I think, regardless of who it is, they're going to be going into the grand finals here as the favourites, going against these two underdogs, and whether it's Unknown known, whether it's UAIM, they've got their work cut out for them in the next game. But now they've got an opportunity to prove themselves to us, to show them what they've got, what it takes, and hopefully give us the confidence that we're going to be ending tonight on an absolute banger of a series.
Yeah, that grand finals is also another big question mark because don't forget all of these matches are going to be played as BO1. Even the grand finals is going to be on a BO1 because we're running on circuit points after all. So you're trying to build as many points as you possibly can with wins, and also that round differential does matter as well. So ending a game early enough is going to be also a big important factor. And Chalet notoriously is one of those maps that either you snowball or you're probably on the receiving end of an overtime that could go 8-7. There's no in between on Chalet. That's one of the biggest problems of this map in particular. And whichever team is more creative, and considering that UAIM have the name of UAIM in it, I'm pretty sure all of these squads are aimers, and Chalet is a map where they can really thrive in. That is for certain.
Okay, as we are getting the lobby ready, I also kind of want to know, we talked about the players potentially being a bit exhausted, a bit tired, but how are you guys hanging in? Do you still have that energy for us to go through the semi-final, then also provide us with what should hopefully be one banging grand final as well?
You know what? I think it's been refreshing to have that quick game. Obviously, the Turks Panahone game was a much quicker game than we've had all day. It was a bit refreshing to see a bit of a different one, but refreshing to see a little bit of a dominance coming in really from one side there of Panahone. And now, you know, it's been a long day. There is no shying away from that one. I believe we're about 6.5, 7 hours live at the moment. But the thing is, in my mind, we've got two really exciting games going. It's just keeping there physically because, you know, this first game we've got, this semi-final, it's two completely new teams. I've never casted before, and that is some of my favourite games to watch because it's new player styles to learn, new ideas to get, and compare it to Diavoli Panahone, who you guys know very, very well. You know, everyone watches them, everyone knows these two. We know what to expect from them. This game, though, we don't know what to expect, and it gets even more exciting because you go to the grand final and you get that clash. What's going to happen there? Not a clue.
Yeah, we're going to need to see on another side of the spectrum, too, that don't forget, when both squads are kind of being those unknowns, especially before a grand finals matchup, you can create a storyline for both of these teams, right? And you can carry that storyline forward onto the grand finals. We already have a storyline present in the side of Diavoli. So being able to cast this, create that storyline, know what the teams are going to be bringing onto the table right before grand finals, then we can easily pit them off against each other. That's pretty much what we're here to do as casters. We're here to create that storyline for you, ladies and gentlemen, back at home. So that both of these teams, yeah, don't forget, this is qualifiers too. There's still another qualifiers right around the corner that they are going to be fighting through soon enough. And seeing either one of these teams, one of these teams, like 4 of these squads, whoever not gonna be able to make it here in qualifiers number 2, back in that qualifiers, we'll know what to expect, and we'll know exactly which teams we have to look out for.
And as we get the lobby prepared for our second semi-final with the first one still going on, we'll just have to quickly go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere, or well, technically can go anywhere. Grab some snacks if you haven't already for this amazing semi-final, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with these guys taking you to Chalet with our 2 of our 4 semi-finalists. So we should be back in a couple of minutes.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. We could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. Let's
And here we are, folks. Chalet is finally up and upon us. First and foremost, I want to give our most sincere of apologies for the technical issues, unfortunately out of our hands entirely. But what matters most is we are here now, finally. Unknown versus UAIM for the semi to get themselves in towards today's grand final spot. It's a single map, 7 round stands in between each of these teams in that spot. My name's Travi, and I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Abrasive here to go through this semi-final.
There is no way that the game took this long to start, and I'm really hoping, ladies and gentlemen, that this game will go the distance, and we are going to be witnessing incredible siege being played out on the map of Chalet. We already built a storyline for both of these teams. Chalet is a litmus test, after all, for both of these squads to showcase to us exactly how good siege is supposed to be played. Unknown versus UAM, they are going to be going in for very standard bans coming in from either side. Clash getting picked up almost immediately and taken off the board. Castle, though, getting banned out a little bit more of an unorthodox ban from UAM, but I kind of understand what they're going in for. They don't want those castle barricades to create a lot of the problems that you would generally face, and they don't want to waste utility on these castle barricades as well. Dokepi will get called out with a Finka coming through with the Maverick as well. They're going to be going in for a Ying Rush. This is 100% going to be a Ying Rush.
Oh, yeah.
With them trying to go in for a plant. And it's also master bedroom and office. So they can instantly do that play where they break open the balcony entrance and then opt to go in for that plant. But without an OSA, this might be dangerous.
Yeah, this is the thing. It could be very difficult. I mean, this is, I suppose, another big factor to this. Obviously, we've been sitting here on a tech pause for quite a while, but so have every single one of the players. As a result of that, we don't really know what's going to happen. We're getting, the players, they're probably a little bit cold there after the pause. You can't skirt your way around it. And UAIM, well, they might just want to go in and full send it. They're going to bring the OSA, but they're going to shy away from the Ying. So immediately, to me, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a defaulted round here. UAIM thinking, let's warm into it first, get the aims going back up, get the game sense going back, get it back into rhythm, then maybe we can start seeing crazy strategies. For round one, though, I've got a feeling we're just going to be playing a fairly standard game of Chalet. Nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary, but as you said, very aggressive, it's a test of that fundamentals, that litmus test.
Yeah, the game of Chalet is going to be a little bit of a question mark, to say the very least, for what both these squads are going to be bringing on down to the table. But you can tell that UAIM, they're being very meticulous in the way that they're trying to take these fights. No one said he wins the race out for them. All things are going to be coming through that the player could be closed down over on the trophy, but no one's really opting to go in for anything aggressive. UAIM, they like to take their time. They're throwing out pretty much everything that they possibly can. They're leaving nothing to chance, and that's exactly what you want to see. They need to clear out a lot of these roamers, though. That's going to be the first initial play that they have to make. You can already tell that. Is it a pre-play C4 by the Valkyrie, or did she already utilize it? Could be a pre-place one, and the Mira does have one more. Taking both these C4 off the board is going to be so crucial for them to try and pull off their strategy.
Yeah, I think that Valkyrie C4, looking at the top of the screen, at least the X there indicates it's probably been shot, either been pre-placed and shot out or been burnt already. One way or the other, no chance to use it anyway. Straight into a Claymore there. Opening pick goes the way of UAIM there. Getting a little bit overconfident from Mudroom. Punished for it. Goldie's taken off the board quite early on there, giving an advantage way of UAIM. And they start to capitalise upon this, start to try and clear out these Romans. They have the ping on the player in towards Kitchen. That's going to be Fino now, trying to find something, trying to get out of this one alive because they know the pressure's going to be coming. And how about that? Smith goes down there. So, recoverable though. Is that the question? Can you pick him up?
That's what C4's gone.
Yeah.
This is big for them here, Travi, because now without those C4s, they can go in for the strat that they were originally planning for. They're going to be able to pick up the Twitch. I do believe she's still in a position where she's not yet dead.
Down. Oh, there you go. Oh my!
Ooh, that's a fadeaway.
There goes. Yep. There goes SK taking down another one of the UAM players there. That's Gridlock completely off the board. And the man advantage has been flipped around favour. Now going towards the way of Unknown. SK continuing to feel the momentum. Wants to go for a bit of a run out here. Doesn't quite find any eliminations off the back of it. But a little bit of damage on towards the Sophia there. At least going to make UAM feel the pressure at the moment. 45 seconds left to go. Man disadvantage in this attack. I'm a bit worried at the moment.
Trying to duplicate their way in as quickly as they can. Good opener from the sidelines, but one of the players yet to be spotted. The Mira just going completely unchecked. They have the nade to cause some damage, but already it's going to be a jump through to go in for the last and final kill, ladies and gentlemen. The members of Unknown really playing the mind games out here and forcing the members of UAIM to really... how do you put it? This last particular fight should not have gone this way. They had no idea where the mirror was. No, never mind. The mirror actually ran into Solarium from the bedroom side.
From the smoke.
Because of the smoke.
And that is chaos. Like, just the sheer, like, confidence of Unknown there. It's caught UAIM really off guard there. They're just totally unaware. I mean, that's it. Just sprint on out and mop them up. We get the replay. Let's just keep on watching this one all night. Look at that. Beautiful. And then, of course, the final player running up the stairs. Can't do a whole lot there. So, back into the game we go. Second round, back to Kitchen Dining. New site. Going to be giving this one a go. Unknown, great round from them. Despite a little bit of a rocky start to it, they work their way back through UAIM. Now, have to try and answer back there. It was a decent start to their attack inside, don't get me wrong. There was some promise there, especially earlier in the round, but as it kind of went on, it just fizzled out a little bit. So, Unknown, what can they get going on this second bomb site?
Gonna need to see where they're gonna go with this one. Big question marks overall. What the gameplay is going to be looking like coming out from them, because UAIM kind of looked lackluster in their overall approach in this particular instance. Yeah, the Twitch did die out early on, but that second kill was a complete another fadeaway, so can't really blame them for that one. When you have so many of the advantages early on, being able to shut down a Valkyrie, mind you, you're gonna need to try and take a little bit more initiative, especially on those upper floors. You can't always think about the roams anymore, because you already saw that, hey, both of the C4s are no longer present, so that's when you make that convergence over onto that balcony as a team. You take over mezzanine, you create the pressure from the upper floors, because no one's gonna be able to do anything for you from the bottom floors anymore, other than maybe sending a couple of pop shots here and there. That's all that they're gonna be able to do.
Yeah, that's it. You need to start applying that pressure. And for the side of UAIM right now, we're 40 seconds into the round. They're just starting to make that presence known towards Library side. But players of Unknown, they're not shifting at all. Fino playing a really close spot. It's going to be droned out. Decides to get aggressive off the back of it. Can't quite find anything. Goomine goes. Hatch is going to be opened up and very likely to drop, not to follow too far away. But Goldies has C4, as you mentioned. But no, can't quite hit the mark there. Somehow all 10 players still standing.
Yeah, they wasted a bit of utility for this one initially, but SK still going in for the big plays from his own sidelines. This bandit is causing problems for them. One of the hard breachers are still alive, but oh my god, okay, godless, never mind.
Okay, that is speeding through this one right now, Unknown, picking UAIM apart. Here comes Smith, trying to make something happen from the basement stairs. On the way up, they have the idea of where SK is playing, but what can you really do? You've got nothing to really force them out of position at this point, other than trying to take the angles. Goldies is still contesting on towards Library. Smith does eventually take down SK, but they know about the player hop into Library. They see the toes, they know the player's prone. You can just pre-fire, get this one nice and easily. You see the head, take it clean off here. Another player's coming for it. Drop shot with the deagle. You kidding me? An Unknown. They're moving 2-0 up.
That is so good. Unknown
That's
really
clean.
showcasing to us that they should be known because, good God, the gameplay from these players are incredible to say the very least. These pop shots coming out from them, it's just so beautiful to watch. That's exactly what you want to see for these instant replays, ladies and gentlemen. Both sides really showcasing their worth, and now the members of UAIM shaking in their boots a little bit here for the overall setup. They know for a fact that there's a high chance this could be either garage or bar and game room. So having proper control over onto that second floor is going to be crucial for this overall setup.
Yeah, that's it. The vertical, regardless of which of the two sites was going to be played here, is going to be extremely key here. Unknown, they've got a very strong powerhouse site ahead of them as well. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Echo. This site going to be turned into a little bit of a fortress. Very difficult to penetrate for the attackers. As you said, it's all about getting that control up above there. Get Library, take office space as well. Just get entire control out top, you work your way down, then in towards the objective itself. That's going to be the game plan here for UAIM, but they need, I feel, to bring something to deal with the Roamers, because there's so much lurking potential from Unknown in the last couple of rounds. And UAIM are really struggling to deal with it. And that's exactly why Lex4, they're going to be going on towards the Nomad. Bit of flank watch, bit of reassurance there, and just a bit of an insurance policy, just in case anyone from Unknown gets any good ideas.
Yeah, they need to make sure this closet control is done properly, especially with the Mirror still being alive and kicking here with the Echo drones to cause even more issues. The Echo is like a double-sided anchor, especially because of these drones being placed out so well. Positions are perfect, no IQ getting picked up either by the members of UAIM, so this Echo almost has free reign because of the amount of information that the members of Unknown can play for. This building is a death trap. Like, you know those mazes in horror movies? That's exactly what this is.
That's what Chalet's turning into, and as well, 3 C4s in pocket. Claymore affected by the mute jammer as well. Doesn't really matter. Fino's going to be dropping back down below, but still, it's a 5v5, and as you say, this is shaping up to be just this network of traps, C4s. Everything UAIM do is going to be being watched at this point, and that's a big concern for me right now, because they're not going to be able to sneak up and get away with anything without Unknown knowing it or letting it happen. But of course, they've got to win their gunfights as well. That's equally as important. None have emerged through just yet. Obviously, we're only a minute into the round, so still fairly early days here. But it does mean that UAIM need to get a little bit of a move on right now, because these players up towards Library's side, Mezzanine as well, they need to be shaken off before UAIM can really get to this objective and start to look at winning this one.
Trying to see where they're going to go with this one too. But overall, the approach not really being done as an initiative here. They're taking it very slow and steady for this overall approach. The members of UAIM, it's been what, almost a minute and a half, and they've yet to cover a lot of ground. Yeah, it's half the round already done, and they've yet to cover a lot of ground here. Yeah, maybe they're trying to get an opening here with the Maverick onto that wall, but even then, none of the players of Unknown, they're just waiting. They're waiting for them to make that first initial mistake. Good shots are coming out from the sidelines. He heard out the sounds. And that's going to be Feno getting shut down early. A big opening kill over onto the Legion, but still, Unknown, they have a lot of space to work with.
That's it. They've Unknown still have quite a lot going for them, and it's just that clock factor as well. Diffuser as well. Cold outside there, I believe, of the gaming window. Goldie's on a flank right here. UAIM, they've just been quite passive this round, and Unknown, they're just not feeling any pressure in the slightest. Siri does have the right idea towards the player coming on. It is able to pick them up. Yet another freebie given away down in the basement. SK and Keox going to have a lot of work cut out for them. Make it just SK now. Direct trade with Smith, and it's a 1 versus 3 situation. The Mute left with it all to do, has the red thing on towards the player in main, gonna fire the shots, but no, they don't even hit. The fuser's going on down, C4's gonna be detonated just to apply a bit of phantom pressure, gets one with the shotgun, an opportunity to reload the SMG-11, but 1 versus 2 situation, Diffuser's gone down, there's a very little you can do at this point. You're cornered, you're trapped, and UAIM look prized to take their first round on Chalet.
There's like 3 Ying Candelas in hand as well. That's just going to be tossed in wherever. Positions are perfect. Utilize the mirror window against him. They're not going to be able to do out much around. Slipping away in more ways than one. A player sitting towards the side of vertical as well, I do believe. But inside of the corner, that is going to be the last one to fall. Beautifully well played out round by the members of UAIM. But at the same time, all of these rounds are getting so close. The fact that these rounds are getting down to the wire with the last 40 seconds, it's actually because of Unknown taking a little bit too much of an aggressive duel. They're kind of dying out for it. Because in these rounds, they could have just waited, right? If they just waited, UA wouldn't have ran out of time.
You look at the two basement players there, they just gave themselves away kind of for free. Like, they didn't need to give anything away there. The two players from Unknown that went down into the basement to go fishing for something. And as you say, you were going slowly, and as well, they weren't using utility. They pushed into site just effectively on mechanics. The Ying plant goes down, smoke grenades in pocket, Candela's in pocket, not at all being used by UAIM. They just kind of walk on in nonchalantly, get the diffuser down, and it works out for them in the case. And you've really got to give a lot of that, I think, to Unknown, just throwing away bodies in that situation there. Perhaps getting a little bit too excited. Maybe the tiredness is getting to them. They just want this one done and want to get it through quickly. But you, even in these long situations, you need to have the patience. You need to have that reservations, because over aggressions like that, mistakes like that, that is what's going to cost you these games.
Absolutely. This is how this is going to go here. The game and the way it's done is just a little bit too presumptuous, to say the very least, and unless you're careful, it's not going to be looking that good for them at the end of the day. UAIM, what's the game plan here for them? Striker is going to be taken on the board with the Osa coming out as well. Line's going to get picked up, possibly for the nades as well. Capital is going to give in for the setup. This is quite smart. They picked up on the Osa now, so probably they're going to be going in for that strat where they just try to rush in from the balcony and then go in for a free plant.
Yeah, get it down and see what you can make from there. I mean, if the utility usage here picks up from the side of UM, I feel like they've actually got quite a competent side showing. And this is obviously, you know, a reoccurring issue here. I feel like UM, they started off the previous couple of rounds really, really well. It just fizzles out. And if they can really get this utility under the belt and start to apply it effectively, we've got quite a strong side on there. Because keep in mind, both these teams, while we might not know them, they've beat some really, really good teams to get to this point. You know, Mid-Intentions, just to name one off the top of my head. They've really competed and done a great job to get to this point, and it's exciting to see what they've got to offer, because right now it's shaping up that this is actually going to be a fairly close game. Of course, Unknown are looking quite good on the defense right now, and UAIM certainly are quite slow and not off to a great start in round number 4 here as Lex goes down to Goldies.
The fact that Goldies are going to be able to get so much value this early on. C4 has been utilized though, so that's going to be a tough one. But at the end of the day, it is a gridlock that we did lose out. That's a tiny bit of utility, but overall the game plan can still remain the same if you are just able to stabilize and converge your team together. The question is, where is the Osa at this point of the game? Because the Osa should be the one to go in for these earlier engagements. Question mark, but you can see that the Fenrir, itching for a possible run out here, knows the position of one of the players, and he could easily be the one to go out first.
Yeah,
again, a calm before the storm here for the members of UAIM.
It's a really sense of aggression, you know, coming through from Unknown right now. They're just not slowing down. They're peaking everything. You can tell they want to go for run-ups, but there are some points where it gets punished. Yoshi goes down there to, of course, the Nomad. So 4 versus 4, everything is equalized, but Fino is in a key position right now to try and stall the trophy hopping, as well as the West one. A lot of pressure being placed on the windows. And the hopping from UAIM, they're still all outside the building, but they are making things happen there. But here comes Fino, quick double there on the Legion. 2 versus 3 situation, takes a bit of damage back, but 45 seconds to go. UAIM need to start getting inside and start closing this one out.
Fino just needs to make a run for it. They do have some control over towards the side of Solarium. They're trying to brute force this angle for as quickly as they possibly can. Staircase control being given away. That's going to be a possible down and a
team kill.
Team kill?
Oh no. We've had a lot of team kills today. I feel like that's like the 5th or 6th one we've had today. Like, there has been a lot of friendly fire. You just blame it on that. Is this all fault of Unnamed?
Yeah. Technically, a lot of the team kills happen whenever he is observing, so. Don't worry, buddy. I still love you.
Yeah, we love you, Unnamed. You know what? I like the team kills. Team kills are fun. Team kills are entertaining. And speaking of happy at the moment, well, it's going to be Unknown. 3-1 up here so far on Chalet, doing a great job to start off this game and do a good job on this half. Back to Kitchen Dining, give things another go. It was a very, very good start for this one on the previous attempt at this site, so no doubt Unknown looking to repeat their history on here yet again. For UAIM, I feel like it's the same story, right? Aggressive. They just need to get faster. They just need to have a little bit more confidence to take these gunfights early on and get themselves stuck in.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit too slow, and Unknown are just really capitalizing on top of it. And they're very stingy with their overall utility usage. I think you can tell as well that they're just not willing to invest as much utility, or even the drones in some cases. They were much more willing to utilize those drones earlier on in round number 1 and round number 2, but here it's just like, yeah, the drones are there, but they don't want to risk it as much. They're face checking a lot more things. Maybe picking up on a Dokkaebi, even a Deimos would be another big play for them, but the overall setup is something I just don't like. IQ getting picked up is a good adaptation at the end of the day because you didn't ban out on the Valkyrie. Instead, you chose to shut down the Mira. So this one character has been a thorn on your sides because of the amount of information she was able to give.
Yeah, and the keyword being was banned out, unfortunately. And speaking of information, here comes Montaigne, charging on through in towards bar stock, now looking into the bar itself. Maybe wanted to grab himself a refreshment, but likely scanning for any defenders lurking about the place. I'd be concerned for Fino right now. I could just feel there's a devilish smile behind that monitor right now, just sitting there thinking, yep, I'm just going to sit in a corner all game and just backstab someone and shoot them. Well, I have no idea I'm there. It's the playstyle that's been working so well for Unknown right now because UAIM, despite taking their time, they're getting caught off time and time again.
The Montaigne's presence has just pushed all the roamers back in towards the side. I always find it funny, as soon as the mountain starts walking, you hear that clacking going around. None of the defenders don't want anything to do with him. Understandably so, but the thing is, the Montaigne just didn't have anyone near him. That's another big factor. You'd expect some player to be right behind him to try and create the pressure, but no. His footsteps alone are able to scare them off. And one after the other, they do have a tiny bit of an opening that they can play for, but I don't believe there's anyone on the bottom floor other than basement. This could be big coming out from them.
Yeah, and this is another big factor as well here. The key walls for this objective have been opened up right now. All they need to do is dislodge the 3 players on the vertical, and that's a good start there. Smith takes down Fino. Man advantage going the way of UAIM right now. Pressured back by the Montaigne. Yet again, his footsteps are enough to trigger the retreat. All the players of Unknown falling right back because UAIM, they're currently in the lead for this round here, and Yushi, all that can do really on the top floor. Has the yellow pings onto 1, but have to be careful because there's the shield lurking about still.
Yeah, they're just afraid that someone's going to be very close to the Montaigne, but the thing is, no one's even present close to him other than the Thermite, but even the Thermite kind of ran away, and he's going to be the one to drop. Positions looking good overall. The nade is present, needs to run on out. He's not going to be able to do much. Liam's going to be able to find a beautiful, Siri's going to be able to find a beautiful kill over from the sidelines. Zafinka takes a slight bit of damage, but has the boost. Give his team the entry that they need. The Ash play for the vertical lines aside, over from the bottom, and they're causing some damage. And the timing is present! It's going to be goalless. He's going to be able to find 2, and good God, they equalize things out. Even though one player does go down, it's still a 2v2.
Yeah, that's it. 2 versus 2, and the remaining players of UAIM, they are completely confuzzled right now. They're completely split up. Diffuser is cold. Direct trade. Goldies gets 1. Lex with the LMG. It's effectively a 1 versus 1. Yashirao versus Lex. 4 around here. 8 seconds left to go. But you're on the defense. All you need to do is hide. All you need to do is wait. She's going to...
What are you doing? Where are you looking?
Why are we looking the wrong way? And UAIM, somehow, some way, they're going to get the round.
What are we doing here? The Frost is in the middle of nowhere. He's in Narnia, gnawing on the... what was the thing called? I forgot. What was the candy called? God damn it. Come on, Trevi, you gotta help me out here.
I don't know.
Turkish delights! Turkish delights! He's going on the Turkish delights inside of the kitchen side, man. Oh my God, this round was won out by the members of Unknown, but good God, UAIM, you just got it at the very last second.
That is incredibly lucky. That should not be happening. Unknown, I think, would be very disappointed with that one because that should have been their round. That really, really, really should have been their round, but unfortunate case, UAIM just able to clutch it up. Massive massive save there from Lex. Got to give it to them. You know, the 1 versus 2, I believe it was in the end there. Massive clutch up, keeping UAIM competitive, at least on the scoreboard for this one right now. Unknown, back to Kitchen. I think they know that one should have gone their way, so they're going to give it another shot. Back to the same site, see if they can get it and go out of this half 4-2.
Such a good engagement as well coming out from them. It's not looking too bad though at the end of the day. Setups there with all the players just in a little bit more of a better position. Let's just see exactly where they're going to be going onto this particular round, because I'm pretty sure that they heard an earful for that one.
Yeah. That is the kind of thing where that happens to me in like a ranked game and I'm yelling at my teammates.
Yeah.
Like,
they're not doing the end of that one.
Like, how are we doing that? Like, how are we getting away with that one? Either way, UAIM will most certainly be taking that one where they can get it. As I say, it's giving them a lifeline in this half right now. The 2 rounds, it's good, but you know what? You could probably aim for some more here. Fino going to get very aggressive here on the Oryx, take a very much premature damage and just snake away now, retreat back towards a relative safety here towards Solarium's side, but before doing so wants to play the vertical, wants to try and contest and really keep Unknown guessing.
Ooh. He's already made up for the fumble that he did in that last particular round.
Yeah.
Because now the pressure is on. That's going to be Fino who takes a back seat. Even more damage coming out from the C4. The Blitz not really going to be able to get out of this one scotch-free. Still a chance and timing to be had. It's going to be Goldless. Immediately goes in for the first opening couple of shots here. Does deal a little bit of damage. Needs to try and run on away, but the players from Bedroom instantly converge onto his position to find that trade-off. Possibility of a 3-3 could be on the cards for the members of UAIM, but in this 3v3 situation, with your Capital being this low on HP, it's not going to be that easy to break through these defensive lines and also drop down over into the side.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be very difficult to try and make this one stick through for you, but you have half the round to play for, right? So at least you've got time on your side. You've got some frags, you've got some stuns, boogies as well, so your utility is favourable, but we've seen this be a struggle point for the attack on UAIM so far before, and Unknown, well, they're going to be likely looking for one just because they know Lex is still up. Never mind, Lex is no longer up. Clutch factor from UAIM is taken off the board. 2 versus 3 situation right now. Unknown probably quite content.
Yeah, they just need to wait now, but these buggies, always a constant pressure source if you're not careful. Positions yet to be revealed as Siri needs to work his way back around to try and find a little bit of an opening. They do have a couple of pings going for them because of the drones being utilized. Siri, perfect spray control. It's going to be able to catch out one. And that's a 2v2 now. 40 seconds left on the clock. Ample amounts of time to really play this one through. And both sides, they're out of util. Other than, of course, a couple of the flashes in the hands of the Ram.
That's it. And those flashes are going to be instrumental for the duration of this round. 25 seconds to go. Seemingly going to be going in straight from Trophy. Charge on in, because at this point, that is all you can do. Hopefully this time, though, Unknown have the idea. Unknown will have the read. They won't be facing the wrong direction. And as time's ticking down, the flashbangs go on through. Here come the players. 8 seconds left to go. And at this point, Unknown, it's going to be a miracle run if they want to get this one. Can't quite hit the pre-fire. Siri drops to the floor. It's all onto Marak. Does get one, but the clock is going to deal the final blow. And Unknown, they will come out of this half 4-2 in the lead so far on Chalet.
Yeah, I don't think you can ask for a better half overall, because Chalet is, of course, a much more of a defender. Sorry, not defender sided, attacker favorite map because of the amount of open lines aside there are present. You just need to know how to play it. Again, it's just about the basics of Siege, right? I keep on telling you, you need to understand when to open up mezzanine wall. You need to understand when you want to push in from bedroom, and you need to understand the timing of how to take over Solarium. It's all about the basic. There's only 3 different positions that you need to worry about, and if you know how to play those 3 exact spots, you're going to be golden. You don't need to worry about trophy as much. That's a much more advanced point that a lot of teams can utilize, but at the same time, they don't want to, because it's a lot more difficult to take those entries over towards trophy if you don't have proper control over onto that bottom floor. Now, the question is, will they be going into basement first? But instead, it's going to be kitchen and dining being taken up almost immediately by the members of UAIM. So they're now expanding out of the site. They're going to be going to that second floor, and they want to waste as much util as they possibly can from the side of Unknown, similarly to what they did initially.
Yeah. That's it. Now, the pressure flips, it's all somewhat reset. Like, this is the thing, you've got a new half here, you're playing a very different game now, you're on the defense or whether you're on the attack, and you aim. I like what I'm seeing just for the chaos nature of it. Capcan already there, as we sort of talked about earlier, little one Drago tip. When you put a Capcan mine next to a gas pipe, some are always on this map, you know, now we're on one of the remastered maps. It's a one-shot kill. That's huge. That is like back in the day. Don't get me wrong, I don't expect anyone to be falling into it, but with how tired everyone in this lobby probably is, you never quite know what can happen, right?
Wait, you can't even see those Capcan traps. What is this skin? I gotta buy it.
No, that is cheeky. That is cheeky stuff coming in there from UAIM. And now, well, they're going to be at the mercy of the Deimos at this very aggressive-looking attack lineup from the side of Unknown. Looks like they want to go fast with this one.
Stay clear of blast zone. It's gonna be interesting to say the very least. And UAIM, they do have a pretty strong setup going for them too, because of the shield that they have on the opposite side. Ooh, that was a very nifty pre-fire that nearly got the kill.
Almost. Couple inches to the right, and that would have been quite successful, but unfortunately for the side of UAIM, not to be. And this one here. So we will remain with all 10 players active in the lobby. As typical for Chalet, of course, pressure going to start to mount up on these top floor players. Marek going to be playing up towards his bathroom position. Blackbeard of Goldless already in, pushing it and advancing towards the objective, looking to try and catch a freebie off here. But are they aware of Marek hanging right above here on the ward, an SMG-12 in hand at any moment, ready to spring in? No, they flick around and get a kill back. Siege chiming at its very finest as Goldless is somehow still alive in this one.
How is he alive? He should not be, especially with so many of the positions being revealed. The action got close enough to the side of the kitchen. This has gone from bad to worse. Vito's going to be able to find one more kill. Vito's going to be able to find the second. Of course, the Capcan traps do cause some problems over from the sidelines, but they're still having the vertical control that they would have wanted. Flashes come through. The vertical player can no longer cause a lot of more pressure. It's a free diffuser plant, ladies and gentlemen. Pulse line comes through. The shots come in, and it's going to be Siri who finds the kill, but it does take a lot of damage in the process. There's no way he's going to be the one to push in first, and it has to be Lex who needs to create the timing.
It's a lot of pressure right now, and it's all down to Lex. Clutched up on the Fincar 1 versus 2 before, but it wasn't a post plant. It wasn't against the Blackbeard, and Goldless, the spearhead of that round, sent the side of Unknown into a very good lead here, starting to roll up here. 5-2 after that one. 1 round away from a date in the grand final. And folks at home, if you do not want a spoiler alert, cover your ears now, because we do have our other grand final locked in between the semi-final of Diavoli and Panyuhone. It went to Consulate 7-4. It went in the favour of Panyuhone. So the Finnish side will be awaiting the winners of this map in the grand final, coming hopefully very, very shortly after this one. But, aggressive, this one's not done yet. Unknown might be in the lead right now, but UAIM, we've seen them pull up some clutches before. Never say never, right?
Absolutely. We're always going to have to see this map up till the very end. The members of UAIM are making a lot of very significant mistakes here, and it's pretty much costing them. The plan was pretty good for the Warden to jump down and get that kill onto the Blackbeard, but the fact that he allowed the Blackbeard to pull that shield down and then immediately kill him there, now that is something that should not have happened. I'm pretty sure that the Warden just lost control of his recoil because he started shooting while he was still falling, so that SMG-12 has a recoil that can kick really hard if you're not controlling it from the very beginning.
Yeah, there's a lot to deal with it as well with the SMG-11. It's that small mag size as well, you know, I think is a real struggle for it with some of these, you know, players. You get put in a clutch situation of 1 versus 2 and 17 rounds, it's not enough to deal with a problem, especially with that high rate of fire. But it's popular for a reason. That thing has an insanely high DPS and can certainly be lethal in the right hands. And speaking of lethal, Fino looking to try and get some early kills, just straight walking into the objective. Hello, UAIM, is anyone at home right now? Apparently not. Shots are coming in. Well, the game's been given up. Goldless has been taken down there, and it's 4 versus 5. But I want to know what Fino's doing. Well, apparently it's getting shot there. 3 versus 5 now.
You expected at least one person to be near Wine Closet, but instead no one was going to be present. Everyone just ran all the way their way towards the side of Wine. No one was playing from boosters. It's a pretty big surprise. I'm pretty sure that they wanted to use the sounds coming through from the Ram Boogie to just get an opening in from the sidelines, and UAIM somehow, in some way, shape, or form, just kind of read into the situation, I guess, because Unknown, their strategy wasn't bad, but they just got outplayed by UAIM being in a better position.
Keox does get one, but yeah, I think this round's done at this point. UAIM just position in this round's just been immaculate. Everything that's been attempted by the side of Unknown has been read into, but the only thing they can't read right now is this single-hand ace carry here. Keox coming up huge here in this round. 2 kills back, it's 2 versus 3, and what was looking unwinnable is not good, but I'd argue within the realms of possibility here, especially if this Legion lurking up here in Mudroom can be shut down.
Do have a bunch of different openings that they can actually play for. This is going to be crucial for them overall. Blue control still being present, so not really that easy for them to find the opening break that they would have wanted. A couple of bits of damage already being done. Blue room needs to be cleared out soon, but this one instantly running on away. They're playing it a lot more safer, and I respect that coming through from the members of UAIM.
Totally unaware of Syrian storage, takes one on towards Keox there, and now it's down to Shirao here. Hops through the fire, but not really going to be able to do much. Gets shot in the back, trying to run away, trying to save anything and everything. Smith closes it out. UAIM going to get their first defensive round on the board here, and slowly look to try and climb back into this one. Only 2 rounds separating the teams at the moment, but it still feels like a lifetime away. You've got to question Unknown what the strategy was that round, but you know what? With a 5-2 lead, why not give something crazy a go? Why not try something just like walking on into the objective 30 seconds into the round? You never know. It might work, but in this case, certainly not.
I mean, it wasn't a bad plan. This is something that you can do, especially with the Boogie in place. But you generally want to send the Ashe in there instead because she doesn't have a lot of active utility that you can do, or at least try to bring onto the table. That's why when you throw down that Boogie, you create the pressure, but you also have someone playing from the vertical lines aside. It's just hard. Like, you can't really say that that was a bad plan, but it was very oddly executed from the side of UAIM, not from Unknown.
Yeah, it was a very interesting round of Siege. I think it's probably the best way to describe that one, and might just be best to leave that one at that, I feel. Either way, though, it's now on towards Kitchen Dining defense. Fairly standard looking lineup here coming in from UAIM. A lot of very sort of not different, but interesting operators here. You know, you've got the Echo on the board, you've got the Tuberal, Frost as well. You know, there's some interesting components to this one, and I'm curious to see how it all sort of comes together. As for Unknown, it's the same plan as always been, sending Goldless on the Blackbeard, who's 10 and 6 ride you at the moment, and just storm in, get some kills.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see where they're gonna go with this one for certain. Tiny little bit of an opening here. The Kaid's gonna be able to Electroclaw his way through most of these problems, but then again, not looking to be in the best of positions just yet. They need some clearance somewhere. Looking at the overall positions, they're trying to force their engagements even further. As you can see, timing still being key. The drone work working out wonders for them as they're able to clear out most of the bits of utility that UM have set up for themselves. But a crazy run-in coming in from the Blackbeard. He wasn't really expecting the player to be sitting inside the bedroom, but without any form of control over onto Solarium, what's the game plan here? Because you can't send the Blackbeard like that unless you have some pressure onto Solarium.
Yeah, that's it. You need to mount the pressure right now. You just can't do this without anything else going. And, well, Fino's going to be dropped so far. Had some incredible moments so far this game, but the last couple of rounds have certainly been a struggle. Eventually, Breach is going to be opened up, but oh no, here comes the Tuberal there. Going to be stalling out the Breach for a little while longer. It just feels a bit slow from Unknown right now. The pacing from the start of the half and the end of the first one, it just feels like it's completely fizzled on out here. What can they really do in this situation? Goldless is going to be dropping down, so it's now a 3 versus 5. And UAIM, they're looking to take this round and try and get closer to tying the game up.
They're playing this game a lot more distracted, it seems, because they're not really playing together and their pushes are very unsynchronized because the pressure you create towards Solarium or even towards Piano needs to be done together at the bare minimum so that you just don't get caught off guard. Another C4 kills just to go through 2-5 now as the dynamic duo on the sidelines for the side of Unknown to really bring back this round, but I don't think they even have the space to do so. They have no information whatsoever. Tuberal going in for the swing, tries to C4 and base
face for it with his own life, I guess.
Yeah, and now Smith gets one. It's all up to SK here in a 1 versus 4. 50 seconds to try and find it. That works out. Now I've waffled for a little bit. Maybe about 10 seconds per body, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough. Gets caught looking the wrong way. Siri closes it out, and you aim. The last 2 rounds have been a totally different side of them we're seeing here on Chalet, and they are looking to try this one out and then start to bring the game back. And I think I just saw a glimpse of attack timeout call being made there. We'll find out after this ban comes through. But really, what do you do, Aggressive, in this situation? I mean, I anticipate there's going to be a Blackbeard ban, but what do you get rid of on the defense?
I think getting rid of the... I don't know exactly, because a particular defender, Tuberel, I kind of understand why as well. You could have just gotten rid of the Kaid, never mind, because you can still pick up on a bandit and use the Tuberel charges to allow the bandit to bandit trick the thing. So I get it, but you still have to deal with it somehow.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to go on about is I look at the deaths column currently on the scoreboard. 7, 7, 4, 6, 7, 7, 6, 7, 7, 7. These rounds have been very bloodthirsty. They have been very, very close rounds here. Everyone has died a lot. Everyone has gotten stuck into it quite a lot. And to be fair, you look at the kills, you look at the scoreboard, everyone is getting their teeth stuck into this game. No one wants to let this one go. And despite, the slow start to the game, the long pause between the last, everyone's coming swinging right now. And UAIM, they're certainly proving their quality to us, and both these teams, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from them so far.
Absolutely. These timings that they're going in for is just in a little bit more of a better spot, that is for certain. But the way that the members of UAIM are playing in general, you'd ask, what's really the game plan moving forward? Because UAIM, they've been waiting for Unknown to make those first initial mistakes, but as soon as Unknown finally have possibly taken a little bit more of a better look at the map because of this pause, they could be in for a world of hurt that they don't even know about. They're expecting the play to be done over towards the second floor once again near bedroom, but with the Dokkaebi, now they have a little bit more urgency in the way that they can go in for this attack. You would have expected a Monty to at least come through to just play for the space, but instead, they've opted for the Brava and the Twitch. They want to take away all the instruments from their opponents. And if they do get a good catch onto these Evil Eyes, ooh, this could be very interesting for the members of the... Oh, come on. You just took the Brava and then...
Change it up, but you still got the Twitch on the board here, right? And there's still a lot to deal with it. Obviously, there's going to be some grenades in back pocket as well there from the Gridlock, from Goldless. This is going to be one of those things where you need to deal with the utility. You need to try and find how you're going to deal with it, because there is an extensive amount of it being bought by UM. Those Evil Eyes, especially, you need to get rid of them, or you are going to have problems coming into a late round, trying to eye up a plant here. And UAIM, well, they're just going to look to continue the momentum I think they've been building from the last couple of rounds here, right? Obviously, tactical timeout's been taken by Unknown, so wait to see what changes will be made here from that one. But at least for now, also things are going to remain in equilibrium.
Did they not see the Maestro? Because if they have a Maestro, picking up on that Brava is almost an instantaneous thing. But I guess the Gridlock is just being opened in a little bit more for one particular reason. They don't want any of the players from the first floor position to try and lurk onto them when they're already on the brute force entry. Good drone positioning though overall. You know exactly where the Fenrir is for the overall positioning. You need to play in for a little bit more damage over from the sidelines. The Mind Game's already being played. The Ace making his way towards the side of Solarium instead. And now they can go in for the push. Slow and Steady wins the race, yes, for one side. But with the calls now coming through from the Dokkaebi, they have all the information that they could have asked for to try and go in for a push.
Yeah, that's it. They know what they need to do right now, and that's exactly what Fino's looking to do. Tries to get aggressive, but just being a little bit cautious here, waiting for the rest of the team to get into position. Ouch. But Fino, you re-peek it, and Siri's just there with the read. A good opening pick. That's the Dokkaebi off the board as well. No more logic bombs, no camera hacking, and it just goes from bad to worse as Goldless, the Gridlock, removed from the board here. 3 versus 5. UAIM so close to tying the game right now.
I need to wait and see where they're going to go with this one. Timing and positioning is key, that's for sure for this overall hit, but for now, they're looking to be in a little bit more of a better spot, that is for certain, but the push now coming through. They're looking for one more engagement over from the sidelines.
possible fight here, but nevertheless, they need to try and figure something out because they're running out of time. 40 seconds left on the clock almost, and as this ace is still moving through, both of the FNATs have been shut down, but Smith just doesn't miss.
Yeah, Smiths don't miss, and well, I love that. It's all up to SK now. The flawless round has been denied, but you're on the rappel here, big window. You do manage to find the second one here, but surely you aim don't decide to go swing. And I know aim's in the name, but there needs to be a bit of brain in there as well. Don't go swinging, don't go getting things unnecessarily thrown away. You've got the round in the bag here. You're surely going to tie up the game. Tactical tied out from unknown, just not really seeming to amount to a whole lot here as it gets stalled out. Legs closes it out, and you aim. Miracle run, they from 5-2 down to 5-5 up. The game is tied, and we could well be on the path to overtime.
Absolutely. This is exactly what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. The game is just getting better and better at each and every second. Wine Cellar and Garage is going to be taken for us this time around. They're taking us around the entire map, as it seems as though on the defensive side, all of these teams just turn into superheroes, and there is absolutely nothing that you can try to do to stop them. Both squads showcasing their prowess on one particular side, but knowing unknown, they've gone back to that Brava, understanding that, hey, maybe, just maybe, we want to take over a couple of these gadgets, and it's going to give us a strong edge for our overall attack.
Yeah, and, well, this is the thing. What do you do? You know, the momentum's shifting now, I feel. It's what was unknown looking so good, and now we're just not. It's a really stark change of pace, and I don't know whether it was just UAIM, perhaps, you know, obviously we had that quite long break in before this game. Was it just UAIM maybe just having a bit of a colder start? You know, perhaps a bit slow warming up in this one. Now they've warmed into it, back into the game. They're feeling confident. They're feeling ready to tackle this problem. And they're looking like a different side these last few rounds. And the same can be said for Unknown. Looking like they're falling a little bit behind. Deimos pick going to be locked in here. They need to go hunting. They need to try and find these players of UAIM who, time and time again, getting aggressive. But it's all about doing it quickly, as you said. It's all about doing it with confidence and togetherness is the important part. Playing as a team and not letting these ones go untraded.
See how they go into this overall setup too. A lot of go canisters just being placed out right at the very bottom. That's going to be one of the players already getting shut down. SK. Good catch over from the sidelines, but the Nomad instantly getting run out on. Lex, he's not giving away anything for free. He's making sure that his buddies are always going to get their revenge from the side of the grave.
Yeah, but then this is it. Now here comes the Avenger himself. It's Deimos looking for the hunt to try and reclaim a bit of revenge for the life of the fallen teammate. But, well, Lex has a smart idea. Drops away, hides off, and just retreats. That's the best way. You're very unlikely to win that one against the Deimos, especially with all the soft walls on the top floor. So, just run away, give it up. You've got your job done at this point. It's 4 versus 4. Legion and Nomad down. I'd argue both quite big losses to either side here. But the bigger losses certainly felt for Unknown as Fino gets taken off the board there.
I need to see where they're going to go with this one, though, from the sidelines. You can already tell the members of UAIM always at such a significant advantage for so many of these fights. Their defensive side looks to be on an absolute tear of its own, but YX still in a better position. Does take it over to a 3v3, but so much of the site still needs to be broken into. So it's not over just yet, and you can see that Smith just keeps on getting these frags over from the sidelines. It's all up to Goldless and Keel to try and go in back into this round. They need one more pickup from the sidelines. They do have good position, but as long as Smith is behind this wall, this pillar, this position onto Wine is just going to be close to impossible to break into.
Yeah, it's very tall ask faced with Unknown right now. You've got the Thatcher, you've got the Hard Breach to support, L85, AK-12, 2 really great weapons, but you're going to need more than great guns to push across this one. It's a tough position to go through, and well, they're just going to be going in. Geox is going to attempt to stick the diffuser down. Where is the swing out? Are they aware? Yes, it's a bit of bait and switching, and the thing is they've got all the time in the world to bait right now, but Goldis does make it a 2 versus 2. Smith does get one back though, and it's all up to the Thatcher who was left on the cover. Can't do much. Marek goes, gets the kill, and UAIM 4 rounds in a row now. Recovery and now on to map series point here. 1 round away from their grand final spot.
The game sense on Smith was the biggest thing right there in that last moment. He didn't peek when he heard the first initial defuse. He immediately knew that no, there's no way he's going to be sticking this one through because he hasn't checked for me behind the wall just yet. This pillar is a strong position for the defenders. There has to be someone close by. And he got into the head of the Thermite. And he went in for that swing on that second tap because the Thermite's not going to be going in for two separate fake plans. Now, are they? Because in Siege in particular, compared to other tactical shooters, that fake plan takes a pretty long time to do. And that sound doesn't come out until you fully place that thing down.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
That's it. It's the bait and switch. It's hard to really commit that one, and I don't know what to suggest for Unknown right now, really. I'm looking at this final, what could be the final round here, really, and I'm thinking to myself, what do you actually do in this situation? You know, you're 6-5 down, you've just lost 4 rounds in a row here. You ain't look nigh on unstoppable right now. They've really shifted the momentum, really been getting aggressive, and everything Unknown do, it's getting answered. Right, how can you make the adjustments, especially since the Blackbeard's now been banned out? What was already a troublesome attacking half, I feel, is just getting slightly worse. You aim so good right now, and one more round and they've done it.
Absolutely. They're going to need to go the distance for this one. The members of Unknown, they know for a fact that they have messed up quite a little bit for a lot of these rounds in the previous. Currently, trying to break through a couple of these lines, and unless they're able to do so quickly, things are not looking as clean as you would have hoped for. No. Timing and positioning is going to be one of the biggest key points for them to play for. Because overall, you aim, they always look to be the ones in control for a lot of these rounds. You can tell for their overall setup too that they're not really afraid to take a lot of these very aggressive duels up against Unknown and try to fight into them to stop them from taking a lot of these early game control points. But for now, overall, a couple of good shots here already being taken. Utility invested to create some space and to just gain a little bit more space for themselves. But overall, they're just still waiting. They've yet to make a big move.
That's it, patiently just sort of waiting it out, and no real reason to move at this point, especially on the defensive side of UAIM. They've got no reason to give anything up. It's all on the ball court of Unknown to make start things work here. You know, this is the thing. They've got to be the ones to aggress. They've got to be the ones, and they are slowly pushing across the top floor here and the bottom in synchronization, but they've yet to find any kills off of the back of it. And UAIM, they're certainly putting up a good front. The front line's not really emerging, but there goes Fino there. Takes down one, and that's the Echo off the board. Plant denial gone. Immediately trying to stick that diffuser suddenly becomes a very real possibility for Unknown right now if they can just get this map control.
Gonna need to see where this is gonna go for this initial engagement. 1-for-1 coming out from either side. Never mind, it's gonna be a 1-for-2 instead as the defenders, they're dropping like flies for this initial engagement.
Oh, no.
Goalless is gonna be able to catch another one. That's gonna be the last as well for Keo. And now it's all up to the man, the myth, the legend, the one mute with the SMG-11 to really go in for the pain points here. Needs to try and maybe fight out the diffuser, but just can't really find anything. Positions revealed, doesn't have the spots that he would have wanted, but better on the shot line. But never mind, they kind of fell asleep on the angle here. Shirao's not going to be able to find out anything in that overall engagement. Still a chance and a timing. Run up close, go in for the positioning. His footsteps are just going to be giving everything away. Run around from the sidelines. He's going to be able to get a possible kill, but he's just not going to be able to find it. Good God. This was a well played out round coming through from the members of Unknown.
Finally, a sign of life from Unknown. Finally, a bit of response from them. Just something to indicate that they're still in this one. A bit reminiscent of what we saw in the earlier rounds, and they're going to keep us going all the way through in towards an overtime. Bed is not on the option for anyone involved in the qualifiers tonight. It's going to be a very, very long one here, as we need at least 2 more rounds between these two sides. And this is the thing. Right now, I feel like there's been phases of dominance. We've yet to see a lot of back and forth between these two sides. The first chunk of the game, Unknown were firmly in control. Last couple of rounds, it's been UAIM, but now for overtime, do we see the emergence of another leader, or do we go do something new? Do we go with that back and forth and have a really, really close round 15? Who knows?
Need to see where this one's gonna go, because both squads are just, they're not ready to give up just yet. They're here to make sure that they're sending us over onto overtime, possibly double overtime, ladies and gentlemen, because don't forget that it's not gonna be over until we get over to 8 for either one of these squads. And knowing UAIM on this defensive side, they are not going falter anytime soon just yet, but Unknown, they've really showcased that they have gotten in the heads of UAIM for a lot of these rounds in particular. But for now, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Very similar setup to what they did in that previous one. They're taking their time, they're taking it slow, and they're trying to bait out as much util as they possibly can from the members of Unknown for this initial engagement. The drones able to find all the value that they would have needed. Two players playing from the side of Piano. They have the call, and that one call should be the thing that gives them a kill if they play it right.
Value on it right now. Lex in a world of pain, trying to do everything they can to survive. Takes a lot of damage. Retreats on back towards Solarium side. How do you get in? How do you get out of this one? More is the question that should be being asked. Well, you do have Legion here, playing on the support, playing that little bit of an extra support behind the teammate there. A bit of a backline. But now the Fenris ran away. Now Lex is gone, isolated on an island to try and get themselves out of this situation here, or at least bring someone down with them. Here's the player breaking onto the Piano window, pre-firing on towards it. They know about each other, but the question is who can actually go and win the gunfight. Stun comes on through, completely blinded out. SK though, not wanting to make the hop in, not wanting to commit to anything just as of yet. Second stun goes, but still cautious of someone that just ultimately is not there inside of Office. They have the yellow pings, but can they do anything with them?
Brava, though, still waiting for the opposite side. He's trying to find any bits of utility coming in from the defenders to really go in for these setups. This is going to be a tough position for them to be in, too, because the way that Unknown have been playing, generally they want to try and find that opening pickup because they're yet to have any form of information to really do anything for themselves even. But the Deimos still up and ready to maybe go in for a bit of a scan. That's a Brava now getting shut down. Wait a minute. UAIM already opening things up in kind. The Fenrir does take a lot of damage in the process, but he's playing for the vertical lines of sight, so he's going to be a very difficult player to try and break through. Gold this does take a mighty chunk of damage here from the sidelines with only the Fenrir being